Good morning, gang.
Hey.
Welcome back. And everyone, I put the link in to the chat with Shissy's channel. I'm gonna pin it at the top of my chat so everyone can go over there and show him a little love. He is a lovable guy who likes to be tickled on his thumb. So please go and do that. Give him a little love.
Awesome.
And how are we doing?
Good.
Doing good. I made sure that I went over to your channel and liked there, like everybody needs to do. Make sure they hit that thumbs up. It helps out the algorithm on Broken Baker. So you gotta have it. Gotta have it.
Yeah, and just to prove I've done it, you can see I've licked the like button too.
Exactly.
So because dual streaming is really fun when you have fun people to do it with, and I'm lucky that that we have had the last week together because you're kind of like me.
Yeah.
You get kind of retarded about something and just have to talk about it, and I love when streamers does that. Retarded in the good way, not the French way.
I'm always retarded.
Yeah, always a bit late. But let's say hey to all the people. Vinasaur was the first one today, but she's from Denmark, so she hasn't that far to go. But she's in Jylland. They are kind of behind it as well. No, I love people from Jutland. My kids are Jutland than people. I'm stupid. Good morning, reindeer. Oh, Christine.
Good morning, Christine.
Again, congratulations on the great live stream you had with Farrell. You did such an amazing job. I know you were really nervous, but take it from me if you want, but you did an amazing job. I really, really like to get to know you. It was so nice of you. I was able to be on for a few minutes to talk with you, and you'll get the hang of this, and you'll learn how much fun it is to talk with all the crazy people you meet on YouTube. And God bless you. And I really like what you did with Farrell because I could tell you were very nervous, but you did a great job. And everyone, Christine is also new to the YouTube game. She is on a journey. She is beginning to work out, does videos of that. That takes more courage than I have. I don't do workout videos. And she has a lot of small videos about her life. If you like to support a smaller creator, a new creator who is beginning to get their feet wet in the big pool called YouTube, go over to Christine and give her a little subscription. Maybe watch a few of her videos, because one of the things I like to do is promote the other people who make YouTube fun, because a lot of people have helped me out so far.
Mm-hmm.
And it is supposed to be fun. YouTube is supposed to be like the place where you unwind. If it becomes a job, then that just takes the fun out.
Then it doesn't pay enough.
It definitely doesn't pay enough.
My hourly wage of negative dollars is not that good. Good morning, Rabbit.
Oh.
Siri is here. Cool Gamer. Hello. I don't know why I have to do an accent. Iris, my Texas Rose.
Hey, Iris.
MG Law. Well, thank you. That's how good my Photoshop skills are. Take something on Canva and mix it together, and put a little Baker song over it.
Did you see MG's one with the sovereign citizen last night? Or this
no,
morning,
because I tried to wake up early, but I got off. I got up an hour after he finished, I believe.
It was just a video. He did a 14-minute video.
Oh,
it was,
yeah. Oh, was it the glass breaking subset one?
No, it was what's her name? She's here in Georgia, and I can't remember her name off the top. Judge Manning. Dealing with the soffit. It's a new video.
I watched some of this morning, but I was kind of all over the place. I watched a little Rackets. I watched a little Lincoln. I watched I'm kind of all over this morning. My morning routines has because normally I get up and MG is finishing his show. So, MG, you're ruining my mornings by not streaming late at night.
Yes, I will tell you, she had a soft set, and she gave him like room to talk, and then she just destroyed him like in no time. I was like, oh, that's so beautiful. and yeah, his take on it was really good. So if you haven't seen it, go check out MG Lost. It's just a 14-minute video. It's not gonna hurt your show at all. So definitely
No, yeah, and again, MG Law, another great creator, people should take a gander at. He usually streams late at night because he has something called work and kids.
understand that.
So if you're a night owl, there's something for you too there. Good morning, Danny G and Jackpot Springs. Good morning,
Morning.
Bielhammer, Carleen. And I'm way behind as I'm always.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, I said my kids are living in Jutland, so I can't be too racisms against them. Wesley Hoke, good morning.
Morning, Wes.
Sea Sauter. You tickled Shissy's thumb. Yeah, and please lick my thumb. There might be a little cream.
Cream filled, covered.
Yeah, you never know when I've been making cream pies.
Yeah, I mean,
my next baking live video might be cream pies.
ladies, some ladies like the cream pies.
Yeah, some vanilla filled cream pies.
Yeah,
I don't know why Jamie is giggling. It's a cake, Jamie.
Yeah.
You have such a nasty mind.
I
Good
do
morning,
not.
Soulless. Yeah.
You hear
Oh, hey Mo. Mo, another content creator. She's going. Oh, she just went live probably with her morning news show.
And Mo, I pointed some people over towards you for Thursday. You and Nick for your show for Odinism. Yeah, that ought to be that ought to be good. So I've sent some people over there to go check you guys out. Hopefully you guys get some subs. If you haven't subbed to Mo, just go tickle that thumb.
There's so many people you can follow online, and I'm just happy that I get to meet a lot of them. Alan Walls is here. Still gave me some of the best early advice I had on YouTube.
Did he now?
Yeah, because I was young and naive back then, and he told me just because they tell you they love you, it might not be forever.
Yep, very true.
Yeah, and now I'm sitting here with a sore bum and a broken heart. Mess. Yeah, I know it's kind of our Appalachian Mountains, Jutland. One person got that joke. Oh, it's Judge Manning.
Yes. I think Rabbit might have seen it also. Yeah. So.
Talking about another person people should try and do. You shouldn't try and do him, but especially if you're a woman. Salbert is also a smaller channel who is really getting into his groove. So many great people, so many that could take you away from me, but hopefully you'll still stick around here for some of my videos. But ladies, be warned.
Yeah, I don't like women.
That's the only downside about Sal.
I think they can change him though.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that ladies can change Sal.
They should try.
He just plays hard
least.
to get.
Yeah. Should definitely try.
He is just playing hard to get.
Yeah. Look at him. Don't sub to me. That's reverse psychology. Hey, Wolfram.
Give him a wrench, and now he's just having a hoot in here. Look at him. Look at him go.
Yeah. Tia Nia is here. Nina, I can't read. Oh, she was out partying last night. She went to the full 80s party show.
Oh my God.
Guns N' Roses and who was the other band?
Did it say Alice in Chains? Is that what it
Yeah,
said?
Alice in Chains and Guns N' Roses. That's
Oh,
I have
jeez.
headbanged to both of those bands.
Yeah,
That's
I worked with this band that opened for Alice in Chains. God, what was the name of that club in Orange County? It was right before they started getting really big. I wasn't impressed with them. I was like, meh, they're okay. Like every single song they had sounded like Man in the Box, or at least whenever they played it, it sounded like. Again, I was like, are they just playing the same song over and over again? I wasn't really impressed.
the band
But
that opened for them, you said?
yeah. Now I remember running into Axel in what was the Roxy? Was the Roxy was owned by a bass player, a partial owner by the bass player from Stray Cats, and
Mhm.
or is it Red Light District? It was Red Light, and what was it? Whiskey Rock or something like that was Axel's brother's band, and so he showed up with Sebastian from Skid Row. I didn't realize how tall that dude is. He is tall. Sebastian's really tall, and I guess Axel bumped some dude, and he got up in his face, and Sebastian just got up in his, and was like, "Oh, great! There's going to be a fight. Rock stars are just going to start throwing down right here in the middle of the club." But yeah, it was cool. It was chill. Axel's brother was okay. It was an okay show.
He turned strange in the late '90s
Yeah.
when he did what was the album, the one we waited for a million years. It was
Oh,
the most expensive,
like
and it was
two
shit.
disc or 4 disc album or something like that.
Yeah, it was such a bad album.
Yeah, I mean
But
they did do a couple of songs off of there that were okay. I mean, he did
yeah,
Live
but
and
it
Let
wasn't the hits
Die.
they had. And with
No,
the expectations for all the years we waited for it, it was they died right there, and that's Metallica established themselves, and then they made Saint Anger. I didn't like that one. That could have killed them, but they had been
I
established enough, so they were all
I
heavy at the
s-
time.
see. I was listening to Metallica on their way up, and I think it was after Cliff Burton.
Yeah.
It just sort of
Oh, I
teetered
think
right there. I mean, they
did
got
I
more
start
mainstream big. Oh, you just froze up. Oh, I hope everything's
Oh, he
okay.
did.
back?
Yeah, you're back now.
Back.
I just lost my internet just went bad, so I don't know what people have been saying. Hopefully, it's going back.
We can see you and hear
Yeah,
you.
but
Okay.
I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't see anyone, but it seems to be back. Oh, but just before court starts, let's run through the rest. Boomer is here.
So,
Mass, I said hi to him. Just to make sure everyone feels nice and welcome. Then we might do a little trial restream. 33 people is here. Maybe not all of them have been here for the full thing. Yeah, Volbeat, it's the same song over and over, but it's still great drinking music. Volstrom is here talking about Vol. I don't know what that means.
yes, Sebastian Bach from Skid Row. He's incredible talent. Yes, he is.
Yeah. Yeah, Chinese Democracy. Shitty album. I met the Danish Queen in Tivoli. She doesn't play heavy, but still.
I'd
I
been
just
really
thought I
cool to
would
meet
mention it.
Alice Cooper. I think he'd be an interesting bloke.
Yeah. He's he's kind of a there's a duality to him and what he does.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
he's my neighbor across the street looks just like him. We haven't actually like spoken, but the long black hair, he always is wearing leather pants, mowing his lawn, no shirt. It's kind of funny.
Sure, it's not Lincoln Kane out there.
Yeah.
I can
No,
see
He's
look at
Lincoln
doing-
that.
Kane doing
Look at
that.
He's cracking me up.
He's just total rock star.
He is. I don't
But
know.
should
The
we
carpet company.
should we give the people a nice recap of this trial?
Yes.
Jamie, can you do it?
Me? No, you have to show pictures too.
I'm not showing those
But
pictures.
I don't have that many.
Oh.
I kind of stopped halfway through, but we could do it. Do I have the what's this? Oh yeah, this is the timeline, and
Oh yeah,
this case is about Cara and Anne Marie. Cara and Anne Marie are married, so this was a very famous case because it's the first lesbian couple murder in Massachusetts back in 2010. And if you notice the blue lines, they point that both Cara and Anne Marie had a boyfriend. Mike, Cara's boyfriend, should be a platonic one, just a friend who is a boy. But Anne Marie had Mark. Mark has become famous because he was only allowed to kiss her on the corner of the mouth. So he's the corner kisser in this case. He gave her 3 credit cards, which she ran up 7K in debt on. Then there's Carla. I don't have a picture of Carla, but she gave her a MasterCard black card with an unknown amount of debt run up on that. Oh, and Anne Marie opened up a loan in her wife's name, defrauded her for $25,000. And we have to mention Mark also had a wife. They had previously been in a divorce proceeding, allegations about spousal abuse from both parts, but they move back together, and then all of a sudden, on this day in March, I believe it is, she is killed somewhere between 11 and 1 p.m. Oh, and now court is coming back, and
Hampshire County Superior Court.
none of us really feels like the state has provided evidence that she did it or why she should have done it.
Commonwealth versus Cara Rintala, 1180 CR 1.
Any questions, write them in chat, because now we have to go back and listen to the case.
Morning.
Good morning, Ron.
And I have to do this.
They've also destroyed their rigor argument.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah,
I
it's-
believe you have the second draft of the instructions.
Yeah, everything in this case relies on if
As
the
I
jury
told you
believes
yesterday,
that
the draft I
rigor
got,
sets in
to
at
you yesterday was a rough
6
draft.
6 to 8 hours,
there were
because they
many
believe she's murdered
typos,
between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
uh,
That
keys and
is
hymns
the
that I had
only
to convert
window
to
that makes the prosecution's
she's
case
and
work,
hers
because
and
she was
et
on her
cetera.
phone before
Um,
that. So she must have been unalive between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. And yesterday, the defense brought an expert saying, well,
Another
it could have been as late as 3.
from the
So,
Commonwealth. This
and those
morning.
are the facts in the case. It's the rigor
Um,
windows and who you believe about the rigor windows. The rest
I'd
of
like
it
to go
is
through
just pure circumstantial evidence.
quickly before
There's some blood at the crime
closing
scene where the dead
arguments.
person was. It's not unreasonable that there would be blood on a crime scene where a bleeding person was lying. There was no DNA. There was no any reason other than Anne Marie, the deceased, had been angry
So,
at Cara.
one of which has to do with the humane practice instruction.
I'm going to pull this up to embiggen the sound.
And I do tend to agree with the Commonwealth.
Your Honor, frankly, I have been working on our own edits to your second draft of your instructions, and so I haven't even looked at all of the Commonwealth's motion. But if you could just direct me to which page you're looking at, they have it identified by page.
It's page 15.
Page 15. Okay.
So I gave this, so that reads, well, it's the same instruction I gave at the time, but at the time, as you may recall, I was laboring under the
Haven't seen
erroneous
Mim C.
belief that random warnings had been given. And I think including that part of the instruction here
Oh,
is
stay safe,
confusing,
Alan.
and I attempted to address that confusion by
Yeah, Massachusetts.
instructing the
I have a
jury
bit
that
of an accent.
whether the statements
You should talk about
or
him wearing a
whether
mask.
the interview
And
was
that's what I was just telling you.
custodial or the
He
interrogation was
per the
custodial.
court's rules, if you've
and
been exposed to
therefore
it, they
those
want you
warnings
wearing one. We all
were
know
required,
all about that.
was
It's
not up
just
to
the court
them.
rules.
But
It's not that he's
I
doing
think
it
that
to
may even add
you
to
know,
the confusion.
make a point. He just
As I
that's the
indicated,
rules. He has to.
Based on
So,
your objection or your
Hey,
motion,
Fed.
I
Haven't
found
seen you in a
that
couple of
the
days. Hope you've been out filming. Another
interrogation was
content
not
creator you could
custodial.
follow is Fedorowski.
That
He does
Yes.
great
finding,
videos from
in fact,
the
became more
Norwegian
robust in my
countryside.
view, as I
And
heard
that's
more
to
evidence.
a Dane where
Um,
nothing is
And so therefore, those
higher than a hill,
warnings
and people
weren't
on
required and
Christiania
they weren't given.
don't look it
And
up.
I think that the
It's amazing
instruction,
to see that wild
as it
nature.
relates to those instructions, or those warnings rather, makes more sense, and really only makes sense when those warnings are given.
Hey,
So,
Jungle.
I'm inclined to remove that portion of the instruction. Just I'll
nice.
hear you on that if you wish to argue, but that's what I'm inclined to do, just so you're aware of that in terms of your closing arguments.
So very briefly,
Hey,
our
Evan Hack.
position would be that the fact
Nice
that
to have you
Miranda
back.
warnings were not given is relevant to the humane practice instruction, and specifically to the voluntariness of the statement. But I would actually agree with you that the way it was framed in your both first and second model, I'm looking at page 14 of your second draft. So the beginning of the second full paragraph.
He
you
takes
need
it down
not
when he
decide
talks to
whether-
people, so
My
it
view
doesn't make
is we
sense.
should actually strike that first sentence. You need not decide whether the defendant was in custody. I would start the sentence, you may consider whether the defendant was given these Miranda warnings, along with other factors described in determining whether the defendant made her statement voluntarily. So we think that Miranda warnings do bear the presence or absence of Miranda warnings, and in this case, the lack of it. So
Every time
we
I
would
see that
ask
door, I would want
that
to say,
you
"Shut the
include that
front
portion,
door."
but I understand your ruling.
Okay, thank you.
And we would note our objection.
Yes.
Yeah, she wasn't given her Miranda rights clearly.
Also, the Commonwealth has indicated it's not going to use the term alibi. And so my understanding from yesterday was that if
As far as I remember the testimony, the cop said we did it, but it wasn't. She claims she didn't, and they didn't read it to her in the interrogation room with cameras on, and they didn't do it again the next day. So we don't know if she's been Mirandized.
Mirandized, yes.
Yeah, Miranda.
Yeah.
Properly.
But they had an argument about it when the investigating officer, who was the one above the one they didn't have yesterday because he skipped the state. But she claimed that she was Mirandized, but it seems like it will be mentioned in the jury instructions. So, but I don't think she was charged at the station that day. So, but that was in we believe week 2, maybe day 5. They talked about it.
the Commonwealth isn't going to say it, I don't need to instruct on it. But I don't know if your position has changed since then.
Our position has changed. We think that an alibi instruction is helpful in any event, and so it's our position that
Oh, I'll go get some. That sounds like something I need.
The term, we would request that the court include the alibi instruction.
Go sports team.
Good job. I'm saying that Dell had anything to do with it.
She's yelling at the camera probably.
Turning your attention to page 35.
35 of your draft, right? Yes.
My draft.
Yeah.
So there's some language that I believe is optional concerning information disclosed
I think yeah, right. Sorry. If you could just direct me to the specific language you're talking about on page 35.
So when I say the language is optional, it's optional in the SJC's model of instruction. I left it in there, but I'm inclined to take it out.
This is such an amazing
So it's
thing about cases.
the languages, but there may be reasonable provocation where the person killed discloses information that would cause a reasonable person to lose her self-control, and learning of the matter disclosed did actually cause the defendant to do so.
Oh, it's 34. Sorry, I'm just. Yeah, I actually don't think that's particularly relevant on the facts of this case, so I would actually agree with you that that optional language should be removed.
He looks evil with the mask on, the way he
Yeah.
stares at them.
But I guess, Mike, I apologize.
Luna's not here. That's because she can't see his face.
The first sentence. So you're suggesting keeping the first sentence. Mere words, no matter how insulting, do not ordinarily by themselves constitute reasonable provocation. I guess my view is the entire paragraph should come out.
Well, I'm not going to take out the entire paragraph, but
Okay.
I'm going to remove that
Good morning, genitals.
optional language.
Always nice
Good.
to see you.
It's always
Yeah, I mean,
nice
still,
to say
right,
good
I-
morning
just
to you.
repeat, no objection. I understand. Our position is if you get either the whole paragraph comes out or the whole paragraph stays in. But I understand your ruling. Just no argument.
Jesus.
What was that?
My cat. She got under my chair and I rolled over her tail, apparently.
Hey, I found the judge's mask. Check Discord.
Okay.
Shizzy, goddamn
So I
it.
think that's all I need to address.
I'm not pulling that one up.
No, that's why I
Or
sent it to
closing
you.
arguments as to the Commonwealth's additional proposed revision.
I'll show Jamie.
Sell-
We had
Sal
a
would like
few,
that mask.
Very quickly.
He might.
Defense.
I'll send it to Jamie so she can
points
see
to
it.
raise. We're happy to raise them
That's funny.
after.
That's fine. So my plan is to bring in the jury. We'll do closing arguments, and then we'll take our morning break, and it may be a lengthier break so that we can deal with issues related to the charge.
That's
See if
fine.
she sees that. She's probably taking care of the
Just
cat
clarify
right
one
now.
point on the alibi issue. I'm not sure if Your Honor has decided one way or the other, or is still considering that, but if Your Honor knows at this point that you are inclined to give an alibi instruction, that may affect whether or not we use that word.
Sure. So
And our position would be, Your Honor, if you do decide out of an abundance of caution to give that instruction, we would strongly request the modifications that we propose to it. But we continue to believe that it doesn't really fit nicely with the facts of this case. Thank you.
okay. So I am inclined to give the instruction. I thought yesterday there was an understanding that if the Commonwealth didn't make that argument, that that there would be no need for the instruction. And it's okay. That position has changed. So I'm
Indigo,
gonna give the
because it's
instruction.
a nice
may
stream,
use
I want
that-
to talk about how you
that
probably wanted him
language, it doesn't
to use you
to
as a
me
mask.
make that much of a difference. I
That would be
understand
rude.
That
the
would
point
be
of it.
You
Do I
liked
need to
his face
decide
the
that
first-
right now?
First day.
No,
Hey,
But
that was
I do
body
plan
level
on giving
pleasing.
an alibi instruction.
thank you.
Anything else?
We're content to resolve our additional points afterwards.
So, sure. Is everything set up? Do you have
Maybe not as a
what you
mask,
need,
more like a seat.
counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
adjustable seat, hopefully. Stationary seats are no fun.
Well, I'm pretty sure Luna knows how to make them move about. New people in this chat must think it's kind of degenerate, but
You need one here?
Luna is
No, I'm all set, thank you.
you'll learn to know her, you'll learn to love her.
Of course.
And Jamie, check your DM in Discord. That's the judge's mask. I think I just broke her.
Oh,
Every time I see someone wearing a mask, that's what I think of every time.
now I'm going to. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Especially whenever you just all you see is that mask moving like this. I broke her.
That's an early break for her today.
What a way to start a morning. OMG. Okay. All right, MG, I'll show it to you.
Good morning.
It's not safe. for
So I
work.
have to ask you once again, if any one of you had any difficulty following the instructions that I gave you before we broke yesterday and that I've been giving you throughout the trial, which are to refrain from discussing this case with anyone, including each other, to refrain from any form of outside research or investigation, to avoid contact with any of the participants in this case, and to avoid all media accounts concerning this case. If anyone had any difficulty
I can't show
following any of
on
those
YouTube
instructions,
because
please
it will
raise your
get
hand.
me banned.
And I see no response.
Yes, let's just say Selbert
Members of
might
the jury, you are about to hear closing arguments by the attorneys. This is an important part of the trial because it is the final opportunity given to the lawyers to address you. It is an opportunity for the lawyers to summarize the evidence, to call your attention to certain parts of the evidence that they regard as important, and based on the evidence, to try to persuade you to reach a certain result. However, what you are about to hear is not evidence. Lawyers are not witnesses. All the evidence in this case has been presented through the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits, and you will have an opportunity to examine and consider that evidence during your deliberations. Our rules are designed to ensure that the parties receive a fair trial, and they therefore prohibit the attorneys from making certain types of arguments in an effort to persuade you to reach a certain result or to favor or discredit either party. For example, the attorneys are not permitted to refer to facts that are not in evidence in this case. If based on your memory and understanding of the evidence, a lawyer does this, you should disregard that comment. While the attorneys are allowed to comment generally on the credibility of witnesses, they are not permitted to express their personal belief in the credibility or lack of credibility of any witness who testified in this case. That determination is entirely for you to make.
Fast group. The consensus on the panel is not proven beyond reasonable doubt. This is the fourth time they have tried this case. So far, the only 100% true evidence that we have found is there was a dead body in the basement. Whatever other facts have we been presented with? That's 100% sure.
Dead
No.
body, bottom of the stairs.
Yeah.
That wife found the wife on the floor, and called the police. Made sure that their 2-year-old daughter was put into a safe place before she went in because she knows that the door was open. found this body at the bottom of the stairs. Noticed that she was not alive anymore, and of course had called the police whenever she had dropped off the daughter at the neighbors, just because something just didn't seem right. And of course, police arrive, and after questioning her, they arrest her. And that's pretty much the point of it. This has been going on since what? It's been going on 12 years. They've had
Thir-
four or
13.
two mistrials. One trial that she was convicted in was overturned by a judge. So this is the fourth trial on it.
Yeah. 2 hung
And
jury.
what was it with the fresh paint? The fresh paint was used in the third trial to establish time of death, as far as we know, because they haven't been allowed to talk about it. That's why rigor mortis is suddenly very important in this case, because just by grabbing someone's arm and doing this, you can determine they have been dead for 6 to 8 hours without ever seeing the body till 4 to 6 days later. They haven't presented anything even remotely pointing to Cara, other than they had previously had a bad relationship. The one who's dead is the one who had 2 different side partners who she ran up a lot of dead hoods at. There's nothing pointing to Cara doing it. There's no DNA evidence. There's no nothing. Even there were some phone calls that might have indicated she was trying to establish an alibi, but when you put it in context, it didn't add up. And they magically at a McDonald's found some rags she thrown out 28 hours earlier, lying totally fine on top of all the trash in a trash can at McDonald's, a normal one of those small ones you throw your things in, not a dumpster. 28 hours later, and they brought the entire back to the house, the crime scene, put it in the garage, and oh, we better dry out those racks so we can determine what's on them. One of them had some white stuff on it, and then they just said, oh, and it matches some other racks under the sink. There was a video filmed on a potato can with rain on it. We saw 3 different things, the 3 of us who watched it. We didn't see her go to any dumpster and throw things in it. It doesn't make sense, and that's why I say not beyond reasonable doubt, and that's the threshold. Agree?
Yeah, I mean that pretty much hits it right there, because they haven't. SLED is for South Carolina.
Awful. Yeah, the investigation was awful.
Yeah, even the circumstantial.
Yeah, they zeroed in on her and they never looked at anybody else.
Yeah, I think they rendered a few SLED officers to do it. Yeah, it's when my brain is running in 2 tempes, because now I've been talking Danish all day. I might slip a Danish word in here and there. So yeah.
Slip of the tongue. Be careful, because Luna likes those slips of the tongue.
Yeah, she likes it when I use all 28 letters of the Danish alphabet.
A lawyer expresses such a personal belief, you should disregard that comment. This case must be decided solely on the basis of the admissible evidence and the law that I give to you. Attorneys are not permitted to persuade you for or against either party by appealing to human passions or prejudices. If a lawyer makes such a comment, you should disregard the comment. If you become conscious of any passion or prejudice as you consider the evidence or engage in your deliberations, you must put these feelings aside and not permit them to influence you in your thinking. Attorney Scapiccio.
Thank you.
Oh, she's going first. That's odd.
They did that in another Massachusetts trial, the priest one, remember? That was weird.
Yeah, then they don't need to recross them.
I think the reason that she's going to go first is because she's probably also going to go last. Because if I'm not mistaken, well, I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I think
We watched the Freeze trial in Massachusetts, and the defense went first, which was weird. The same thing. We were all like, "Why are they going first? That's weird." So I don't know. Is it a Massachusetts thing?
maybe.
Yeah, but yeah, they don't normal. Shit, now I'm talking
Oh,
Danish.
she only gets one go. There's no rebuttal. Okay.
Yeah, but normally you have the state, then the defense, then the rebuttal. So
Right.
here's it's you get the rebuttal
All right, guys.
automatically built in.
We get
And
some rosemary this morning. I'm so excited.
Tia, remember that we Danes have 3 extra small, nice letters. So we are 28 in our alphabet. Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you in my opening, this entire case was based on a lie. It started with the 911 call. It started when the 911 call operator said, "This is a domestic." Now, there's no evidence it was a domestic. The Commonwealth didn't play the 911 call for you. You have to understand, it's their burden. They played the 2009 911 call that Cara Rintala makes, but they don't introduce this one on this case.
Right? Oh,
You can consider that when you're considering reasonable doubt, because it's the Commonwealth's burden here. And what about Roy Dupuy? We know from Detective Whitney that he didn't say anything about a domestic. But when you're considering this case, you should consider why you didn't hear from Roy Dupuy. Because that's reasonable doubt. Now, when you get beyond the fact that all of the first responders believed this was a domestic that's based on a lie, then what happens in this case? Then you have that lie perpetuated by Trooper McGarrion. Again,
Trooper.
Where is he?
Love it.
Commonwealth's burden to prove this case. He is the lead detective, and they don't call him. When you're thinking about whether or not the Commonwealth has proved this case beyond reasonable doubt, think about that. Because if you're sitting here wondering what Trooper McGarrion would have said, that's reasonable doubt. Now, what do we know, and a little bit that we know about Trooper McGarrion? That he makes a phone call when he gets to the house that night. And he says to Dr. Richmond, "I have someone that is stiff as a board and cold as ice. Could that have happened in 3 to 4 hours?" And that's their whole time of death that they talked about. And what we know about
Most
time of death
thing, stiff as a board just kills
is that
me.
it's not exact.
Stiff as a board.
That you could never prove something beyond reasonable doubt based on time of death alone. And then everybody talked about Riger, Rigger, however you say it. Let's say Riger, okay? You can't decide anything about time of death based on Riger alone. And what else do they have here? They have Trooper McGarrion setting the stage, perpetuating the lie when he calls to try to say, "Is this possible?" Now, why do you think he's doing that? Well, we already know. They think Cara Rintala is a suspect. Because they think it's a domestic. So when he makes that call to Dr. Richmond, and he says, "Hey, is this possible?" You remember Dr. Littman just testified yesterday. And she said if there were 2 additional facts that Trooper McGarrion knew, that he didn't tell Dr. Richmond, which was evidence of a struggle and evidence that the victim in this case, Anne Marie Rintala, had some adipose tissue. We later find out it's a BMI of
I should have
33.
read all of that.
Those 2 factors alone, according to Dr. Littman, would have moved that 6 to 8 to the left and made that time period earlier. Now, how early? Dr. Littman told you she can't say. But you can't rule out 3 to 4 hours before they found her. And you can't even rule out 2 to 3 hours before they found her. And Dr. Richmond agreed, evidence of a struggle increases the rate at which you develop Riger. Dr. Andrews agreed that a struggle increases the rate at which you develop Riger. Both of them agreed that a BMI of 33 increases the rate at which you develop Riger. But you know what they
It's
didn't
the
do?
defense, yes.
They didn't change their initial determination of the window
Bye, Tia. See
based
you
on the
later.
facts of this case.
Hi.
And the Commonwealth's going to want you to believe, and just so we all know, they get the last word here. They get to hear what I say and respond to me. I don't get to respond to them. So I have to anticipate what they're going to say and try to address it in my closing. But I believe the Commonwealth is going to say, our experts, Dr. Richmond and Dr. Andrews, were reliable because they didn't have any information. They just did what they were supposed to do. Well, here's the problem with that. Dr. Lippman told you that you always consider the fact that someone says they see the victim alive at a certain date and time. And in this case, none of them ever considered the fact that Cara Rintala saw Anne-Marie Rintala alive at 3 o'clock before she left. The only one who considered that was Dr. Lippman. And Dr. Lippman told you, unless there's evidence to the contrary, then of course you have to consider that. And was there evidence to the contrary here? No. No, there wasn't. And evidence to the contrary is, if she says she saw Anne-Marie Rintala alive at 3 o'clock,
We believe
and her
her.
phone says she's in Alaska. Evidence to the contrary, you would believe that. You discount it. No evidence here of that. If she says she saw Anne-Marie Rintala alive at 3 o'clock, but you have her on video entering a movie theater at 3 o'clock, evidence to the contrary, you wouldn't consider that. Not evidence here. They decided to exclude what Cara Rintala told them because, again, going back to the domestic, going back to the bias, going back to the fact that they believed from the very beginning, when they got that call, that Cara Rintala was the only suspect. And how do we know that? When we heard from the crime scene people who were collecting the evidence the next day, they told you, they filled out these reports, these forms. And who did they list as a suspect? Cara Rintala. Nobody else, just Cara Rintala. So we know day one, they're believing what they heard about the domestic. Day one, they're leaving out information for their doctor to make a proper assessment. Day one, they're adding hypotheticals that only tell half a story. And that's what the evidence showed. And when you talk about time of death, what we know for sure is Riger alone can't do it. And what we know for sure is that 6 to 8 is everybody in the whole world. It doesn't represent a bell curve of somebody who's been involved in violent struggle. It doesn't represent people who necessarily have a BMI of 33. When you consider those two factors, Dr. Lippman told you that now the 3 to 4 might be the top of the range. Not is, might be the top of the range. Now the 2 to 3 isn't an outlier. It's right within that bell curve. When you look at all the facts, that's what you come up with. And what did Dr. Andrews say? He said, well, I agree that violent struggle will increase the rate at Riger. I agree that a BMI of 33 would increase the rate of Riger. But the floor was so cold that I think they cancel each other out. It was a wash. Remember that testimony wash? Here's the problem with that, is that he said to you from that stand that the temperature that he assessed this on in the cellar was 72 degrees. 72 degrees. Now, most people put their heat on 68. But this is a March day in the spring, and it's 72 degrees. So what are we talking about? How cold could the cellar floor have been if the temperature of that room is 72 degrees? But that's what Dr. Andrews told you. And Dr. Andrews, remember, is the one who said the window that he started with was 10 to 1. And that's fine. Everybody starts with a place that they think is appropriate. But when you look at the evidence here, which he said, I'm relying on the phone records. The phone records were important to me. The phone records show she was alive at 10, she was alive at 11, she was alive at 12. So now doesn't your window move when you know that if you can't say a specific number, you can't say less than an hour, you can't say 30. He gave
Brandon, both sides has presented a possible time of death, but they can't determine time of death. As she's saying, no one took the temperature in the basement. No one talked about the violent struggle from the state side, and only the defense brought it up, which their experts said would have shifted the timeline from 12:30 to 1 o'clock till closer to 3 o'clock. And we know she left the house around 2:30. So, but again, everything is done by doing this to a dead body and establishing how much rigor was in that body. No one saw the body, any medical examiner, till 4 days after the fact, and no evidence have been presented about if it was a cold basement, a hot basement, anything. The only thing they have to go from is the last time she used her phone. It was 12:29, and she was found dead at 7:15. The EMTs, the police arrived. That's all we have. And then we have an expert that says when she was told she was stiff as a board and cold as ice, which are subjective, it puts the time of death between 6 to 8 hours before the body was found. The defense expert says you have to factor in that she was a stout woman and she had been struggling, which would move the time of death a couple of hours. That's all the evidence we have about the time of death. And there's really nothing else other than in a basement where someone was lying with holes in her head, there was blood. That's all the evidence so far.
even said, I would never say 39 minutes is appropriate. I would never say that. But when you look at his window and you realize
22 degrees.
He admitted 10 o'clock is out, 11 o'clock is out, 12 o'clock is out up to 12:20. So doesn't that
Exactly.
take your window
Battle
from
of the experts. Who do you
12:21
believe?
3 hours this way? But he
Well,
would
and we have
told
the
you.
defendant
He told you
on
what
video.
increases Ryder. He told you that the cold, the 72 degrees in the room, which is heat for some people, increased or decreased the rate of Ryder in this case. And he said it was a wash. One canceled out the other. But you still can't get beyond why he's not moving his window. Why he sat on that stand and fought about how appropriate it was to keep that window, to not consider all these things because they were a wash. Well, what if he's wrong? What if you look at the evidence and determine 72 degrees? That's pretty warm. How cold was it down there? How cold was the floor? You know how you could have found out? If someone did their job. If someone went down there and took the ambient temperature of the floor, took the ambient temperature of that room, but we know for sure 72 degrees. And I'm not saying a cellar floor, a cement cellar floor, isn't
Well, you
going to be
can't
colder
take
than
ambient
the
temperature of the
room. We all
floor.
believe that. But
Ambient
cold enough
temperature
to
is air
cancel out
temperature.
the violent struggle, cold enough to cancel out the BMI, Dr. Lippman said, no. Dr. Lippman said that although you can't say definitively a time of death, you can't make exact interpretations of a time of death, you've got to consider all the evidence. And she told you, in this case, when she was tasked with determining whether or not it was possible for Anne-Marie Rintala to have been killed after 3 o'clock, she said that it was. And she based that on things the Commonwealth refused to acknowledge and refused to consider. And that is the violent struggle and the BMI. And so the Commonwealth's going to talk to you about outliers and how you can't rely on outliers. According to Dr. Lippman, it wasn't an outlier. Once you consider those two things, then that mean of 6 to 8 hours moves. It's earlier than 6 to 8 hours. Could she say it was an hour? No. Could she say it was 2 hours? No. But could she say it's you can't rule it out. Yeah, you can't rule it out. You can't rule that out. And so now 6 to 8 is not the mean that we're talking about when you add in the evidence in this case. Dr. Lippman told us it was closer to 3 to 4. And when you consider 3 to 4 and even 2 to 3, which she said was rare, but it's not off the table, it's not an outlier anymore. But the experts that the Commonwealth presented refused to acknowledge, refused to change their position. Because in changing their position, they would have to say that she could have been killed after 3. And even in the face of evidence that they were wrong, they refused to change their position. Now, what do we know about what happens next? What happens next is the crime scene people come in and they start taking some of the evidence. And they go through the whole house and they take some evidence there. And they told us, when we entered it into the crime scene lab, we listed Cara Rintala as the only suspect. And what's Cara Rintala doing at that point? She's giving her a 2.5-hour statement to the police without a lawyer. What does she do when they come downstairs? She follows their instructions. She doesn't try to run away. She doesn't try to hide anything. She follows their instructions. They help get her out from underneath Anne-Marie Rintala, and they tell her, walk up the stairs like this. And they say she followed the instructions. And we know she followed the instructions. Because she goes from there to the kitchen table. And she sits at the kitchen table for hours. And what does she do when she's there? She gives them her phone. Here, look at my phone. Whatever you need. They ask for permission to search her home. She says, absolutely. And if you listen to that recorded statement, you'll hear Detective Whitney say, I thought you owned the house with Anne-Marie Rintala. That's why we were getting a search warrant. That's why we even had to wait for a search warrant. Detective Whitney was wrong. Cara Rintala owned that house, and she gave them permission that night. Search the house, whatever you need, any room you need. She didn't tell them any room was off base. That's what she told them. So she goes down and makes this 2.5-hour statement, and she answers every single question they put to her. Every question. And what do we know? How do we know that that interview was infected with the same bias as the 911 call and Detective McGarion's hypothetical? Because 6 minutes and 55 seconds into that interview, you hear Detective Whitney say, so I heard there was some history of domestic violence. She brings it up. It's not something Cara Rintala brings up. Detective Whitney brings it up. The perpetuation of the lie. And so what does Cara Rintala do? Does she try to hide the fact that her and Anne-Marie Rintala had issues? No. She goes into a lengthy, almost 45 minutes about all the history between her and her wife. She's not trying to hide anything. She's telling them exactly what's happening. She's answering their questions as they're asking them. And then they want to talk to Brianna. And granted, Brianna's almost 3 years old. She was turning 3 in May. But she doesn't say, let me go with you. She doesn't say, let me talk to her first. She says, go ahead. Go talk to Brianna. I don't have any problem. Go ahead. And then when they ask her, do you have any marks on your body? And she says, no, here. They ask her to pull up her shirt. She pulls up her shirt. They ask her to pull down her pants. She pulls down her pants. There's no bruises. And you see the reaction she has when she realizes there is still blood and paint on her legs. You see that reaction. And I suggest, ladies and gentlemen, that she's not trying to hide anything. Now, you heard Detective Whitney say, what is that mark on your neck? Remember that? The mark on the neck thing. And she says, it's a hickey. And Detective Whitney says, doesn't look like a hickey. So what do you do as a detective when you make that type of statement to a witness who's cooperating with you? If you really think there's an issue, don't you bring in crime scene services and say, hey, take a picture of that? Because we know that when the restraining orders were issued, that they took a picture of Cara Rintala's neck and they entered it into evidence.
Be ready with your.
Exhibit 39. That was the restraining order hearing. And that was the picture they took.
Oh, that's
When
just
they thought they saw something on Cara
a red
Rintala's neck,
mark
when
on
she
her neck.
said,
That's not
this
the
is what it
bad
was.
part.
So why in the world, when you're giving a 2.5 hour statement to the police, and a seasoned detective says she sees something, doesn't it get documented in any way? You know why? Because she thought it was so insignificant she didn't even put it in a report. She writes a report about the interview, and she never mentions what she says doesn't look like a hickey to her. How did she not document that? It was so important. If it was so odd, she described it to you. Are you wondering what it actually looked like? Because if you are, that's reasonable doubt. Because the Commonwealth has the burden in this case. Now, once you get beyond her statement, that she gives them access to her phone, she gives them access to search the house, she gives them access to Brianna. And then what happens? She goes home, she's looking for Brianna. And she gets back to the neighbor's house and Brianna's not there. And her family's not there. And she doesn't even know where she's going to go at this point. And Detective Whitney drives her to her friend Michael's house. That's what he does. And then they ask her to come back the next day and answer more questions. And does she say, no, I'm not coming back? She says, right, I'll be there. What time? The only issue I have is I have to be out of here by 2:30 or whatever the time it was she needed to be out of there. But she shows up again without a lawyer. She shows up again to answer additional questions. And the Commonwealth wants you to believe, oh, this
Always
is
show
what
up
she
with
said.
your
There was
lawyer.
a different route.
Yeah.
A different route about where
Even
she
if
went.
you're not guilty, show up with a lawyer.
Especially
I'm
if
asking
you're
ladies
not
and gentlemen,
guilty.
when you listen to the statement,
Anytime.
you'll realize that she answers the questions that were asked. She tells them where she went. She had just found her wife dead in the cellar. And she wanted to help. She wanted to
At
cooperate.
12 years.
And then when they come in the next day and they ask her questions, very specific questions. Which
That's the
route
big
did you take?
problem with
Did you
me
take a
too.
right or a
You
left?
know, there was
Was
the
that on this
pizza
street or
mark
that
on
street? They come up with this.
Cara's neck
This is supposed to be that Cara Rintala didn't tell the
and
whole
Marie's
story.
neck.
She answered every question she was asked. And on the second day, when she asked more pointed, specific questions about routes she took, absolutely. But it doesn't mean she was lying. It's not her job to tell the police what to ask. Now, when you get beyond
Hey,
that,
Toby.
when you get beyond the fact that she was cooperating, when you get beyond the fact that you cannot find beyond a reasonable doubt, in this case, based on time of death, you have the other issues that we have as far as the house is concerned. Now, the Commonwealth, and just so we're clear, Cara Rintala tells them everywhere she went that day. If she was trying to hide something in a dumpster at the McDonald's, why couldn't she have given them a different McDonald's? They never would have found that McDonald's if she didn't tell them about it. She told them exactly where she went. You know what happens? They go and pull video from all of those places, and lo and behold, they say she's there. She's not lying to them. Let's talk about that trash can that they think was so important in this case. Let's talk about the trash can. Now, what happens with the trash can, ladies and gentlemen, is they think there's something crazy about the fact that when you're driving your 2.5-year-old around, trying to get her to sleep, and she's not sleeping, that there's time lost somewhere. Anyone who's had a child knows. You put your child in the car, you drive them around, you hope they sleep. If they don't, you find other things to do. And that's what happened here. And so when she tells them about this McDonald's, not the other McDonald's that are all over the place, but this McDonald's, they want you to think that she's telling them about that because she never thinks they're going to find what's in the trash. and they go to the trash and they find these rags. And I suggest to you, ladies and
Well,
gentlemen,
thank you, Brandon.
that if she
I was
changed
told
her
this morning I
child,
wasn't hot.
and they made a big deal of, oh, look at the pull-ups and look at the training pants, and you know that she was wearing training. No kidding, no kidding. She's 2.5, almost 3 years old. But you know what they didn't show you, ladies and gentlemen? You know what they didn't bring into you? They brought in the rags. Let's talk about the rags. Let's look at the rags. Let's photograph the rags in this case. And they even showed you a photograph of this maroon rag.
Rosemary, get your photographs together.
Yeah, it's like watching Dave when he thought he had everything
I
in
know.
the right order.
They want you to believe there's something nefarious about it. And I suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, this is Exhibit 143, the maroon rag.
That's a cut-up T-shirt.
Now, when you look at that, you look at those white spots thinking, huh, what is that? If it was paint, don't you think they would have told you? Don't you think they would have had it tested? Don't you think they would have said something about it?
Yep.
They examined all this evidence. So don't look at this photo and think that it's paint, ladies and gentlemen.
She's doing
Because
good.
there's no evidence to that fact. And the fact that the Commonwealth put it in and didn't actually introduce the rag so you could see it yourself, their burden, not ours. Now,
Mhm.
in this case, when you get beyond the fact that Cara Rintala tells them about McDonald's, let's talk about the trash can at McDonald's. Because that's a
Yeah.
big part of the Commonwealth case. This is Exhibit 79.
Oh, come on. Bring it up 28 hours
This is
later.
where the rags they say came from. And they're going to suggest to you those rags are the same rags that came from underneath the sink at Cara Rintala's house. Even if you believe that, so what? So what? They're going to say, oh, she wasn't changing a diaper because Brianna wasn't wearing diapers. No kidding. No kidding. So my question to you is, what did the rest of the trash look like in there? Why didn't they take a picture of that? When the trooper told you he went and took this bag out of here, and he poked a hole in the bottom of it and brought it all back to the house, which, by the way, isn't standard practice, but okay. Why don't we have any pictures of the inside of the trash can? How do you know when you're sitting there right now, there isn't a pull-up in that trash can? How do you know, ladies and gentlemen? It's their burden to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, and you don't know. Because they never took a single photo of the inside of the cracked trash can. Believe us when we say it was only McDonald's bags. Are you kidding me? Why don't we have that photo? Because you're thinking, what's in that trash can? That's reasonable doubt. Now, when you get beyond the idea of the diaper, when you get beyond the fact that she tells them about McDonald's, when you get beyond the fact that the maroon rag,
I have a valid
let's talk a little
40%.
bit about the paint. Now, certainly Anne Marie's body is covered in white paint. And the inference the Commonwealth's going to want you to draw
Yes.
is that that was to cover up trace evidence. Why does Cara Rintala need to cover up trace evidence in her own house? Why would she need to cover up trace evidence? I would suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, she does not. She has no obligation to cover up trace evidence. Even if they found her prints all over that body, she's married to Anne Marie Rintala. She has no need to cover trace evidence at all. But you know who does? Mark Olesek.
Ooh. Oh, Mark.
Because if his trace evidence was found on Anne Marie Rintala's body, that would be a huge problem for the Commonwealth.
Yep.
Think about that. And did we hear from Mark Olesek? No. Could he have cleared up what was going on with him that day? Absolutely. Commonwealthsburg, they didn't put him on. Are you wondering what he would have said? Because that's reasonable doubt. And then they want to get into, oh, there must have been a cleanup somewhere. There absolutely must have been a cleanup somewhere. And the reason that we know that there was a cleanup somewhere was because of
Boom.
their
Mhm.
application of the chemical that turns purple. This is Exhibit 157.
Let's see if we understood
They
that
made a
one
big
right.
deal yesterday of saying, these are the before pictures, these are the after pictures. Look, someone must have cleaned up. if you look at the pictures, ladies and gentlemen, the purple on the pictures is exactly the route that everyone agrees Cara Rintala takes with her bloody socks.
Yep.
It's exactly the route from the cellar to the kitchen table and then down to the bathroom. That's where they're finding this nefarious purple. And they presented yesterday
Pause.
this idea that
Boss.
So, and that brings back to what somebody was saying. Oh, they totally left out this blood information in the kitchen. There's a reason why they did. The reason why they didn't go into it was because her doing a little pitter patter into the kitchen, sitting there, and then takes a little pitter patter down to the washroom, whatever you might call it, bathroom, to change clothes, to get out of those bloody clothes. And you notice there's nothing coming back out of that bathroom. It's
No,
only
and they
going
found
toward-
no bloody clothes anywhere else that could indicate. Well, she might have thrown it in the trash bin with the stuff they didn't test because it wasn't paint. And I just have to say, someone put the good bra on today.
Good
Yeah,
Lord.
I mean, you know, if do that again. What was that? You talking about
She has-
Rolf?
Yeah, Rolf has the good bra on today. There's some
Oh,
lift
it's
in that one.
Rolf.
You just now saw it, Jamie.
Yeah. Well, they keep changing people, and I didn't recognize her from the side. I
But-
needed her to peek her head over.
Always need a good bra. Exactly. Nefarious. Oh my God. She calls it rigor mortis.
It's all most like heinous. How did he say it? The idiot.
It's it was Heinous.
Yeah, heinous. Yeah.
Heinous.
Well, I'm glad she's bringing up like the rags again too. Because I wanted her to like hone in on that and be like, "Yeah, they showed you these rags." Because I was waiting for it too, but they didn't say, "Oh, there's blood evidence on it. Oh, there's paint on it."
No, they
Hey,
showed
there's
they
these rags.
showed it with the white marks on it, and I was thinking, well, one of the experts is gonna say we tested it and it was the paint, but they never went back to it.
No.
That's really smart of her to bring it up in the closing, and I really,
and-
really hope, because all the questions she's been raising is the ones we've been raising during
Exactly.
this entire trial. I hope the jury has the same mindset as we do.
I hope they're like, "Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Didn't say
I-
that. Yeah, that's
I mean,
right. Saying that."
yeah, show me a smoking gun on this. I mean, show me a smoking gun. Just circumstantial evidence. Yes, it can convict somebody.
Mhm.
But whenever everything that they have is circumstantial, you know, give me a positive timeline. If you now put it into this perspective, if for example, you know, they've got this timeline of rigor mortis, you put her in that 3-hour window,
Mhm.
that makes it much more believable to me. But whenever you're just like at the very edge of this, it's just like, yeah, I have a hard time buying that she was there and caused this.
Yeah, you
You
have
know.
a 31-minute window is what you have. You don't have a
Yeah.
2-hour window. You have a 31-minute window because they need her dead at 1.
Right.
And
it-
Brandon, who says I'm not looking for a shank? I might be in a stabbing mood today. Maybe someone peed on my sugar sandwich. It's a Danish saying that doesn't translate. Because back when I was a kid, you had white bread and then you put brown sugar on top of it. That's called a sugar sandwich. And if you had a bad day, someone had peed on your sugar sandwich.
Yeah.
We're strange people.
Well, that would make me mad.
We also say something similar in
Yeah.
the States, which is, you know, who peed in your cornflakes this morning.
Oh, I've always
Yeah.
heard Cheerios, but yeah, like cornflakes or Cheerios. Like,
Yeah.
Some type of
No
cereal.
hung jury, please. Anyone know if there's a limit to continual prosecution? I
As
don't
far
know.
as I know, I asked Dave, and he said no. In all reality, there isn't. And but the judge could strike it down and say, "We've been through it so many times. You haven't proved it. Directed verdict, man. Bye bye."
Yeah.
And let her go. And
I would hope that this judge, does something like that if it ends up being a hung jury. I mean, I'll give me like full on evidence that she did this, anything. And so far they've just not been able to do it for me. And
we might bring up, if people are new here or remember, I talked about her making a loan on 25K in Cara's name, defrauding her. During the divorce proceeding, she was asked, "Do you want to press charges?" And she said, "No, just let it go." So she's not the person who's. Why should she murder someone? We haven't heard anything about a motive either. The only thing is, Anne-Marie was pissy because Cara had a friend over drinking beer the night before. And as a person who have drunk a beer or two in my life, I didn't sleep with every girl at the beer drinking party. I might have tried to, but I wasn't allowed. But still, the only person we heard about being pissy is Anne-Marie. So why should she kill her? That the motive just doesn't add up.
Right. And and especially you're showing these other people that might have had a little bit of anger. It could be Mark's wife. I mean, that she finds out that there's this other woman. What's to say that Mark's wife doesn't decide to show up over there and cause a little havoc?
Havoc.
What's to say that doesn't happen? Or Mark, or just
Carla.
a random person breaking and entering, thinking that nobody's home because they saw somebody leave.
Yeah, and she had worked a night shift. And Chrissy, so far, I think the opinion of the panel is she's doing a great job raising reasonable doubt. Some people find her a bit too B-wordy, but I think she's hitting her marks really well. She's showing all the evidence that the state has used to imply evidence instead of showing evidence. She's tearing that apart, but we'll still have to wait for the state's closing because the defense goes first.
Yeah, and
So,
I would like to see what the state has, and what they can come up with, because they might make a very compelling argument.
yeah,
Don't know.
yeah. I hope you enjoyed your time in Denmark. I think you would fit right in here. A lot of people would love to take you to a bar and drink with you here.
Yep.
I always make new friends when I buy around.
Wonder why that is.
See,
Yeah.
she's grown on you, hasn't she?
Yeah, it does. And I mean, I joke because her voice would drive me nuts. I couldn't handle it. Like if I was on the jury, it would drive me nuts at first. But once you get used to her flow, you're just like, oh, she's much more tolerable. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. She's just from Boston.
She's so smart.
It's got that very harsh sound to it. But you also have to understand all these people are from Boston also, so they're are from this area, so they're used to someone that talks like she does, so it's not going to be as annoying.
And
Nimsy, thank you for showing up. Someone asked for you earlier because they knew that you wanted to hear this, so I really hope you got to hear it. But I think Rosemary is doing a great job. So, hey, Shenanogram, you can put me in the bedroom every time you want to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she will.
Oh, and it's blowing in England.
Ooh, no fun.
Boston. Yeah, but you don't want to get into an argument about who is going to pay for the cocktail.
English and Klingon.
I love oof. Like I'm in heaven when I hear it. It's fun.
Yeah, once you get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just sounds like she believes what she's selling. But let's get back and here so we can get to and the state is gonna be ifs and buts. It's gonna be the Alex Murdoch closing all over again, and the Zachariah Anderson.
Gonna irritate.
Look over here because you don't want to see this. Oh, everyone went quiet. I thought it was a good point.
I thought we were going to town. No,
Yeah, but I just thought I did a really good job about the jazz hands. But
yeah.
You can infer that she cleaned up from the fact that this picture this is exhibit 158. This is the before. Then all the purple was the after. Here's the problem with that, ladies and gentlemen. When they had Polar testify to what he saw, he was one of the first witnesses a long time ago. But what he said he saw, and there are exhibits to this effect,
is it getting
when Cara Rintala came upstairs, that he could see her footprints that were in blood and paint on the floor, and they introduced Exhibit 4. And if you look really close at Exhibit 4, right there at the top of the stairs, you can see something that looks reddish-brown and looks like a footprint. And so which is it, ladies and gentlemen? Did she create these footprints or not? Because yesterday, the Commonwealth tried to say, before and after, this is evidence of cleanup. But it goes beyond that. When you look at Exhibit 10, which is the walk to the kitchen table, you see in Exhibit 10, right here at the bottom, you see the red-brown stain. And that red-brown stain is consistent with where they put the purple. But here's the question. How does it go from this, with an obvious red-brown stain, to what they introduced yesterday? No red-brown stain at all. How does that happen? We know it's not Cara Rintala cleaning because she's at the police station. So how does this happen? Now, could it be as simple as they were sloppy and lots of people were walking to the crime scene and maybe the stains go away? Maybe. But how do you explain Polar saying,
this way up now? You kind of missed doctored evidence.
Yeah, she's really pointing it out there. I mean,
Maybe they just cropped the picture a little bit up, so we missed the blood on the floor.
It's crazy. This is crazy.
And so far, this way up, she has been doing a really good job of pointing to all the holes in the totally very, very good evidence that the state has provided that really, really shows nothing at all. So, yeah. Well, keep us below 625 so we can hear more Brandon's stories. Instead, go over to Shizzy Wisnuts and subscribe to him.
Yeah.
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 Sounds like
her
fun.
footprints were there?
You're right.
How do you explain the pictures, Exhibit 10, of the footprints, and then no footprints? If you're wondering how this came to be, how the no prints came to be, that's reasonable doubt. Now, when we're back to the paint of the statement, I just have a couple more things to say about that. When we're back to the paint of the statement, we know that Exhibit 146 is a picture of the paint can the next day. And there's still some pink in there. Exhibit 146. We know it's the next day because it has placards there. Number 8. What we also know, as the Commonwealth introduced yesterday, a photograph of Brianna's bed. This is Exhibit 151. A photograph of Brianna's bed. And I want you to believe, looks like it was made. Looks like it might have not been selected. Trying again to discredit Cara Rintala. But you remember that Detective Whitney, before she drove Cara Rintala to Michael's house, Cara asked her to go in and grab some of Brianna's things. And as you sit here today, could she have grabbed a little blanket, security blanket that maybe Brianna had? Absolutely. But they don't talk about that. They introduce the bed that was made, and they want you to conclude that somehow Cara Rintala was lying. And I suggest to you that's simply not true. And then we have the phone records. We have charts of the phone records. We have exhibits of the phone records. And the phone records, according to the Commonwealth, and what their experts relied on, is there was this pattern of calling in the morning. This pattern of 38 calls. 38 calls. That's a huge deal. And that's a pattern. First of all, we have one day. I don't know if one day is a pattern. Do you?
Exactly.
But beyond that, what we knew from yesterday's testimony is that Cara Rintala worked on March 29th of 2010. She answered the phone and she was called in. And when she answered the phone and she was called in, she was on the hook for 3 hours. So now we know Anne Marie Rintala really can't go to sleep for that 3-hour period, because Cara Rintala is still on the hook. She might get called back. And we know that that phone call came in and she agreed to work at 9:48. That's what the phone records show. 9:48, 10:48, 11:48, 12:48. And it's right around that time that the phone stops, that Anne Marie Rintala stops making phone calls. Think she could have been exhausted at that point because she didn't get to go to bed? Think she could have been sleeping? Almost says, nope, not sleeping, must have been dead. She had worked the night before. She was working the following night. The fact that she doesn't answer her phone doesn't make her dead. It makes her tired. Her phone is in the bed. Doesn't mean she was dead, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we know from the exhibit that we introduced yesterday, the overtime ambulance account. And we know that Cara Rintala showed up she was called at 9:48, and that she was done by 10:25. We know that. And so, is it really a pattern at all? When you get called in, and now you have to be available to watch your child? Is that really a pattern of Anne Marie Rintala's calls? How do we know? We only have one day. But we know 3 hours she was on the hook. And then the Commonwealth's going to say, what about these calls in the evening and all throughout the day from her work that she didn't answer? Well, we learned yesterday, you don't pick up the phone unless you have 3 hours available. And if you're with your 2.5-year-old, almost 3-year-old, you can't pick up the phone because you don't have the 3 hours available. And if you don't pick up the phone, there's nothing that happens to you. But if you do and you refuse, it's a problem. So did Cara Rintala not pick up work calls when she was with Brianna? Absolutely. But the inference the Commonwealth wants you to draw is because she was killing her wife? Not even close. Not even close.
Yep.
Now we get to the people that the Commonwealth knew about and they didn't investigate. First one is Collie Vanelli, former girlfriend, $10,000 in debt. Says she was at the gym for 4 hours, but her ATM says she withdrew money somewhere else. We don't know if that's true or not true. We only know the police had that information and they didn't investigate it. That's what we know. And then we know the Commonwealth didn't call Paula Danielli in here for you to hear where she was that day. Their burden, they didn't call her. You can consider that when you consider reasonable doubt. But more than that, they ignore Mark Olasak. What do we know about Mark Olasak? He's in love with Anne Marie Rintala. That's clear. Then he gives a statement where he
Each and every
says
one of them.
he gives her kisses on the side of the mouth. It's a weird thing to say. That's what
It's
he
funny
says.
that she would say kisses
they
on the
hug
side
each
of the
other.
mouth when you showed that.
That they go to the movies together. They go to dinner together. That they hid their relationships from their spouses together. But the thing about Mark Olasak that should have raised these red flags for the Commonwealth if they weren't having blinders on investigating this case, if they weren't influenced by that initial lie of domestic, how does it not raise a red flag when someone like Mark Olasak, within days of the crime, comes in to talk to you and lies? Says, where was I that day? Oh, went to physical therapy and then I was home the rest of the day. That's where I was home the rest of the day. That's a lie. Bold-faced lie. We know it's a lie because we have his debits from that day and we have his phone. And we know it's a lie. So I guess where I am at that is, don't you as a detective, as a homicide detective, call him back in and say, hey, why'd you lie to us? Why'd you tell us you were home all day when you weren't? They don't do that in this case. Nobody even asks him why he lies. In fact, Detective Whitney said he was cooperative. And here's her version of cooperative. He comes in, he tells them a lie that he was home all day after physical therapy, and then he shows them screenshots of his phone. He shows them the communications that he has with Anne Marie Rintala that day. But you know, this is Exhibit 69. You know what's not there, ladies and gentlemen, on the last page? You know what he deleted when he was trying to show them that he didn't need to be a suspect? He deleted the 153 text. So his texts go from 11:46 to 8:15 that night. Why is he putting that in front of the police days after Anne Marie Rintala is killed? Why is he lying to them for a second time now? Showing them these screenshots where he's deleted his contact with Anne Marie Rintala. And why doesn't anyone ask him about it? How did the police not ask him about it? But not a single police officer said, hey, okay, it's bad enough you came in and lied and said you're in the house all day, we know you're not. But why'd you show us this? These screenshots where you deleted the information that you texted Anne Marie Rintala at 1:52 or 1:53. And here's the question, ladies and gentlemen, that nobody in this investigation asked. How did he know that 1:53 was important? How did he know that he was the last person to text Cara Rintala that day? How did he know? And why doesn't he, if he just wants to get rid of all of his texts that day, why does he get rid of the 8:15? The 8:15 that says, call me on your way home. How did the police not ask him? Why did you delete that text? How did the police not ask him, why didn't you delete the 8:15 text? How did they not consider him a suspect? How does that even happen? And then you get into the text that you do see. So the way they find out Olasak is lying isn't because Olasak tells them he's lying. They look at Anne Marie Rintala's phone and they see she has this text that goes unanswered. And they track down the number and they know it's Olasak. And so what do? Do they subpoena the records from the phone company of Mark Olasak's phone? Nope. Do they go and talk to Mark Olasak and ask him why he deleted that? Nope. What do? They say, hey, could you do us a favor? Could you send us, when you get around to it, not right now, we're not in a rush, but when you get around to it, can you send us your phone records? And then can you send us your bank records for that day? Yeah, I can do that. Months pass between their request And when Mark Olasak ultimately sends those records, and nobody cares because they already have Cara Rintala as their sole suspect. They already have their investigation with blinders on. They don't think they need to look anywhere else. But what else do we know about Mark Olasak other than there's no explanation for deleting that text and nobody ever asks him? What else do we know? Is the texts that Anne-Marie Rintala are sending him suggest that he says the word, I love you. Love you. Texting that back and forth. As a detective, if you want to ask him about that, what does that mean? Why are you guys saying you love each other? Like, what's happening? And then you find out they go on this trip to Connecticut a few days before she's killed. And you find out that she convinces Mark Olasak to give her $350 for a dog that she never buys. And then on the day of her death, she asks for an additional $20 for a crate for a dog she doesn't have. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we know Mark Olasak lied. We knew he wanted a relationship with Anne-Marie Rintala. We knew he was waiting for his Easter kiss on the lips, and a big one, that motivated him to maybe want to go stand in line for the iPad with Anne-Marie Rintala.
Oh, gosh.
Well,
The
I don't know
thing
the
that
statute of limitations in Massachusetts.
is most concerning.
On
The
murder,
police never followed up on.
Probably
there's no
murder.
This
statute
idea
of
that he said-
limitations.
I'm a great friend until I find out you lied to me.
I don't think in any state. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's no statute of limitations on murder.
Now, do any of the police officers say, what do you mean by that? What does that mean? Who lied to you?
Some good
Wouldn't
evidence.
that be the natural question you would ask? They don't ask that question. Nobody says anything. And then we have, after you get over the deleted text, after you get over the several
No
lies
statute of
details,
limitation.
we have his next story about Bob's Discount Furniture. I remember now that you caught me in my lies. I remember now that I went to Bob's Furniture with my wife and my daughter
Please
that day.
behave.
That's where I was. I was at Bob's Furniture. I don't know if you were there or not. Doesn't matter. What matters is nobody went to go get the video at Bob's Furniture. They want you to believe that he was there, but his own wife said the day that her daughter usually comes to the house is a Wednesday, not a Monday.
Yes, Purple Grid, it will be because they never looked for it. And that's the big problem. They do in most cases we watch, they find their suspect and then they prove this suspect is guilty. They don't look if evidence point them in any other direction. They just sit down, point at the person they most like as a suspect, and they put on the blinders and go for that one.
Yeah, they'll generally build their case around that suspect instead of doing, and it's just lazy police work.
Mhm.
You know, they're not open to seeing anything beyond what they're trying to prove. And if it doesn't prove their case, they'll generally toss that information out because it just, you know, it's cops are pretty common for doing this. Think about your tip lines. They may, you call, somebody says, hey, we're looking for, this guy, and they describe Broken Baker. So they got this description of a person, and what'll happen is they'll get a whole bunch of tips coming in. Yeah, I saw him, but he looks like he's like 7'2", and he's clean shaven and bald, and so they tend to just toss that information out because they can't go chasing every single lead. So
Can they go chasing waterfalls?
They can go chasing waterfalls.
They can.
But that's what cops generally will do, and especially if they're in a murder case, they're not going to take every single bit of information that they have because then it just overwhelms them. They have to focus on one particular thing. It's lazy.
Mhm.
It happens.
Yeah, and as Old Line said, they won't go after another one now because then they would have to admit that they wasted 13 years of taxpayer dollars.
And they don't have the evidence. I mean, the only thing, I mean, they don't have the evidence against Cara, but they definitely aren't going to get the evidence against these other people by now.
No.
Because they never, ever looked. So it's a wash.
Yeah, but again, she's doing a really good job at poking holes, and all she has to do is, because she doesn't have to convict Mark, she just have to raise reasonable doubt, and that's all they need to get beyond. And again, watching this for 10 days and now hearing the closing, I'm even more convinced now than I was yesterday that she didn't do it. The state really has to put on a show.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, it's because I think, oh, that's a good joke, and then I get to the ending of it and think, oh my God, did I just put it on screen again? I love you, Brendan, but you get a few by me.
Sometimes it gets a little spicy.
Yeah, but still, C-Swift, behave. Don't be nasty to Brendan. He's a good guy.
Yes.
This crime took place on a Monday. How do they not follow up with that question, ladies and gentlemen? How do they not ask that? Now, the next thing that we know is when they finally get his bank records, which I think sometime around
2 years later.
July of 2011, and they don't get around to actually checking them out until 2012, because why do they need to? They already charged Cara Rintala. But when they get the bank records, they have this entry of Mark Olasak going to Walmart at 4:30 on the day that Anne-Marie Rintala is killed to buy a $7 pair of pants. And you have the receipt. And the thing about that, ladies and gentlemen, is according to what Detective Whitney said, his wife and his daughter don't ever remember being at Walmart. Don't remember him being at Walmart. But we know he was there. It's on his debit card. We know he bought a $7 pair of pants. Why aren't they asking those questions? Why did you need to go and buy a new pair of pants on the day that Anne-Marie Rintala was killed? What was so urgent that you needed to go to Walmart in the middle of the day at 4:30 in the afternoon and buy those pants? And then why don't you,
Pants or prison,
homicide detectives, go get the video from Walmart? What does he look like when he's in there? Does he have paint all over him? You're wondering if he did, that's reasonable doubt. Well, let's get back to what I believe the Commonwealth will say. Mark Olasak would never have been able to do this because he wouldn't have had time to clean up. We already know. I'm not even sure there was a cleanup. I think there was a sloppy investigation. You heard how all of the officers were walking in and out, no booties on, no gloves on, using the same door a million times. They can't even get any prints off the door because so many people have used it. They're walking through the house without any protection. But ladies and gentlemen, what you need to understand about what the police ignored in Mark Olasak is that they say
I don't think Walmart could.
there's something
But
nefarious about
his
the
debit
fact
card
that Cara
had
Rintala
charge on.
isn't making any calls. I think they say
Pause.
between the hours.
they addressed this much earlier on, because it was so far past, because he did not hand over all the information. That he didn't hand over the information. That tape has already been recorded over. There was no way of pulling up that information, and that's just how it went. If they would have known that his alibi wasn't correct, they could have gone back and probably pulled up the tape to verify that he was actually there and seen him in whatever state that he was in. So
Yeah.
but because the time span between getting that information to them and them pursuing that information, they would have never known that he was at that Walmart until, what was it, 6 months later? By then it's already recorded over.
Yeah, no, the year after, June or July 11, and they didn't look until 12. And they didn't have, I don't believe they had the receipt in the system from Walmart, but he had the charge on his debit card. That's why they know he went there at what time.
That's right.
And then all it takes is like you see him and he has paint on his pants or something, and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
just take a peek. It could be nothing. It takes you it takes you one day maybe to take care of all of that.
Yeah, but still, you can't do it 2 years later. And
No.
the problem with all of this surveillance evidence, they always try to find, most places run the surveillance on the same hard drive, and they maybe have
Right.
it for a week. If you're a bar, they might erase it after the weekend to use it again. So it's maybe 2 days.
And this is also before people were really using cloud storage, because cloud storage would have cost a lot of money to do. It would have been a localized server. Now, this is 12 years ago. I mean, there was cloud storage, but it's expensive at that point. I mean,
yeah,
even for Walmart, and they're cheap. So
yeah, Brandon, this is 2010. This actually happened, so it was a while back.
Oh, you can do a retrace doing the number. So but again, this is, remember, it's the 4th trial. The last time they tried her was in 2016, and then it was overturned in the Supreme Court. So this trial has been going on for 13 years. So and they were using Blackberries. So internet searches and stuff like that, you didn't use your phone for that back then.
Oh no, texting wasn't that it wasn't like super hot like it is now,
Well, texting was expensive because you would pay per text. Like you could get like a plan for texting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I totally agree, because if they look out for anything other than their bottom line, you have to pay for it. If you want 24-hour surveillance saved for 30 years, they just make the milk cost 10 times as much. Then they will do everything you want, but no one wants to pay 10 times as much for milk. So they cut all the corners they can. They have the shittiest cameras. They have the worst storage for it. And when I do layman duty and we have these cameras especially from nightclubs, some of them I could paint better than what you can see on those cameras. We saw it with the McDonald's potato cam. As soon as it started raining, you couldn't see anything on that camera.
And to be honest with you, I couldn't even tell if that was her car or even a person standing out there, and they're trying to say, yep, that's her. Look at her. She's throwing stuff away in the trash can. You couldn't see anything. Literally.
No.
And Brandon, that's absolutely right. It must be hell if you're on trial for that long.
Especially when the first 2 times was a hung jury and then they keep going. I mean, it's crazy.
I don't know how long she's been in, but she has been on bail since 2016. So she's been living with her daughter and her parents since 2016. So she hasn't been in prison since the last trial. But again, when you flop 3 trials and you still have to come back, that must be such a mental strain on a person. Yeah. And when you don't even get any monetary reward for being tried 4 times and they lose every time, it's so wrong. This woman lost everything, and only because the state wouldn't look any other way or prove that she could have done it, but they just can't prove it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Everything. I love when people say, well, we should have free this and this. Yeah, you're just going to pay over their taxes. Either you pay at the cash register or you pay at the taxes.
Yep.
So yeah. Yeah, that's the problem, because they can run a trial for 10,000 years. They don't care, because they're just gonna make Brandon pay for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't cost any of the people at the prosecution anything to do this, and that's and even though they failed so many times, no one is getting fired.
Nope.
And that's a big problem with all these government positions, and it's not even just in one country, it's every country. You can always fail upwards.
Hours of three and 5, 6, doesn't make any calls. And that's concerning to them. You know who else doesn't make any calls? If you look at Exhibit 67, Mark Olasak. Mark Olasak doesn't make any calls from 11 a.m. on October 29th, 2010 until 9 p.m. that night. Is there a single police officer who asked him, why weren't you using your phone that day? And then in terms of text messages, there was a text message at 1:53 that he deleted. There's not another outgoing text in this exhibit, his own phone records, until 8:15 that night, the one he doesn't delete, to Ann saying, call me when you get home. How do they not ask that? When they get these records in November, even though they've already charged Cara Rintala, how do they not go back and go, wait a minute, you weren't on your phone. You weren't texting. What's up with that? Nope, they don't do that. Now, Inspector Comble's going to say that he would never have had the time to clean up. But you know what else they don't ask him about? When Cara Rintala leaves to go to work that morning, and she gets the call at 9:48.
Jamie.
At 9:50, on March 29, 2010, there's a 5-minute call from Anne Marie Rintala to Mark Olasak.
I'm gonna miss him.
Now, what she's saying, we don't know.
You're
Could she have told him to come over at 3 o'clock because she's going to send Cara out with Brianna? We don't know.
What? Oh, yeah,
Right,
sorry.
right.
Yeah.
Lost your
Thank you.
overlay.
And you know why we don't know? Because nobody ever asked. When you find that 5-minute call right after Cara Rintala leaves for work, don't you go back to Mark Olasak and say, hey, what's this 5-minute call about? What were you guys talking about then? Because if you have a doubt in your mind about what they were talking about, that's reasonable doubt. As we sit here today, we don't know what that conversation was. We know that they were getting very, very good at deceiving their spouses. We know that they had spent that entire day in Connecticut, and they both lied to their spouses about that.
Mm.
And then, the text that he deletes at 1:53, that's the cancer text. I'm so sad my sister has cancer. You know what's odd about that? Not a single call to anybody in his family. He just found out, according to his text, that his sister had cancer.
Cancer.
You don't make a phone call? You don't go, hey, how you doing? You don't send a text? Hey, I can't believe this happened. What are we going to do? How are we going to support her? Nothing. And when the police find that out, what do? Absolutely nothing. But still, Detective Whitney sat on that stand and said, Mark Olasak was cooperative. Because they had the blinders on. They believed they already had their person. They didn't follow the evidence here. They didn't investigate this case the way it should have been investigated. They didn't follow any of the leads. They believed the dispatcher who said it was a domestic. They conducted their entire case based on that lie. And even in the face of this evidence, that Mark Olasak, in love with Anne Marie Rintala, sleeping in her sleeping bag, months after she had passed away, And when they ask him about that, at that point, when they ask him about the sleeping bag, do you think that's a good time to ask him about the 5-minute call? Think that's a good time to ask him why he deleted the text? Think that's a good time to ask him why he lied to them? Would have been the perfect opportunity, but they didn't ask. And they didn't ask, ladies and gentlemen, because they had already decided. And so you didn't ever hear them go and search Mark Olasak's house. You never heard anything about them searching his car. And we heard, let's not forget, the day of testimony about following the car and following the car. And here we are. Look at what might be in the back of the car at that point. What difference does it make? Because the Commonwealth didn't ask their expert or their witness about the swabbing of the car, but I did. And when they swabbed the entire back of Cara Rintala's car, they found no evidence of paint, no evidence of blood, none, not a speck. So why did we watch the car for 2 hours? I don't know. They want you to believe something happened there. It doesn't matter what happened because there's no evidence of blood and there's no evidence of any paint. And as we sit here right now, we don't know what Mark Olasak's car looked like that day because nobody bothered to look. Now, when you get beyond the lies that Mark Olasak told, when you get beyond the fact that nobody asks him why he buys the pants at 4:30 in the afternoon, you're left with his statement, I'm a good friend until you lie to me. Now, could Mark Olasak have come by that house that day and realized there was no dog? I don't know. They didn't call Mark Olasak. Could he have realized he was duped again by Anne-Marie Rintala? Sure. Would that have been a motive to kill her? Absolutely. Mark Olasak had sacrificed his life for her. He went against his wife's recommendation and urging not to see her, and he couldn't resist. Then let's think for a second about the earrings that are found. Now we know that Anne-Marie Rintala loved expensive things. And we know Cara wasn't buying her anything expensive. So who bought the earrings? And how did the earrings get out of her ears that night? Because if you're wondering if Mark Olasak bought those earrings and demanded them back that day, and that's how they end up, one of them embedded in Anne-Marie Rintala's back and one in the front porch or the side door, that's reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I don't know if that happened. There's no evidence it happened. I'm just saying, why aren't they asking? Why doesn't anyone ask, hey, Mr. Olasak, did you buy her these earrings that happened to be at the crime scene? They ignored it, just like they ignored the bio glove when they didn't look into Carla Daniele. She went to Annie. Nobody even asks. And so when you look at this investigation, it was decided from the day that the 911 call came in and said it was a domestic. That was the blinders that McGarrian had on the entire time. And we'll never know what McGarrian would have said, could have said, would have done, because they never called him.
Oh.
And it's their burden. And you can consider that when you're considering whether...
That's right. Never called him.
Yeah.
Why should they? They had the suspect. So
Fast Group asks, who's the smart guy? Did I miss you talking about that?
Okay, Mark Olasak. He is the corner kisser. We've got pictures of this. That was part of a text message between her and him. So corner kisser there. And of course that's the deceased there that's got the eyes wide open. So he's also a Coca-Cola saxophone player. And sometimes you just blow bubbles.
Yeah.
But so Mark was texting prior to the deceased being deceased. And Yeah, he's a simp for the deceased. And what happened is they never looked into him for any of this. He has a wife. If I'm not mistaken, he had a kid too, or has a kid.
He has a daughter.
And
Daughter.
so he was wanting full on, lip to lip, no corner kisses. He wanted to get a full on kiss from her. I'm sure he wanted a little bit more, but according to the text, he just wanted a full on kiss, and he was madly in love with her, although he had a wife and kid. And of course, she's married to a woman.
Mhm.
And it seems more like she was just playing him to get his money,
3
because
credit cards.
she was going bankrupt. No, that's a different one, because that was a different lady that
No,
gave
No,
a
Mark
black.
has
This is the three credit card. The other one is the black card.
Yeah, the black card was her other girlfriend. So she had multiple things going on. Pokers in the fire, I guess, is how you could put it.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Well,
So
in her case, maybe not so much poker.
a tongue in the coffee cup. I don't know.
Maybe a few scissors on the stove or something. I don't know
Yeah,
how it works.
coffee cup, little coffee cup.
Stop it.
Yeah. So, but this Mark dude, he was totally cooperative, even though he didn't give them the evidence they wanted till a year later or 2 years later for some of it, and they never really looked into him because they had a suspect, and that's why they really want to bring him up. And I really liked they didn't bring him in to testify, because now they can just say everything they want about him without having his words for what he was doing, why he was buying pants. Now everything is circumstantial again.
Mhm.
And I totally agree, Brandon. American lawyers have one big problem: no time management. All of this could have been done in half an hour.
Yep.
And if you make your opening statement and your closing statement between 15 minutes to 30 minutes, you'll have the jury all the way. I'm already sitting here and thinking about, I need to look at this, and what paint should I paint my new baking studio and stuff like that. I have half an ear on her speech, because it's interesting what she's saying, but again, she's come beyond the point where you really care about what she's saying. She should
Yeah.
really try to wrap it up now.
Well, it was a lot like with
And it
what's
looks
his
like she
face?
wraps it up in 2 minutes.
It looks
So-
it looks like it looks a lot like what was Shabusiness, the state for Shabusiness. He just kept repeating himself because I
Yeah.
guess he needed the airtime. He could have finished everything he had to say in 15 minutes.
And there's this thing too. We don't know how much she owes Carla. She gave her a MasterCard black card, which
Yes.
I've been told is 100K limit. Is it
No.
no limit?
No, there's no limit. You have to have at least spend, I think it's 100K on your regular credit card, like your American Express or MasterCard or whatever it is. You have to spend at least 100K, and your worth has to be well into the millions, and it's only by invite that you're going to get a black card. You'll
So,
see
when we become YouTube millionaires, we're gonna have one of those.
yeah,
Yeah.
you hit, like, a common person to get something like a black card would be someone that owns their own oil fields, or restaurant chains, like
Celebrity.
someone like Trump or the Sheik of Arabia or whatever. Those are the people that black cards are given an offer to, because we know what you're worth, and
Yeah,
this is
unlimited
just,
credit.
you've got unlimited credit, because you don't need to be trying to figure out a car payment on a brand new Bugatti whenever you've got more than enough money to buy Bugatti, like the whole
Yeah.
manufacturer.
I don't like Bugattis. I don't think the
I'm just throwing it out there for an example.
Yeah, but I think they're trying to go with that old school look, and I don't think they make it work. Mark, we don't know, but probably a midlife crisis, because he has a grown-up daughter.
Mhm.
Boom, boom, boom. Anything we should just catch up on while we are stuck? Boom, 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 boom. No, we don't know anything, and that's again. But two people is enough to raise reasonable doubt, and I think she has done it, and I can see she's going to be done in a little while. But she should have been done long before. Yeah, I also accidentally find dead people all over the place.
I see dead people.
Yeah.
I see dead people.
Let's go again. Totally agree. We know people. That's why a normal. I don't know if it's the same in the U.S. In Denmark, lessons in a class is 45 minutes because it takes a little while to get started, and you end a little early, so you don't have. You have like 40 minutes of time you have to listen. You can't
Sort of like
concentrate.
sex. Takes you a little while to get started, and you usually finish early.
Well, it doesn't take me time to get started.
But it takes time to get her started.
Yeah, but that's not my problem because I'm going to finish early anyway.
Oh my God, you guys. This is our problem with you.
Oh,
that
that's not good.
sucks.
Yeah,
I hate to hear that.
especially if you didn't. Oh.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't want to know what happened when you get roofied. I was roofied once too. It's not a fun experience.
I had one of my friends roofie himself.
Yeah, that's just stupid.
Well, of course. I thought it was hilarious. He was like, "I'm going to
Like
try
an
this and see what
accident
this does to me." And
Okay.
and then somebody comes and taps me on the shoulder and say, "Hey," and I'm like, "What? Your buddy is passed out in the bathroom on the floor with his pants around his ankle."
And a saw bomb and a $50 note in his hand.
Oh, that was so bad.
Yeah, let's get back to the murder case instead of sexual innuendos.
They prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Because if you're wondering what he said, that's reasonable doubt. But ladies and gentlemen, when you take the blinders off, when you look at the information regarding time of death,
Be
without
safe, Alan.
blinders,
Don't go out
when you look at the Olasac information, without blinders, when you look at the lie after lie after lie that they don't investigate, without blinders, you'll come to one conclusion. And that's that Commonwealth has failed to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Because Cara Rintala didn't kill her wife. And I'll ask you, when you deliberate, to find her not guilty. Thank you.
That was a pretty good statement, but too long.
I mean, I think she did good.
Yeah, too long, but she hit all the high notes.
Mm-hmm.
So no break. Nice.
Oh, they had a long break, but we don't
did
need
they?
it because we've been talking.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy. Jesus.
Anne-Marie Rintala's murder was not a random act of violence.
How do
It
you
did
know
not
that?
occur out of the blue. She was not strangled to death by some outsider. She was
Okay.
murdered by the one person,
Show
the
us the
only
proof.
person who had the motive, the opportunity, and the means to commit this crime.
No?
That one person was her own wife,
Okay.
the defendant.
What's the motive? You haven't proven
Now,
any
Anne's
motive.
You
murder
haven't
was
proven
the
any of that.
tragic culmination of an unhealthy, tumultuous, volatile,
2 years
unstable
before.
relationship that was their marriage.
2 years before. They
This
were back
truly
together
was
for
a
3 months.
love-hate, hot-cold, stay-go, unstable, tug-of-war relationship. Now, sure, there were happy times. You've seen some pictures. vacations, birthday parties, where somebody might pull out a camera and say cheese. But there were just as many, if not more, bad times. Moments when nobody's going to snap a photo.
We have one person testifying that anything was wrong. That's the aunt of the deceased who said, would I take this to the beach with this? And storming out the door saying, I want a divorce. That's everything we have to point to a tumultuous, violent, struggle, hateful, cold, hot relationship.
And that was 2
And then
years
we have
prior,
the
wasn't it? That was
And
2
that was
years prior.
No, that was during when they went for her 50th birthday. I believe the year before they got into the divorce proceedings, and then ended the divorce proceedings, get back together, and had been back together for 3 months. Oh, and that in those before those 3 months, the victim had been shacking up in some kind of way with Carla. But don't mention that. They hated each other and they only smiled for the camera.
Yeah.
There's no evidence of that other than one person. No, none of the co-workers never said anything about this. One co-worker said about the divorce, but that's 2 years prior. So again, it's not a lie, but it's just a little graying of the lines.
Preserve that memory. The arguments.
And I'm going to speed now because he's slower than me.
Would say in her interview. Pushing and
The
shoving.
overlay went away.
Things getting, quote, out of control, as the defendant herself said to Detective Whitney. Escalating to the point of restraining orders, divorce filings,
When?
assault and battery arrest, 911 calls, each alleging physical, verbal, psychological abuse. And caught in the middle of this marital storm, this unhealthy relationship, this tug of war, their daughter Brianna, 2.5 years old. The subject of tug of wars and competing restraining orders,
2 years
filings,
prior.
Repeat it.
who one day discovers that one of her mothers is no longer there. Now, this isn't just my characterization, my dramatic flourish of their relationship. Most of what I've just said came from the defendant's own mouth during her interview with Detective Whitney on the night that Anne Marie was strangled to death.
2 years
And that
prior.
emotional roller coaster of a 911 call that you heard in May of 2009, the day the defendant was served
the
with
year
divorce
prior.
papers and saw that Anne was going for custody of their baby.
But why didn't you play
And the
the
restraining order hearing in the Eastern Hampshire District Court, which you heard before that very stern judge, when the defendant says, today I have reached all that I can take. And this was still with 9 months.
Yes.
Who were the party who was sounding like they were afraid? Who sounded like the other person was
Cara?
mistreating
Cara was
them?
sounded like she was afraid, and
Right.
Anne was the one that was the more aggressive one out of the two.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the police said the first one through the door wins the custody battle because we believe the first person who claims the other one struck me. Cara had marks on her neck.
And
Okay, we said 2 years
arrested-
prior. It was a year, 9 months, something like that. But still, it's a year prior. So again, it's not a lie. It's just the little fuzzy lines we make.
Well, and also they're leaving out that the judge told them both go work this shit out.
Yeah, no one is thrown out.
And the 911 call from the night of the murder doesn't seem to be important.
No,
But
but
911 call from 2 years ago seems to be important.
Of
or a
course.
year, whatever it is, where she said, my daughter knocked off the phone and hit her head.
Yeah.
There's no evidence that anyone was fighting there. They sent a patrol car. Nothing was put in the record. Again, it's not a lie. It's just those gray lines.
Yep.
Well, that's not nice calling me a douche.
Yet to go before Anne's murder. Time and time again, the defendant expressing fear of losing her house, of losing her job, of losing her career, her livelihood, and most importantly, losing her baby.
Yes.
Remember the words on that 911 call to the dispatcher, where the dispatcher's asking her, do you want to come down here or should we go there? And Cara says, what if Anne tries to rip the baby out of my arms? Time and time again, nerves being struck, Defendant talking about how she got bamboozled by Ann in that arrest for assault and battery. And do you remember how Chief Wishart described when he informed Cara, that she was being placed under arrest? Her demeanor switched like a flipped like a switch rather. That's not going to happen. I'm not being arrested. Now, why does all of this matter? Is the Commonwealth just trying to air out this couple's dirty laundry?
Yeah.
Yeah. This evidence provides a window into the defendant's state of mind, her mental state,
I'm watering the
her
rose.
emotional state, and ultimately leading up to and culminating in that final fatal altercation, her motive, the reason why we're here today, what led her to strangle Ann to death. In that restraining order hearing in May of 2009, which you heard, in which I'd like to play a segment of again in a moment, the judge made crystal clear to them that if he ever saw either of them in his courtroom, again, complaining about what's happening at home and the child, who's going to live where, who's going to get Brianna, he made it crystal clear that if they came back into his courtroom, the consequences would be swift and they would be severe. Now let's listen to a segment of what the judge told Anne-Marie and Cara in May of 2009.
Don't play games with this. The two of you can either deal with this as adults and deal with it in the probate court as your marriage dissolves, or I'll take it. If you want, I'll call DCF right now. And I'll have DCF come in here and I'll indicate to them that I don't think either one of you is stable enough to deal with that child. That's how close I am to going off this bench and picking up the phone right now. Is that what you want? Is that what you want?
Almost 2 years prior.
Yeah.
No one's here to endorse or to opine on whether or not that hearing was handled properly. But from that point forward, no more 911 calls came in from 18 Martin Street. No more restraining orders were sought. No more court appearances.
Because maybe they
Because
weren't at
everything
that
wasn't
point
suddenly fine.
anymore.
Yeah,
They hadn't
maybe they worked their
miraculously
crap out.
reconciled.
Yeah.
The judge hadn't set them straight.
Don't imply that.
But because the courthouse
He's
and
implying
the
that
legal
they never
system
said
was
it
no longer
straight.
an option for them.
Yeah.
911 was not an option. From that point forward, the
Oh,
turmoil
okay.
remained behind closed doors, beneath the surface, and under the radar. Now, when their final argument on March 29th, 2010 had gone too far, and Ann tumbled down those stairs, landing on the cement floor, bloodied and bruised, the defendant had a decision to make.
But she
Call for
wasn't
help.
even there.
And almost
Yeah.
certainly be arrested, lose her job, lose her career, lose her baby. The voice of that judge echoing in her head.
Oh,
Or
you
maybe
don't
Ann
know
Miller.
that.
2 years prior?
What?
That's
She made her decision, and that decision is what has led us here today.
Oh my
we
God.
dance
Now,
under
in addition
the
to having a motive to kill
radar.
Anne-Marie, the
Whew.
defendant also had the opportunity to kill her. Only the defendant had the opportunity to kill her.
Not true.
Motive and opportunity. Two key building blocks. For
9
her
billion other
case.
people on the planet that could have
First
killed
and
her.
foremost, nobody else could have possibly known
Ah.
that Cara was going to unexpectedly, unplanned, leave the house that afternoon with her daughter to drive around in the rain.
How do you know
No
that?
That
one
is
else
so wrong.
Could
You
possibly
have
have known
no evidence of that.
how long she'd be gone and when she might come back.
Unless
And
they
once
showed up
Anne-Marie had been
unannounced
strangled
or
to
were
death,
waiting.
No one else would have any reason to spend 1 second longer in that house at that crime scene, running the risk of getting caught.
What are you talking
Unless
about?
they
No
knew
one
that she was
else
gonna
would
be
have had a
gone.
reason to stick around and attempt to clean up the scene.
Why would they
No
try to
one that
clean up
is
the
other
scene?
than the
Maybe they didn't.
self-described number one suspect, which the defendant unprovokedly called herself on the evening of March 29th.
Unprovokedly.
What?
Only the
I
defendant
said
would
unprovokedly.
have taken the time in that basement to attempt to clean up the scene, to wipe and swipe the bloodstains left behind
Yes. Oh
from her
my.
wife. As we see here in
Yeah.
exhibit 137,
37.
remember these pictures from Todd
Yes.
Gerard, the LCV that he applied in the basement near the murder scene. Some blood that couldn't be seen until this leucocrystal violet was applied.
It's
And suddenly
Wait.
It's
it was
not
purple.
blood.
You
They haven't
didn't say
confirmed that it's
that.
blood.
There is blood that used to be
Jesus.
there that the defendant tried
Where? Show me the
initially to
blood.
clean up and remove. Showing
What
exhibit
are you-
139.
No.
As Jennifer
I'm
Creasy
sorry.
testified.
Pause.
White
Because this
What
is unproven. That is so unproven.
that
Yeah.
They never proved
They-
it.
And I told you she needed to address this shit in her closing.
Yeah,
told
I
you
would
that
object
yesterday.
right now and say No evidence other than on the bottom of the stair was confirmed to be blood.
Exactly.
It's indicative
There's blood
of
there
what
and it's
could.
been cleaned up. Why? Just like Baker's been saying this whole time, why would she clean up that one little spot,
Yeah.
but
She
not
said,
the rest
so
of it?
it could be dog pee. It could be bleach. It couldn't be just regular handprints. It could have been dust that they wiped down off the top of this. And none of this was brought in as being blood evidence. They alluded that it was blood and that they found blood down there, but that does not mean that it's blood.
Fed, this is after it's sprayed down with luminol, where you can't do DNA scans after because it ruins the DNA. And they didn't swipe any of these areas to test. The only place they found blood is where you can see the white tape in the bottom right corner. They found blood there, which was the deceased's blood. And why do you clean a small? What he probably won't tell you is right over here is a big rock filled with blood. Right down here is a dead body. Why do you clean this area? It's her blood. Every drop of blood they find on the crime scene is hers. Why would you clean this area? It doesn't make sense to claim that she did it.
Did you hear the assumption of she tumbled down the stairs and then Cara was like, well, gotta finish her off?
That's
Yeah.
what he said.
That's
Yeah,
what he
just
said.
tumble down the stairs. I mean, she's bleeding out, but I didn't finish the job, so might as well just offer.
Because that
Makes
judge
no
said 2 years
sense.
ago, if I show up in court again, my child's going to be gone. So I got to go finish her off.
That's the worst excuse.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
But again, it's not the truth. You don't have to be. But again, I would object and say you haven't shown us anywhere that this is blood. This is indicative of what could have been blood, or cleaning agents, or a lot of other things.
Yeah, I would, if I was Rosemary, I would be just objecting right now like crazy because that's such bull.
The minute he said that, that is so ridiculous.
Sorry, I had to stop it, but that right there just boils me to no end.
Yeah.
That I was hoping that she would address this, earlier on, but she never did.
Yeah.
Because they've never proven that any of this was blood, just that it's been sprayed down with luminol. And I said this, 2 days ago, that they keep referring to this blood, and they're never showing that or proving that this is blood, but they keep referring to blood that's down there, but not referring to this as blood. And I think that confuses the jury.
Yeah, and I would have gone into exactly my argument. Why did she clean this area but leave everything else there and just poured some paint over it? It doesn't make sense if she was so busy cleaning up the crime scene.
Yeah.
And there's nothing suggesting that she killed her in. Now I'm just doing stuff you can't. Why is this important for the murder? They just said she tumbled down the stairs and then she was dragged over here and strangled. Why is this area important at all to clean up?
Yeah.
To me, this is just another red herring.
More like a purple herring.
Yeah.
This
a
is
dog pea herring.
This is the kind of shenanigans that are not funny.
Exactly. But it's what they always do when they don't have it.
Yeah. But I mean, like, letting our government, like, how can you say that out of your mouth and be okay with yourself?
Because you just want the conviction. You don't care about who did it.
It's
I don't think she gets a rebuttal at all.
No rebuttals.
Yep.
Yeah. You should only be able to talk about facts and evidence. You can talk about what you think you believe the facts show, but you can't. Again, there was no evidence of cleaning. There's no cleaning racks. All the racks she supposedly threw out in the dustbin at McDonald's, waiting there for 28 hours, were totally clean.
Exactly.
No evidence of cleaning the crime scene.
God, I hope people are putting 2 and 2 together, because that's what they're implying. Look at this blood. Oh, she threw out these rags, but nothing. We didn't test anything for We don't got any evidence that there's anything on
I
them.
really hope that the jury sees through
I
it.
hope
They have
there's-
a higher IQ than
Oof.
82.
Okay.
Iris, rebuttal are only for the state when the state go first. The defense always only have one try.
That is ridiculous too, by the way. I just wish it was different, but it's fine.
It's not, and we have to sit here and spike my blood pressure, and I'm gonna have to get something to drink because now I'm angry.
It's like smear marks.
I may have to join you.
Who's going to take the time and who's going to have the reason to even try to do this other than the defendant herself?
We don't know when it was
Somebody
done.
comes home, somebody knocks at the door, they're caught red-handed. The defendant didn't have that fear.
It
This
could
was
have
her own
been
home.
years ago.
Only the defendant would try to stage the crime scene to look as if it was something that it wasn't. Hacking away at the door jamb with this shovel.
You don't.
You don't
This
know
damage
this.
inflicted
We don't
by
know
this
that.
shovel. The crescent marks.
That hasn't been
They
proven.
match. The paint residue on the tip matches the paint on that door. Hacking away at the door jamb, but not at the door. Not a single scratch on the door. The glass isn't shattered. The door jamb isn't busted. The doorknob still works.
And if I was
And that door
breaking
had to
into
have
it,
been opened
that would be
when
the
some of
first
this
thing I'd
damage
go
was
for.
inflicted. As Trooper Gerard testified,
If I was
Yeah,
trying to,
deformation
if I was
If I was
trying,
trying
section of the
to stage the
That's
crime
not
scene, I would
exposed unless
bust
the
the
door is
window
open.
in 2
And if
seconds.
somebody is
Yeah, that'd be
hacking
the
and
first
hacking
thing
and
I'd go
hacking away
for.
at that door to try to get through that door, they're sure as heck going to
wait,
hit the door.
pause. Go
They're gonna
back
hit the
just
door, not
a
gonna hit the
couple
glass.
seconds where he's holding that shovel up.
Where is her DNA on that shovel that says it was her?
Just-
Stupid.
Just play it up to the point where he's holding that shovel.
That's not exposed unless the door is open. And if somebody is hacking and hacking and hacking,
Right there. Do you see how big that shovel is right there?
Yeah, that's a big shovel, ladies.
She's much smaller than him.
Yeah, she would have had to have it in this position if she was going to do it like him. But still, what does it
I mean,
prove?
that's a mighty big shovel to be going at a door with for a little thing like her.
Yeah, especially when you want to stage a break-in, you bust the window and then you go.
Yep.
Mhm.
Because she works as an EMT, she knows how to break down a door.
Yeah,
Why
you
should
break-
you just chip away at the door and bend the doorknob a bit? Because she's going
Yeah.
home at night? No.
I mean, if you're going to stage it, you break out the window, reach through, and open up the door lock that way, and then leave the door open to make
Yeah.
it look like it. I mean, it took me 10 seconds to figure that one out.
Yeah, and I haven't done any break-ins lately.
hacking away at that door to try to get through that door, they're sure as heck going to hit the door. They're going to hit the doorknob, they're going to hit the glass.
They
But
did
this
hit
was not
the
an attempt
doorknob.
to
They
get through
bent
that
it.
door. This was an attempt.
Why
to
would you
make
hit the
it
glass?
look as though this were a break.
If you're flailing around with
And
it,
who
but if
other
you
than
sit
the
it
defendant,
up
when she's
to
done hacking away
the
at that door, would take the time to walk across the
and just
breezeway,
push it through.
lean the shovel up
Yeah,
nice
just
and
right
neatly against
through,
the garage,
just like that. Push it through.
and then leave the scene.
I don't even
This was
believe that
either
that
the most
shovel was
considerate
for any of this
and
stuff.
tidy random burglar to kindly put the shovel back.
You don't know
Or
when
was
that
the defendant
thing was
herself?
there on that shovel. You don't know
Only
anything.
the defendant
Yeah,
would
but
have
what
done
if it wasn't a random burglar? What if
Nothing
it was a
missing from inside the
boyfriend
house.
and he started
Origin,
pounding on the door to get in?
jewelry,
She said,
valuables in
"Hey."
plain sight.
He goes back
This is
over,
not
sets his
a
shovel
burglar.
down. I just want to talk. Comes
After
in.
the
Oh,
defendant initially at the scene.
C-Swep, would you stand out there with a shovel banging on the door? It makes just as much noise. As I've told you when we talked about this earlier, you take the doormat, put it up against the glass, give it an elbow, and you're in 2 seconds. The glass will dampen most of the noise. It makes way more noise to, if he is correct, stand there and flail at the door. It's and a shovel makes a lot of noise when it's hitting a door as well.
Mhm.
and it
So,
looked more like it looked more like there was pry marks on there, which would have also been difficult because there is a storm door on the back side of that. So if anybody's prying on that door, they're hitting that storm glass. That's because there's a storm door that opens up, and that shovel, you saw how long it was trying to get in there and pry it. You're going to be hitting that glass because the doorknob was pried.
To alter
Yeah, there was
Makes no
yeah.
sense.
no.
the stage and stage the crime scene, She now shifts into the next phase of her cover-up and her concealment. She attempts to create a digital alibi for herself. She leaves the scene of the crime, and her whereabouts are unknown for several hours, during which she's allegedly driving around in the rain, and depending upon which time she talks to the police, which route she took, driving for hours and hours and hours.
Driving for like 2 hours.
PM.
Hours and
She
hours
starts
and
blowing
hours.
up Ann's phone.
You had her on video.
Now remember,
in stores.
the whole reason the defendant claims she left the house that afternoon was to let her wife get some badly needed sleep. She'd worked the overnight shift. She was going in again that night at 8 p.m. So according to the defendant, she leaves around 3 o'clock, at which point Ann is still awake. Remember in her interview, she claims Ann says, "Cara, it's not working. Go to the mall." The baby runs in. Cara is there at the doorway. They are, quote, tit for tat at the doorway, which if you didn't hear it the first time in her interview, you'll hear it again.
Not
They're
proven.
tit for tat at the doorway before she leaves at 3 p.m. with the daughter to let Ann get some sleep.
Not proven.
4:48 p.m., 108 minutes later, she texts Ann, "You still asleep?" 4:52, "Sorry if this is waking you." 5 o'clock, back at the mall again. 5:18, "Do you see what time it is?"
Yeah, she was
Not
doing the
sure.
night
Like,
shift
show
that
you on
night,
the
which
presenter.
starts at 8. She might be able,
Compilation of some
might
of the
be
evidence that you've
getting
seen
up,
and heard in this case.
getting a
1:57
shower.
p.m.,
Because they're
This is
showing
the
this
phone call.
timeline. She was already gone.
3:49, this is another phone call. 4:48.
See, they've
texting Ann
changed
for
the
first time.
timeline on it. They're saying, oh, it was at
4:52, texting Ann
3
again. 5 o'clock, texting Ann.
Yeah.
that she was
5:05,
there,
head
that
to
she
the
left
Holyoke
at
Mall.
3.
Yeah, she left at
And
2:30.
I mean,
interestingly,
did you
at 5 o'clock
did you
text.
not catch
Back at the
what he
mall
just
again.
said?
How many
He
times was
just
she there
put
that day?
her
She claims
within
one.
that
Why is she saying again?
that 3-hour timeline.
After making a few miscellaneous low-cost purchases at the children's place, at the Gap, being on video, being placed
Miscellaneous low-cost purchases. She bought new shirts for her
What is
daughter,
that supposed to
and
prove?
and here they bought some food and stuff to her
Groceries.
lunch.
But
How many of you goes out and does do stuff like this with your kids when school's starting up?
I'm so pissed right now because
Well-
I can't get over the fact that he said that at 3 o'clock she left the house. And,
Yeah, well,
and
She
apparently she
testifies
was
to
already
between
dead.
2:30 and 3:30. So
But he's trying to put her in that timeline because he said it was 6 to 8 hours, this timeline. He just shortened the timeline of what she could be there and saying that she left the house at 3 o'clock. That's what he just said. So
Yeah.
he's moved his timeline to include her in that part where the rigor mortis would have set in. I don't know
Yeah.
if anybody caught that. I'm surprised that they didn't object because it's like they've already changed their story on this of when she was there.
But again, another little fact, the almost 3-year-old was in the house when she killed her mother, strangled her mother in the basement, cleaned up the entire house except all of the blood she left, hung around in the house because the first timeline she was dead at 12:30 to 1 o'clock for 2 hours with a 3-year-old, just cleaning the house. And this kid, who's 3 years old, I can remember when my kids were 3-year-old, never said, "Where's mommy? Why is mommy sleeping on the basement floor?"
Mm-hmm.
This 3-year-old kid never ever thinks about where's mommy for the 2 hours they must have been in the house with a dead body for the timeline to add up. That's another little thing. But again, small miscellaneous purchases. She
No.
bought, I believe
Bought
this was
clothes.
Joel t-shirts.
Yeah.
And over here, it was standard shopping. It was food, it was juice, it
Bread.
was bread. How many of you go to the mall
Juices.
every single day and buy stuff like that?
Times I'm just looking for something to do and I'll just go to the store and wander around and I may or may not buy something, like one thing, just cause. Like in those situations where you're just trying to buy time, or even when I'm like waiting for a friend and we're supposed to meet at bedtime and I'm early, I'll go like walk around somewhere and maybe make a purchase. Like that's what it sounds like she's doing, obviously, because she has the daughter with her, just kind of, you know, keep her out of the house a little bit longer.
Yeah, whenever.
Yeah,
They
the
said
3-year-old has
this
no
guy
patience.
sounds like he's wiping before you poop. He's trying to make a clean exit, so leave him alone. Don't pick on him.
Oh man.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
stupid.
because he just said she fell down the stairs. The kid didn't come running.
Yeah. She tumbled down the stairs and then mom had to go finish her off because can't
Yeah.
go to again.
Yeah, initially they were saying that she was beaten.
Yeah.
And now they're saying, oh, she just fell down the stairs. Oh, Jesus.
I'm so
Yeah, exactly.
What
she has
if there
to.
was, you know, this just makes no damn sense.
No. And again, checks out at Children's Place, checks out at Gap, exits Holyoke Mall, enter McDonald's parking lot, exits, and again, she spends 30 odd minutes at the mall, going into 2 different stores to buy T-shirts. That's Exhibit
It's not
C.
abnormal, especially with
No.
a kid.
No, because you
Jeez.
want to burn time. You can't go home, and this kid is stupidly annoying because it's 3-year-old and it's 5 in the afternoon. It's
Shit,
the wolf hour.
I was with my brother-in-law and sister-in-law in a village in Italy, and my wife and I traveled up to the top of the area and checked out all the scenery and came back, and the sister and brother-in-law with 2 kids, they hadn't even made it a block and a half in like 3 hours time, because you know, little kids just they don't move very fast, and they're interested in everything, every bug, every creature, every just.
Well, yeah, and like the whole and then him just insinuating like she was driving around for hours and hours and hours with no, like, nobody knew where she was, like.
But 9 later, she was texting her wife. How can
Yeah.
hours and hours turn into 90 minutes, or was it a minute and 109 minutes? I don't. That's still not hours and hours. That's less than 2 hours. And again, she took a small 3-year-old out driving. She probably fell asleep because she wasn't able to fall asleep when she should have her nap at the home. She fell asleep in the car seat, and she just thought, well, I'm going to put on a good ebook and listen to a little bit of 50 Shades of Grey, if it has been out in 2010, and enjoy my mommy time while mommy is sleeping back at home because she has to do the night shift around 5. She has to be at work at 8. So I call her because, do you want some food? Shouldn't you be getting a shower?
She doesn't call her first, does she? If I'm not mistaken, she texts her.
She
Now,
texts her at 4:52. She texts her at 5. She texts her at 5:18. Text her again 5 something. Calls that's
And
the bot dial when at 5:50 p.m. is the bot dial.
what I will say, that it's not uncommon for me to text my wife in the morning before she wakes up. Hey, how's it going, Nick? It's not uncommon for me to text my wife before she wakes up, just like, hey, you know, because I pull up work email early in the morning, so I can just sort of sort through it. For me to text her and say, hey, check this out, you know, knowing that she's gonna see it in probably about 2 hours or some crap like that. So
Yeah, and I've done it. I had as I've said, my first kid had a colleague or whatever you call it in England, in English. I'm angry.
call it a
And we took
boyfriend.
her out. What?
Call it a boyfriend.
No, not colleague. When they're crying all the time. Yeah, that could be a boyfriend too. I know. But we rode around with her all the time because she could sleep when we drove around.
Yeah.
I'm going to start it now, and then we're going to get angry in another minute. It's good. Twisted
Sorry.
never shows up anymore because he would beat me with all these stops.
Is doing things, leaving this digital trail behind. She leaves the Holyoke Mall, and she heads to McDonald's. On the way, she texts Ann, 5:40 p.m. This is now 2 hours and 40 minutes after supposedly wanting her wife to get some sleep. She pulls into McDonald's parking lot, 5:47.
Oh my gosh, it's good.
And along the way, before she even gets there, she leaves this voice message for her wife.
Oh my gosh, it's good. I'm not doing it. And hey, listen, it's me again. Come on, you're trying to make a story. Like, what's up? You normally you get mad, but then you at least text back or call back. Either way, well, remember we forgot to get stuff for your lunch tomorrow in school. So yeah, we're going home, but no, it's not the wrong way. We're going to mix the chocolate shot, honey. Anyway, we're not going to be wise, and then I'm like, well, I'm going to make it.
Yes, it is speed up.
Anyway, so we're heading back around water because we already gone down to the big white, but like, no, I can't get a couple. But anyway, she meets up with us lunch tomorrow. And the apples are not ready. I know they're not ready because they're still gluten, so there's no way to eat them. I can't some crackers and cheese and crackers and, the chili and all. Anyway, maybe.
And that sounds like a mom spelling it out, because if you say it, the kid's like,
Yeah. And again, we know she's a motor mouth.
That's one voice message. In
Yeah.
which
We heard it
she
in
is
the
going to
when she was
extract
talking
and
to the
likes
police.
explain where she is, where she's been, where she's going, why she's
What?
going, almost in a stream of consciousness conversation, leaving this message on her dead wife's phone.
Okay, she does not sound like somebody who
Now,
just
going back to McDonald's for a moment,
murdered
when
someone.
she pulls into that parking lot and she throws out 3 cleaning rags, she gets out of her truck
not
in the
true,
rain,
not
goes to the
proven.
farthest, most
Prove
trash
everything
receptacle,
on
and
them.
throws out 3 rags that are consistent with cleaning rags kept underneath the kitchen sink.
But
No.
not the same kind. They're
What did-
consistent,
No.
but not the same
You'll
kind.
have
What
Pause.
did she clean, dude? What did she
So
clean?
here's the 3
This is a
cleaning rags.
T-shirt. This
Yep,
is a
here-
T-shirt. This is a T-shirt.
No, that
And this
could be
one-
a t-shirt. Looks like it might be a diaper, but then look at the ones that they show you down there in the bottom. In that one right
They
there.
claim
Is
the
that-
pink ones are these ones. They do not look the same.
not at all.
And the
And
ones
what
shown
do they
in
have
trial,
on there? What do they have that she cleaned up? Because that's what they're saying.
yeah.
We found these rags she cleaned up.
They've
Cleaned up
And
what?
the one they showed in trial doesn't look like on this picture because it had the thing down the middle.
Yeah.
So
Well, that one's
either they've
sideways.
shown
that one's sideways. So the one on the top, it's sideways. You'd have to turn it the other way. So it does have the things down the middle, but they're facing the other way.
No mass.
Yeah.
They didn't show any of the rags containing anything. They just showed the
Yep.
rags.
yeah,
They just
that's-
showed rags. They could have come from anywhere. They could have come from a house painter that
they
picked
didn't
up his
test the white
McDonald's.
stains.
Yeah, this guy could have painted a house the night before, and pulled in there in the morning, grabbed whatever garbage that he had in his truck and was like, oh, these are dirty, and thrown them in there, and then just pulled off. They never showed any tape from the time that she pulled in there, the 28 hours in between. They never showed any tape showing who had access to that garbage can. And then they took all of this evidence back to the house to dry it out on the floor. So
Yeah. And this paint could have been, if it was paint, I would have argued that it's a transfer paint because you thought dried it out in the house, but it's not paint. It's not tested for paint.
Yeah, I you know what I think that is? I think that's somebody else's rag. I think Jose threw his rags away and they got Jose's rags. He's going to be pissed.
Yeah, that's his favorite comrade.
Maybe
And
that's
Cindy,
what it
yeah,
is.
if my wife was accusing me of cheating on her the night before and was really pissy when I left, I would probably call her a lot and say, "Oh, honey, we're running a bit late, but it's because we are at the Stop and Shop. Do you want me to bring you pretzels?" As proof that I was at the Stop and Shop. And and I'm just noticing this as well. What don't you see in this picture?
T-shirts.
Exactly. You see nothing like this. You only see something like that. Probably why they only show this rack in the trial, not these two, because
They
this
show
is
the pictures of
obviously
the
a
other ones.
cut-up T-shirt. I'm getting angry. This trial is live. It's just a little behind, kind of like me in school.
Mhm.
Sort of like me, a little behind.
Yeah.
These photos, you do have these photos. You have the 2 pink cloth diapers, practically matching cloth diapers.
But
She
not.
throws them out in the trash, cleaning rags from underneath the kitchen sink where the cleaning
That's
supplies are kept, just outside of where that door was left open with a trash can that's uncharacteristically left out of place in her haste to leave the house.
Don't know.
What are you talking
That's
about?
not evidence.
Now, she
Uncharacteristically
finally
left.
arrives at Stop and Shop.
So
After
they
she leaves
went to the
McDonald's,
house
you
10
kept
times
your purse
before.
clips in the bed of the truck. There's something there.
There's
Okay.
something.
Something there. You can't quite tell what it is. When she arrives at Stop and Shop, you get a better view of these items in the bed of her truck, which mysteriously go missing by the time she reaches 18 Barton Street that night.
We
Now,
don't know
nobody sitting here can
anything
say for
about
sure whether those are bags, whether that's a laundry basket. All we know is that these items in the bed of her truck, which she's carting around all afternoon in the rain, they don't make it back to 18 Barton Street.
How do you know?
And she never
How do you
mentions
know?
the
They never
police in the
showed.
interview making any other stops.
They never
At
showed
Stop and
the inside of the bed of the truck.
She makes a small purchase of groceries inside Stop and Shop. Interestingly, no pretzels.
Well,
Supposedly the whole reason she detoured from the Big Y, the Chicopee. Nope, let's go to Stop and Shop. I get those pretzels. Doesn't even buy the pretzels. Leaves another voice message, another text message for Ann. Then it's off to Burger King for the mac and cheese, which she purchases at 6:48 p.m. 6:48 p.m. She purchases the mac and cheese. She leaves another voice message for Ann 10 minutes later. Now this is interesting because 10 minutes later, she's home. Burger King to 18 Barton Street, 8 to 10 minute drive. She's practically home, if not in the driveway, when she leaves that final voice message for Ann. The voice message in which she says, "Call me." Bless you. Why does Ann need to call her? Bless you. She then leaves everything in her truck. She doesn't bring in her purse, her cell phone, the groceries. This is according to the defendant in her interview and based upon the evidence at the scene. She looks down the basement stairs. She sees her wife. And what does she do? Rather than rushing down those stairs, not only, let's put aside for a second the fact that you're a trained paramedic. Okay, maybe your training goes out the window at that point, but this is your wife lying on the floor, unconscious,
Yeah, and your kid in your
possibly
arms.
injured, in need of medical help. Time is of the essence. Yet, she gathers up the baby, goes to the neighbor, asks the neighbor to call 911.
Which
goes
I would
back
do.
to the house,
why is
then
that?
goes back into the
Because-
basement, rolls her
okay,
body, her
okay.
wife's cold, stiff body
Pause.
up onto
Jesus,
her legs,
pause.
is
Pause.
smearing paint over her.
Pause. Okay. I was a lifeguard for a short period of time. And granted, this was when I was 16. Okay. You always find somebody else to call 911 if you are able to help or assess a situation, because you can't be doing everything all at once. As a trained paramedic, she would know this. She would say, you call 911. You always delegate someone else to do that for you. So that way you're not, because if you're in a panic mode, you don't want to be trying to assess this situation while talking to someone on the phone. You just get too many pots and
And then
too many pokers in the fire. And
But
you've got to, if you're in this situation, get someone to call 911. You go and take care of what's going on. This way you're not sitting there on the phone waiting for somebody, especially if you're thinking time is of the essence. Get somebody to call 911. You go assess the situation. They can come over if they have a cell phone or whatever, get you transferred over, come over and be communicating back and forth. This is what's going on. This is what I see. Let them know that she's not breathing. Let her know that, she's missing an eyeball, whatever it might be. You're able to give that kind of see, Fast Group agrees.
yeah,
You get
and
somebody else to
she
do
has a
it.
daughter, and she doesn't want to have to do all this stuff with her child's right there too. I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. How will a child act if they see mommy lying on the bottom of the stairs? You're running down, there's blood everywhere. It's gonna be totally fine, and you can say, honey, go wait in the kitchen. Mommy's just gonna be down here. It'll be a minute. Is mommy sleeping? Yeah, mommy's sleeping. Why is there blood everywhere? Don't worry, kitty. Go turn on Nickelodeon. Don't worry about it. No. You make sure your daughter doesn't see your dead spouse. That's the first freaking thing you do. especially when you're a trained paramedic. You know you can't do this alone. You need someone to help you. You can't carry her up from the basement and run her to the hospital. This is a stupid argument.
Sorry, I had to
Body
pause that.
and is angry when the police arrive. That makes no sense because that is not what actually happened. The defendant did not come home to discover her wife dead. She
Jody,
came home
it's totally
to discover
different
her
if he
wife
comes back and
still
finds
dead
you
in the basement.
unconscious and
And
calls
one final act of
999.
concealment, one
Or
last-ditch effort
if
to
you
complicate
come home with him,
this
you
crime scene,
would probably
she
not
forces
say, go call the cops and come
paint
back to
that was
mommy with the phone.
consistently described by the first responders as wet, liquidy, shiny, from which you can infer, using your own everyday life experience and common sense, that that paint had been freshly poured. And ultimately, that
No,
created a big
not
problem
true.
for the
No,
defendant because now you had
absolutely
two vastly
not.
different timelines at this crime scene.
Nope.
You had a cold, stiff body versus fresh, wet paint.
Looks like it was
And those don't match
spilled
up.
to me. Does not look like it was
All
poured.
three forensic pathologists who
I
testified in
thought
this
they were
case
allowed to say that.
agreed that Anne-Marie's
It's not
body
a
was
testimony.
in well-developed, if not full rigor mortis, when first responders first saw her that evening. Dr. Richmond testified that she'd been dead for 6 to 8 hours or more. Dr. Andrew testified that in his opinion, she was dead by 1 o'clock. Dr. Littman agreed that the average for well-developed to full rigor mortis is 6 to 8 hours. Now, not all opinions are created equally. Dr. Richmond and Dr. Andrew
Exactly,
formed
we can
their
only
own
hope
independent
for
opinions without
one
needing to know
person on
what
the
any
jury
other
saying,
doctors had to say on this topic.
wait, what?
Dr. Richmond and Dr. Andrew
No,
were not
because
fully
that's how they
asked
got a hung
to
jury
place
last
Anne's time
time.
of death, either on one side of that 3
It's
o'clock
not
line
100%.
or the other side of that 3 o'clock line. The line that Dr. Littman knew about from square one, in which she knew was a critical dividing line. in
12,
this
7,
case.
9,
This
doesn't
information
matter.
that's coming into her head, which she doesn't need to know, is consciously or not
Yes.
affecting and skewing her opinion in this case.
We only have an hour
Dr.
after
Richmond and
because
Dr.
we're
Andrew
having all the
correctly
time.
and appropriately took into account the drastic, stark drop-off in Anne's cell phone activity.
Yeah,
on
show us the
day
day before.
The type of evidence that all three doctors agreed
She was
is
supposed to be
important and critical to factor
sleeping.
in to help estimate and narrow down one's time of death. Dr. Littman only had a vague understanding of this evidence, which she had read about, but she never even bothered to see the raw data herself.
Yes.
Dr. Richmond and Dr. Andrew correctly took into account the fact that Anne was lying on a cold or cool cement basement floor, which would slow down rigor mortis, particularly when wearing little clothing on.
Not proven.
Regardless of whatever some dehumidifier may
How
have
do you
said
know
in
the
some
floor was
area of
cold?
the
You don't
basement,
know the
as
temperature
far
of the
as where
floor.
temperature may have been in that
No.
section of the room, regardless of
You
the
didn't
air
take
temperature.
any of
No, you
that.
don't know what the temperature
As
was in
Tracy
that part of the room
Beach
because
agreed
nobody
short time
thought to
ago,
take the temperature of the room.
basement floor would be cold or cool in March in New England, sucking
We don't
heat
know.
out of
You
Anne's
don't
body.
know.
And Dr. Richmond and Dr. Andrew agreed that there was no evidence, absolutely no data, to support the notion that Anne had been involved in some prolonged, physical, vigorous, violent exercise or struggle. Absolutely no evidence. They didn't make assumptions. They didn't speculate. They looked for what the data was,
Cheers.
and there was
And this is
none.
before noon.
Now, ultimately, Dr. Lippman had no opinion as to when Anne
Dr.
died.
Lipschitz.
She acknowledged that Anne could have died before 3 p.m., consistent with that 6 to 8 hour range, that average. And remember what
Cheers,
two
brother.
factors she cited for supposedly sliding that average
This is hurting my
down to
small
maybe
brain.
5 to 7, maybe 4 to 6. She couldn't say how far it would slide down.
And it's before
She
noon for
cited
me.
two key factors. One was this alleged violent struggle.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
She admitted on
In Denmark.
cross-examination. I asked her, now,
Yeah.
doctor,
There you go.
would you agree that there's no evidence, there's no data regarding the duration of any struggle in this case? And she said, yes, I agree. I then asked her, what evidence or data is there?
Or of the body.
that
They
Anne
didn't
was
take
actively
temperature of the
engaged
body
in this
either.
struggle, as opposed to being on the receiving end, a passive recipient of this assault. She agreed. There's no evidence. There's no data for that.
No, she was strangled in the most peaceful way.
That Anne could have been dazed, could have been in tremendous pain, could have been unconscious as a result of the significant head wounds that she sustained. She still held on to this assertion that there must have been a struggle and it must have sped up for her.
Yeah, because she had scratch marks on her neck.
She cited, supposedly, at least
From
on
her
direct
doing
examination,
this, trying to
for
get
why
a
her
hand
death
off
sped
of
up.
her neck.
Obesity. She left you with the impression, until I stood up and asked her questions, that obesity speeds up rigor mortis. Only on cross-examination did she acknowledge, oh yeah, there is literature out there saying that it can actually slow it down. And she ultimately couldn't say one way or the other whether obesity played any
Yeah,
factor.
but she also told you that your
For whatever
term
reason,
of
Dr. Lippman
obesity
consistently
didn't
shaded and tilted her conclusions without any
didn't
supporting data
cover
to
Anne because she
benefit
wasn't
the
fat,
did
she
you-
was muscly.
after admitting that an opinion is only as good as the evidence and the data that it's based upon.
And your
Dr.
people
Andrew and Dr. Richmond
did the
acknowledged there
same
are some
thing.
factors potentially
Exactly.
on both sides of the
What's
ledger.
wrong when
Some
they
might
do
speed
it?
it up.
Is
Some might slow it down. They essentially cancel each other out. But Dr. Lippman only wanted to focus on the factors that would skew the data and skew the results for the defendant's benefit.
How about your
This
people?
highlights the difference in this case, and this, I think, is really what this case boils down to.
I'm
What is
drinking the
possible
cheap shit today.
versus what is probable. And the judge will instruct you
I'm having a little
that when
run.
you are analyzing the evidence in this case and you're applying the standard of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt, he will instruct you that that term does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. Because everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. That's where the defense wants you to land. Things are possible. There are outliers. Anything's possible.
But if it's
We're here to
possible, then
decide
how can you
what's
say
likely,
she
what's
did it?
probable, what's beyond
Like,
a
100%.
reasonable doubt.
Right.
That's the standard that each and every one of you agreed you would apply.
That's reasonable
Sure.
doubt.
When you were chosen for this
Yeah.
jury. You said you understood the concept and you would apply it. And we are asking you.
Like, that's
to do
not
that.
fair to anybody.
Now, on the night Anne's body was found dead, the defendant agreed to go to the Granby Police Department to give a statement. If you saw that interview, you'll have the opportunity to see it again.
Oh God,
When
please
Detective
don't.
Whitney asked the defendant about the
Oh, actually
history
do.
that she and Anne
I want
had,
you to bore the hell out of
it's as
this
if
jury
that released
so they
a floodgate.
see through all your
The
bullshit.
defendant proceeded to spend approximately
I hope to
two-thirds
God
of her
they are.
interview that night with Detective Whitney, chronicling their unstable relationship, stressors, the financial stressors, the adoption of Brianna.
Yeah,
which
because
the
she
defendant
asked you
called
about
another
it.
Stressor, the pushing, the shoving, the arguments getting out of control. And despite repeatedly claiming that she did not want to speak ill of her deceased wife, she just kept doing it.
Because you
Now,
kept
in light of this
question.
overwhelming evidence that consistently points back to only one person having the means, the motive, and the opportunity to commit this crime,
There's multiple people
the
that
defense
had means,
instead
motive, and
focuses its
opportunity.
attack on the police investigation and their supposed failure to take a hard look
She
at Margot
wasn't
Lizette
there
and Carla Danielle.
when she died.
Let's talk now about what the
They
investigators
have not put
actually
her at
learned,
the scene
what
of the
knowledge
crime
they
when
have,
she
and
died.
what that led them to do.
No.
Put her at the
Within
scene of the
days,
crime.
they interview Mark Oleksak and Carla Danielle. They recover surveillance video at health tracks in East Longmeadow showing Carla Danielle getting there at 3, swiping in at 3, going out for a run, getting back at 7, and pulling away in her car at 7 p.m. 3
There-
to 7 p.m.
She was
Jeez.
out for a run. You don't
If she
know
was out for a
And
run, she could have been there at 3 o'clock.
And that supposed
No,
candidate
no, no,
was
no,
like,
no.
4 o'clock.
If you
She
remember
could have been
back
there
2
at
weeks
4
ago today,
o'clock and off
when
her.
Attorney Scapicchio sent you an opening statement, which is not evidence, that you'll hear
Neither
that
is
Carla
this,
Danielle
you
supposedly went for a tanning appointment during her run. Come to find out that was
I'm
based
sad
on
we're
facts
going
Blue.
on
report
verdict watch,
and the underlying
or
notes
else I'll
said,
be
now that was
getting
7:53
so hammered
p.m.
tonight. Jimmy's
That
last
was
one could grow
17:53
immensely.
Oh my God.
Trying to create doubt,
Jeez.
trying to paint Carla Danielle as a murderer.
Well, the more lash fun she gets, the more lash
The
she
police
gets.
learned that Mark was shopping with his wife that afternoon in Hamden County, up and down Route 20,
So,
and his wife
She won't even be able to
corroborates his
put her
whereabouts.
glasses on after tonight, so
Turned
those
over his
lashes will
bank
just
records,
be.
which corroborates his errand running that day. He turns over his phone records,
Flash
which
bank
reveal his texts, his phone calls, not just with Ann, but with everybody else for the entire month of March.
so I do
He
gotta leave
provides
it.
a DNA sample. He provides major case prints.
Yeah. Oh, and this one, they didn't. They were asked. She didn't swipe out. She left the place at 7:15. She never swiped out. Could that indicate she was in distress?
Well,
It
that's,
could. It's just as good evidence as she couldn't have killed someone because she was running.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I was out running. Running where?
swiped in. They have her swiping in, but then she was missing for all that time.
4
And then
hours.
they have her coming back later.
I don't know of anybody that goes for a 4-hour run. Not unless they're
Well-
doing like some sort of marathon or training
Yeah,
for a
because we were
marathon.
talking about that, and we were like, "Who runs for 4 hours? Like, it's crazy. That's a lot."
Maybe she was meeting up with Mark.
Mac.
Yeah. That's
Maybe it was her and Mark going over there to
She had no life insurance
stomp her
policy.
down the stairs.
Yeah. There was no
Yeah.
life insurance policy brought up, guys. So that's not a thing. And this woman was bankrupt twice. She's got no money. It's not like offing her is going to give you any financial gain.
Yeah.
And all of this is just stupid because why should any of them kill her? Yeah, they had a lover's quarrel 3 to 6 months before the murder. Why do you kill someone 4, 6, 12 months after an argument? I know women can hold grudges, but still.
Well, and I will tell you, I've worked my entire life to make sure that I'm worth more alive than dead.
Yeah, and
I mean,
yeah, 4 hours
That's
cycling.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, when my
it's
wife was
just not
training,
proof she didn't kill her.
right?
That she went out for a run because she wasn't at the health club for 4 hours. She was out freaking running. And then she had the tanning appointment.
mhm.
Puffer, you shower after you run. Thoughts?
Thank you.
Pictures, or it didn't happen.
But the tanning appointment, that whole thing, like, I guess I don't remember. They did find tanning oil at the scene.
Yeah. They found a bottle and a bottle cap next to the dead body from tanning oil.
Tanning oil.
Yeah, but we don't know where she was unalived. That's the big.
Yeah, they don't have a timeline of when she died. They don't
Yeah.
have that. They have not been able to prove when she died. And if
And
if
again-
they're trying to fit it in this timeline, Cara wasn't even close to there when it happened. And
No.
the defense has already changed the time that she was supposedly there. They've already come out and said that. They've already changed her timeline of whenever Cara was supposed to be there. They changed it from, she was gone at around 12 o'clock. Why was she out for all these hours to putting her there at 3 o'clock?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Shaninogram, yeah, you hit it right on the head. She kicks them out because I have to sleep. And as a baker, I know how annoying it is. You can't get your hours of sleep, especially if you're going back to work the next night. So but she was also pissy the night before because Mike had been over having some beer with Cara, but she's texting her corner kissing lover that they're gonna meet up on Friday, and he seemed like he would really like that smooch now. I'm gonna start it up again, and then I'm gonna get angry in a few seconds.
Okay.
Let's not forget those text messages he was exchanging with Anne the morning she died. Those text messages, now whether, again, appropriate or not for a married man to be having these conversations with a married woman, they show that he loved her. He loved her probably more than he
And
showed.
no one who ever loved anyone
How do you know
killed
those
them if they
lovey-dovey
couldn't
text
have
messages?
them.
Yeah.
Driving up there,
Never.
apparently driving to Granby and killing animals on his list of errands that day, that doesn't make sense.
Jamie.
428. We only have that
Gonna
Walmart
kill
receipt.
me.
The police only got that Walmart receipt because Mark showed them his bank records.
Almost a
They
year and a half
Walmart, They
later.
got the receipt 4:28 p.m. Again, how is he shopping in Walmart in Westfield in Hampden County that day, yet also supposedly up in Granby killing the woman he loves?
But he didn't have to be doing
In light
it.
of all
back
of this
then.
information that the police obtained during their investigation, they determined correctly that Mark Olczak had nothing to do with this.
No,
There's
they
not
didn't.
one iota
How?
of evidence or data in
How?
this case putting Mark Olczak
Because you
anywhere
never
near
look for
Granby on
evidence.
March 29, 2010.
There can't be
That's
evidence
what
if
the
you don't
evidence
look
shows
for
in this
it.
case. Neither was Carla Danielle. Neither of them had the motive, the means, or the opportunity to commit
What?
this crime. Only the defendant had those three.
The motive, she was
To say that the police
sleeping
failed to
around
take a
and
hard look at
running
these
up
two
dead in your
completely
name.
ignores the evidence in this case. And as with the experts who admitted
Sorry, I'm gonna
that their
scream into
opinions
the
are
wind.
only as good as the evidence and the data that it's based upon, so too, an attorney's argument is only as good as the evidence that supports it.
Yeah, and your argument sucks, dude.
It's the evidence
Ah,
that led us
Jesus.
to where we are today. The evidence that you received in this courtroom will guide your verdict. The term verdict meaning speak the truth. This is a search for the truth.
And you haven't
Your
found.
duty as jurors is to decide this case based upon the evidence that came in, and the judge will instruct you specifically on that concept in a little while. You are not to
Mhm.
speculate, You're not to employ conjecture.
That's what you're doing.
But that's what he's asking them to do.
Yeah.
Anne and Cara's final fatal argument began at that side door on March 29th, 2010. Yet it ended on the cold cement floor in the basement. Anne was bleeding from several significant pain-inducing wounds to her head. Her heart was still beating.
Pain-inducing. Yes, blows to the head are going to be pain-inducing.
In as little as 10 seconds of pressure applied by her wife's hands to her throat,
How do you know?
Anne was likely unconscious.
Okay. Yeah, you know that.
Yeah,
right?
even
So
Ralph looked at
3
that one.
to 4 minutes
What did he say?
sustained pressure
Was it stupid?
by the defendant's
Yes,
hands
everything
wrapped
he
around
said
Anne's
is
neck
stupid.
to end her life. 3 to 4 minutes during which the defendant could have changed her mind. She could have stopped. She could have backed up. She could have said,
Well,
"This
she
is not
wasn't there.
What am I doing?" When you're in that jury room, I
No,
don't want
anytime
you
during these past
pulls out
10
your watch,
days, you could have just dropped
sits
your
there
case.
quietly for 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah.
You realize just how long that is.
End it now.
Tell me
During that
lies,
time,
tell me
the defendant
sweet little
squeezed and
lies.
squeezed and squeezed
Yeah.
until
Tell
every ounce
me,
of
tell
life
me
and death
lies.
Exactly,
escaping from
Farrell.
you. That is what the evidence shows. That is why we are here today.
That's
That's why Anne
absolutely
isn't
not
here
what
today.
the evidence showed.
Only the defendant had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to murder.
Not true. Facts not in
There's no
evidence.
other reasonable
Only the defendant. Give me a
explanation
break.
for Anne's murder. There is no reasonable doubt that Cara Rintala.
There
Yes.
is a lot.
There is
of
all,
doubt.
there's nothing but reasonable doubt.
There's more reasonable doubt in this case than there is in the Zachariah Anderson case.
That was
Yes.
terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, Zachariah Anderson case, you can't even find a body.
That was
Well, it
freaking.
looks like there was an objection.
There was a sidebar.
And at that point, again, I will give my final instructions. Your full attention. So I'm going to take a break until noon. And at that point, again, I will give my final
It's
instructions.
not now. They're back.
Yesterday, some language about
God.
This is gonna be such. Well, it's gone now, but oh my freaking god! I hope one
okay. So
I hope these.
one person on
For
the
the
jury.
defense, we have a few quick proposed changes. The first is on page 23. In the bias instruction, you list that at fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? We think, especially because of the facts of this case, that right before gender identity groups, you should add sexual orientation. So the words sexual orientation. So in other words, it should read such as different racial, ethnic, sexual orientation, or gender identity groups.
sexual orientation group.
I know, I can't think of a more grace. I share your resistance to the awkwardness of the phrase, but I can't figure out how to make it smoother, but you get my idea. My idea.
Okay. I think there's some language about that earlier on. It's not an exhaustive list.
I don't. Yeah, they haven't been doing many objections.
If you're not giving it, then note our objection. The second point, and I think this is very important in light of the evidence, and I've made the point already, but given the Bowden instruction at page 18 and the reference not only to speculation, but unanswered questions at pages 6 and 7, we think that it's important to articulate
Bite your nails
specifically
off.
in the Bowden instruction the notion that the flaws in incomplete police investigation, to the extent the jury considers that relevant, it's not impermissible speculation. And so what we would request is on page 18, at the end of the carryover paragraph. So in other words, after the words, such a failure may create a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, the sentence, I instruct you, this is not impermissible speculation. And then again, at the end of the paragraph, if you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant, at the end of that paragraph, again, I instruct you that this is not impermissible speculation. That's our request to distinguish omissions in the police investigation from impermissible speculation and unanswered questions in your mind.
Gagan?
Your Honor, I think that's going way too far. It is fair game for the defense to point out that because a certain step may not have been taken, there is no evidence resultant. But then to take it to the next step, and now let's speculate as to what that evidence may have been, that I think is a line we should not cross.
Okay. So I'm not inclined to add that language, because I do think it's confusing. I don't think a vote in defense requires speculation on the part of the jury. It really goes to whether there's bias on the part of the investigators. It goes to whether the investigation is complete and therefore reliable, very much in the same way that the parties have argued about the respective experts in this case. It doesn't require speculation. So I'm not inclined to add that language, and I will note your objection.
And then I'll go very quickly through the rest of them. But so at page 4, in the role of counsel, second or third sentence, it is their role to present evidence in this case that's most helpful to their respective positions. The defense, of course, has no obligation to present any evidence, so we would request that sentence be stricken. Then the pages 28, 29, 32 make reference to third-pronged malice. I understand the board is giving the model instruction. We object to third-pronged malice because we feel it's confusing and juries can't understand it, and it leads to unfair verdicts, and it's a violation of due process. On page 31, the Cunin factors, we object to the Cunin factors on the grounds that they permit a finding of the
It was
object
subjected to someone who had it, but he doesn't have it, but court rules necessary wear a mask.
ground. And then on pages 33 and 36, there's this reference to if you find that the defendant has proven the elements of murder, but also that there's mitigation, you shall find the defendant guilty of voluntary manslaughter. We think that improperly intrudes on the jury's function, and the word shall should be switched to should. The jury should find the defendant guilty of third-pronged malice. And then finally, on page 36, duty to return the highest verdict. We again think that intrudes improperly on the jury's independence, and we think that should be stricken. Those are our objections.
Okay, and I think
Have
those
fun, Fed.
for the
Thanks
most
for
part,
stopping by.
were
Thanks, Fed.
listed in your motion that was filed yesterday. And so I have had a chance to consider, more so than the few moments we have now, those arguments. I'm not going to make any of those changes, but
like a fool.
your
Treat
issues
me
preserved. You
like
filed a
a
motion.
fool.
I'm not including them. So and I assume you object to that. And that objection is
Ring
Just to
my
clarify for the record,
finger.
one of those objections is new. The objection on page 4 to the duty of counsel to present evidence.
I did not recall that one. But so I think I have adequate time to
If you ever go,
evaluate that
darling,
proposed
I will
change.
be
I'm not going to make it. So again,
so lonely.
your objection.
I'll be
I think you're objecting to that.
Yes.
And
crying
that
over
objection is, I think,
you,
adequately
dear only.
If I may, I'm just not sure if the Commonwealth is working off of the most recent updated version, but I just would like to confirm a few points if I may. In the section regarding the video that was introduced of certain locations, page number, page
Not
19 on
even.
the copy that I have, where you reference a number of exhibits by number.
I've changed those. I thought I don't
He's
know where I
shizzy.
got
He's
those
not
numbers
David.
from. I
He only
thought
had one
those
drink.
were the numbers that I
No, I'm not even
when I
close to
gave
being
the
wasted.
instruction at the time that they were admitted. And
That sounds like a
Couple-
challenge, Brandon.
but I could be wrong.
It
I'll
would take
your
a
word for it that
lot more than
correct
one shot
exhibit
to be
numbers are the
wasted.
ones that you have listed, and I've made that change.
Great, thank you. The only other two on the alibi instruction, which Your Honor is going to give.
I did make that. It's a minor change, but I did make the changes that you suggested. I think it tracks better with the evidence in the case.
And then lastly, our request that the jury be instructed that they need not be in this particular tuning factor.
You'll just have to wait on that one.
I've seen that.
Wait until I'm
in multiple
monetized
questions,
before you do
multiple
that.
cases where that's
And
theory.
then you'll have to do it on my 24-hour stream
Okay, so I'm
if I ever
trying
have
to
one.
stay consistent.
If I'm
here. I
that
don't think that's part of the model instruction. I also don't know that there's going to be much room for confusion here, just given the evidence. And if it arises, I will instruct them in accordance with that suggested language. But
Thank you.
I'm not going to add that.
Just for the record, on the alibi change that you're making, I understand the change you're making. We object to that change.
Okay, thank you. That's
Oh.
noted.
And we have one issue on
It,
the
very annoying. It made us drink.
It's a minor one, but important to us.
Okay.
With regard to two, guilty of murder in the first degree, in both A and B, there's the option of yes and then the option of no. We would prefer that what we request that those be flipped. So it would read A with deliberate premeditation, no blank or dash yes dash, and then the same with regard to with extreme atrocity or cruelty, to parallel the number 1 being not guilty.
Any objection to that?
No.
So,
Thank you. And just one moment, thank you. And just one moment, Your Honor.
Just put the nose first and then the yes second.
so it's just,
Because it's
and then we just want
court
to preserve
rules.
our objections that we raised in our written motion for written jury instructions to the extent that the court's instructions differ from our proposed
I
instructions.
thought I made that clear, but
Please draft and suspenders. I apologize for belaboring it, but that's our request. Thank you.
Lastly, or if I could just impose perhaps upon the court or the clerk's office, we would very much need to have the most current version in front of us as you're instructing. So that could either be emailed to save a tree or printed before the charge starts. We appreciate that.
I will email that. I think we've gone over the changes, and it's often the case that I will catch something as I'm reading it and make
Yeah, you catch COVID.
additional change, but that's typically a typo, something along those lines. But we can take a short break. I
Well,
will
neither Shishi
email,
or I am lawyers,
most
so
recent version, which I
I'm
think
not
we're
an attorney,
discussed.
but I just don't I don't give out people's information.
To Mr. Jesnowski, need to distribute that.
and you can DM me
Email.
if you want information on
Is that
it.
whatever? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's fine.
I'm like a 16-year-old girl who got told a
Okay,
secret.
so let's just don't go far.
I will tell everybody.
5 minutes. I really mean that.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're back on time.
Oh, yeah, MG Live.
Oh, I so hope someone else has been watching this trial as we had. Because I don't know, what do your polls say? I should probably have done a poll as well. Now
I did a
closing is
poll.
over.
So here's my poll. My poll says guilty or nah. And of course, I have yes at 4% currently, nah at 86%, and give me more butter 10%. So there's more people that want more butter. God.
Yeah.
Give us that poll. Yeah, give them the poll. Show them the poll, Baker.
I just put up the poll on my chat because I forgot to put it up in the beginning, and I can't pull up your poll results.
Yeah, I showed my poll on my side.
Yeah.
So you can look at my poll and touch it if you want to.
Yeah. But
The more interaction with my poll, the bigger it gets.
Good afternoon. So as I indicated, I'm about to give my final instructions.
it's
on the
hard to
law.
tell. Again,
You
it's
may
the
take
fourth
notes.
time.
But
To me,
you will
they should be done today
notice
after
that
this
I am reading
evidence.
these instructions.
Yeah.
That is not the most engaging way.
But again, you
I have
never
to
know.
admit to
No.
convey this information
It
to
could
you,
be
but I
weak.
do it for two reasons. First,
But
to make
when
sure
we go
that
on
I
Verdict Watch, I will put
give
on
you
word
accurate
on screens,
instructions, but also
and,
because
then,
I plan on giving you a
and
copy
then we'll come
of the
back
instructions
and
that I'm reading
maybe
from,
have some people, if anyone
as an aid
would
in
like
your
to
deliberations.
join and spend the
Now
afternoon
that said, it's important that you still
getting angry like
pay
me,
careful
you
attention
can do
to all
that.
of my instructions, because what I'm about to say to you are my instructions, not the written instructions that you will receive later. And what I'm about to say won't necessarily reflect what is in the written instructions. It won't necessarily be verbatim. And if you find that there's a conflict or discrepancy between what I say and what is written in the instructions that you will be provided, you are to consider what I say and not what is written. What I say here is what controls. Again, what I'm about to say to you constitutes my instructions on the law. So, members of the jury, we are now at the
This
final
guy
stage of
actually
this
looks
trial.
like my nephew.
You have seen, heard, and received all the evidence, and you have heard the closing arguments of counsel. It is now my duty to instruct you about the law that you are to apply to the facts that you find in this case. I'm going to divide these instructions into 3 parts. The first part consists of general instructions associated with matters relating to all criminal cases and more specific instructions that relate to your evaluation of the issues raised in this case. The second part concerns the elements of the indicted offense. The third part relates to your deliberations. Now, first, I want to discuss some general and fundamental principles that apply to all criminal cases. They are the presumption of innocence, the burden of proof, and the concept of reasonable doubt. This is a criminal case. Any person charged with a crime is presumed to be innocent unless and until she is proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been charged with a crime, or arrested for a crime, or indicted for a crime is absolutely no evidence of that person's guilt of any crime. As I explained to you at the outset of this trial, an indictment is nothing more than an accusation. It is merely a procedural vehicle that brings a person before the court for trial so that a jury may determine whether the person is guilty or not guilty. The presumption of innocence also means that no person is required to prove her innocence. A person charged with a crime is not required to explain anything to a jury. Exactly the contrary is true. It is the Commonwealth which must prove each and every element of a particular crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt before the defendant may be found guilty of that crime. If the Commonwealth does not prove each and every element of the particular charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you, the jury, must find the defendant not guilty of that crime. This burden of proof never shifts. The defendant is not required to call any witnesses or produce any evidence since she is presumed to be innocent. This presumption of innocence stays with the defendant unless and until the evidence convinces you, the deliberating jury, unanimously that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It requires the jury to find the defendant not guilty unless her guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of her guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. And that brings us to the concept of reasonable doubt. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge against her. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until she is proven guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, next, members of the jury, I'm going to instruct you with respect to matters that may have occurred or arisen during the trial, and generally about the evidence and what you may do with the evidence that you have heard in this case. First, let me mention to you again what the respective roles of the attorneys are in this trial.
I think this judge,
attorneys have
over the past
very important responsibilities.
couple of days,
it is their role to present evidence in this
is
case.
siding
most
more
helpful
with
to their
the defense.
respective positions. It's also their duty to object when evidence is offered that they believe may be
Early on, I didn't
inadmissible
like
under
his
our rules of
rulings.
evidence.
or
As
his
such,
outlook on
any
stuff.
such activity on the part of an attorney in this case in making
since
an
then, I think
objection or
he's gotten a lot
requesting a
more
sidebar conference is not to be
on the
held against
defensive
either
side
the
of it,
Commonwealth or the defendant or
'cause
any
he's
of
not
the
seeing
attorneys
it
in
being
your
proven,
consideration
but
of the evidence or in your deliberation of your
but he
verdict.
also can't deliberate
Each of
from
the
the bench.
attorneys
He
is
doesn't
carrying
want
out
to do
his
that.
or her duties, his or her obligations, and his or her responsibilities as advocates for the Commonwealth and for the defendant. Now, since determining the facts in this case is your duty and not mine, let me also remind you that you are to draw no inferences favorable or unfavorable to either party, because of anything that I, as a judge, may have said or done during the trial of this case. If you think that during the course of the trial, I made certain rulings that suggested how I felt the case was going, or how any issue of fact should be resolved, or how you should find the facts, then you are to ignore it. It would be improper for me to do that. I don't intend it, and the decision that you must make as to the facts in this case must be made free from interference from anyone, including me. My role as the judge is to see that there is a fair, orderly, and efficient trial of this case. My role is also to rule on questions of evidence and matters of law, and to instruct you on the law, as I'm doing now. Your role in this case, members of the jury, is the most important role in the trial, because you and you alone determine what the facts are. In a sense, you are judges when you do that. You are the sole judges of the facts. It doesn't matter what I or the lawyers think the facts are. All that matters is what you find the facts to be. In deciding what the facts are, you all have certain tools available to you. The primary ones are your own common sense, good judgment, and general life experiences. Don't leave those tools here in the courtroom. Bring them with you into the jury room and use them as you work to reach your verdict. If in the course of the opening statements, closing arguments, or during the trial itself, any of the attorneys, or even I as the judge, called to your attention matters of evidence that you do not remember collectively as a jury, then you are free to ignore it. It is your memory of what the testimony was and what the evidence is that controls your deliberations in this case. You alone will determine the weight, the effect, the value of the evidence, and the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses. Once you make those determinations of fact, it is then your duty to apply them to the law as I now give it to you. In deciding whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charge that has been brought against her, you should, of course, act without prejudice, without fear or favor, and make your judgment solely from a fair consideration of all the evidence. Emotion or sympathy for one side or the other has no place in your deliberations, and you are not to decide this case on the basis of what you may have learned or heard outside of this courtroom, or on the basis of any guesswork, speculation, suspicion, or unanswered questions in your minds. You may not speculate as to what might be or might not have been the facts, and you must not be influenced by the popularity or the lack of popularity of the crime that has been charged. Rather, you must confine your consideration to the evidence and nothing but the evidence, and your decision must be based on common sense, good reasoning, and good judgment. Your decision must be made without partiality and without concern for the effects or the consequences of that decision. Now, let me tell you generally what is evidence, and equally important, what is not evidence in this case.
Nothing's evidence.
Evidence is what you have heard from the witnesses who have testified here in court before you under oath and given answers to questions put to them by the attorneys. You've had a chance to listen to each witness, to observe each witness, to consider all of what he or she has said and how they have said it. That is evidence.
You are correct.
Evidence is also the videotape, audio tape, photograph, document, or any other item or thing that was received into evidence. Of course, the quality or strength of the proof is not determined by the sheer volume of evidence or by the number of witnesses that have been presented at trial. Rather, it is the weight of the evidence, that is, the strength intending to prove or disprove the issues at stake, that is important.
Yes, we're all giving you a big hug, Farrell.
Now, some of the things that have occurred during this trial are not evidence, and you may not consider these things in deciding the facts of this case. As I have already told you, the indictment in this case is not evidence. The fact that the defendant was arrested or charged in this case is absolutely no evidence whatsoever with respect to
That
her
way he wears
guilt
his
or
mask.
innocence. A question put to a witness by either attorney, no matter how artfully phrased, is not evidence. It is not
Just
to be
remind me
considered
never
by
to
you
introduce you
unless and
ladies to
until
my
the witness
nephew.
answers or adopts that question. Only the answers given by each witness are
Of course,
evidence.
now he's married.
Also, you may not
and,
consider
has
any
a
as evidence
brand new
any
baby.
question, answer,
Mhm.
or other matter that I have ordered stricken from the record
He married,
and told you to
married a
disregard
nurse,
during the trial. The
up in
opening
that
statements
part
and
of the
closing
woods there.
arguments of counsel
It's
are important,
actually in that
helpful,
area.
and appropriate, but they are not evidence in this case. The personal beliefs of the court or counsel on any issue in this case, or
Well, it's not
on what
his
the
fault.
evidence is, are not evidence. Anything that you may have seen, heard,
See
or
how
read
this
about
hunt goes.
this case outside of this courtroom, or while you were not here sitting in the courtroom, is not evidence. My instructions to you on the law and anything that I may have said to you in passing during the course of the trial is not evidence. Now, generally, there are two kinds of evidence upon which you can rely: direct evidence and circumstantial
Only if I
evidence.
sing first, huh?
Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness
I have
claims
to-
to have
have to
seen
sing
or
for my meal?
heard
Is
or
that what you're
touched or
saying?
somehow perceived with his or her own senses. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of circumstances from which you may infer or conclude that a fact exists even though it has not been proven directly. You are entitled to consider both kinds of evidence. There's no difference in probative value between direct and circumstantial evidence.
Bringing
The
people in,
circumstantial
they say
evidence
this
is competent to establish
better
guilt
than
beyond
looking
a
at
reasonable
Val.
doubt. An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may but are not required
Love
to draw
Valhalla.
from the evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience, and then draw a
Fucking going
conclusion.
crazy. Give me a second.
An inference or conclusion drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference or conclusion which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. You may not guess, you may not speculate. Further, when the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and the reasonable inferences or conclusions that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, as I've said, your function, among other things, is to decide the credibility of the witnesses. In determining credibility and the weight to be given to the testimony of each witness, you must consider and you must be guided by such factors as the conduct and demeanor of the witness while testifying, the frankness or lack of frankness of that witness, the reasonableness or unreasonableness of the witness's testimony, the probability or improbability of that testimony, the opportunity or lack thereof to see or to know the facts concerning that to which the witness has testified, the accuracy of the witness's testimony, and the degree of intelligence shown by the witness. You may also consider the witness's motive to testify for or against either side, and of course, the interest or lack of interest the witness has in the outcome of the case. You may also take into consideration the age, the character, and the demeanor of each witness at trial, as well as any bias that he or she may have shown in his or her testimony when determining whether the credit to be given to that testimony. You have great power in this regard. In evaluating the evidence presented by a witness, you as jurors are free to believe everything that a witness says, some of what the witness says, or none of what the witness says. If you do not believe a witness's testimony that something happened, your disbelief is not evidence that it did happen, or that it did not happen, rather. When you disbelieve a witness, it just means that you need to look elsewhere for credible evidence about the issue. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your function to resolve those conflicts and to determine where the truth lies. Now, there's one more point about witnesses to address: expert witnesses. This term refers to witnesses who have specialized training or experience in a particular field. Generally, in cases that are tried in our courts, both civil and criminal, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. That is, things that they have personally seen or heard or felt. However, in a variety of cases, issues arise that are beyond the experience of laypersons, and in those types of cases, we allow a person with specialized training or experience, called an expert witness to testify, and to testify not only to facts, but also to opinions and the reasons for his or her opinions on issues that are within the witness's field of expertise and are relevant and material to the case. Because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in his or her field does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat the so-called expert witness just like you would treat any other witness. In other words, as with any other witness, it is completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of an expert witness, including the opinions that witness gave. It is also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts relied on by the expert and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the expert's testimony. You are free to reject the testimony and opinion of such a witness in whole or in part if you determine that the witness's opinion is not based on sufficient education and experience, or that the testimony of the witness was motivated by some bias or interest in the case. You must also, as I have explained, keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. If you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember that expert witnesses do not decide cases. Juries do.
Sing out loud.
In the last analysis, an expert witness is like any other witness in the sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight you give to the expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw from that testimament.
Sing a song.
Now, you may have noticed that the defendant did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. Under our system of law, a defendant has a perfect right to say to the Commonwealth, "You have the burden of proving your case against me beyond a reasonable doubt. I do not have to say a word." The fact that a defendant or the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the other evidence presented. Now, a videotape of interviews that the defendant gave to the police has been introduced. I believe it's Exhibit 63. Before you may consider any of the statements purportedly made by the defendant during this interview as evidence in this case, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that first, the defendant made the statement, and second, that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances.
No, Baker had a phone
when
call.
and where the statement was made,
and
the nature of any conversations with the police, or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition,
that's what he's
including
doing
her
currently.
intelligence, age, education, experience,
And it was
and
a very
personality.
important one, or else
Your
would not
decision
be
does not turn upon any one
He would
factor.
still be here.
You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. So to state the general rule once again, you may not consider any statement that the defendant is alleged to have made unless the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt both that the defendant made the statement and that she made it freely, voluntarily, and rationally. If the Commonwealth has met that burden, then you may consider the defendant's statements and rely upon them as much or as little as you think proper, along with all the other evidence in the case. Now, in addition, in the video, only the defendant's own statements count as evidence of the facts.
My friend
may provide context for what the defendant said.
But
the police
might
officer's
actually
statement.
enjoy being zip tied to a pole.
What? I leave for 5 minutes.
And I
Yeah.
burned up your chat. They were concerned about you. You just
What happened to
disappeared and-
Uncivil?
well, it looks like Let's Go Brandon went over and
Oh. Well, thank you so much.
I
Let's go.
appreciate it.
And yeah, don't get salty.
Yeah, don't get salty. I like Uncivil. He's actually not a bad guy. So he's been on my channel before, and he's
a cool
very,
cool dude. But again, I like to promote everyone should go follow on civil law.
absolutely.
So
Brandon does make friends.
yeah, Brandon is
Very
making
good.
friends. I'm not saying Brandon and C-Swept has to get a prenup, but there's something brewing between those two.
I'm telling you, it's getting hot in here.
Yeah.
About time you peel me off Jamie's face.
Yeah.
I can't leave you guys alone for
Me.
5
Can't handle me.
minutes.
Again, on the video are not evidence of any of the facts in this case.
I love
But
my
if you
chat.
find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's statements on the video are voluntary, those statements are evidence in this case for all purposes, and you may give her videotape statement as much
Did I forget
or
to
as
take
little
it
weight
down?
as you deem
I'm sorry,
appropriate.
Jamie. You know I love you.
Also, and I mentioned this earlier, I have edited or redacted the video to take out statements that are not evidence. So there may be other breaks in the video, or the video may jump around here or there. You should not guess or speculate about what might have been edited out, because those things are not relevant or appropriate for your consideration. And of course, you should not hold these edits against any of the parties, because they reflect my decisions and rulings as a judge. Now, this video of the defendant's statement, along with the other exhibits introduced during the trial, will be available to you in the jury room so that you may examine them to whatever extent you wish. You have the same powers with respect to exhibits as you have with respect to the testimony of the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is, the value, which they deserve to receive. You are not required to believe something simply because it appears in a video, a photograph, or a document. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears in that form. You decide whether to believe what an exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, to give each exhibit. Certain audio exhibits, and I believe they are exhibits 41, 47, and 54, were accompanied by words or subtitles that derive from a transcript produced at the Commonwealth's request. You may find these words helpful in understanding or interpreting the audio, but it is up to you and you alone to determine what you hear in these exhibits. If what you hear does not match up with the words shown on the screen, you should disregard the words and instead rely on what you hear. Now, you've also seen photographs and video that to some might seem disturbing or graphic. I gave you instructions at the time those images were introduced as evidence that I will repeat now. Your verdict must not in any way be influenced by your reaction to their graphic nature. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by these images. Consider these images only as they may draw attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of the alleged victim's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself. In addition, to the extent that any exhibit has been edited or redacted, you should not consider or speculate about the edited or redacted portions of the exhibit. As with the video, the defendant's statement, you should not hold these edits or redactions against either party, as they are a product of my rulings and decisions as the judge. Now, a failure on the part of the Commonwealth to investigate certain witnesses, conduct scientific tests, or to otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. Such a failure may create a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted tests or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted tests or actions would or could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant
I'm going to pull my poll out here.
Third,
and
whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the tests or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality or reliability of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. In the alternative, you may consider whether the omissions tend to show the existence of police bias against the defendant in conducting the investigation. All these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you, and you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. Now, certain evidence was introduced for a limited purpose, which means that you may consider it for that limited purpose and that limited purpose alone. This instruction includes some of the evidence you have heard concerning the quality and or reliability of the investigation. Specifically, you have heard testimony from various witnesses concerning Mark Oleksak and Carla Danielle. As I instructed you at the time, that testimony was introduced solely as it related to what information was brought to the attention of investigators during the course of their investigation and how that information related to their investigation of this case. As such, you may consider it for that purpose and that purpose alone.
Thank you for super chatting Kurt, Brandon, and sharing my link. And thank you, is it Mama or Bama Rose, for sharing it. And no, I'm sure Kurt, he's one of the good guys on YouTube.
Yeah.
And he's one of the smartest guys on YouTube.
Yeah, that's Alabama Rose. Alabama Rose is an absolute sweetheart. So
yeah. Yeah. And everyone, if you need to know someone who really explains the law, which I can't do, I'm not a lawyer. If you want to deep dive into anything law related, you can't go anywhere better than to Kurt. He knows his shit.
Yes, he does.
So everyone go straight over there and give him a big like and yeah, because he's a guy who really does cool stuff, and I like it because as a person who don't know the law, it's really nice to have someone explain the law to you.
Yeah, and the thing is Kurt may not be everybody's cup of tea, and that doesn't matter. I mean, if they know their stuff, they know their stuff. And you can say, hey, fourth time, and you can say, hey, I don't like Shizzy's stuff. That's absolutely fine, but just know that I'm not going to hold it against you for long.
Yeah. And that's what I really like about this whole YouTube community. And again, I'm not for everyone, but some people like me, some people like Shishi. Everyone loves Jamie. That's why you're here. We know it.
You have to love Jamie.
Yeah.
I got law sitting on her face.
MG Law likes sitting there.
This is what we got right here. We got Jamie's luscious lashes.
Come on,
All you got to do is just hit her up on Cash App and keep those lashes coming.
Yeah, but again, thank you, Brandon, for spreading my name. That's better than spreading something else on me. But
yeah, we leave that for Jamie.
Yeah.
I gave a similar instruction regarding video taken at various locations. I believe exhibits 74, 90, and 99. As I explained at the time those videos were introduced, it is entirely up to you to decide what those videos depict, and in that respect, you may consider them for all purposes. However, to the extent to which you heard testimony from a witness about his interpretation of the video or what he thought the video depicted, that testimony was only admitted as it related to the witness's state of mind and his reasons for taking whatever steps he may have taken to investigate the case further.
I would love to.
Now, you've also heard evidence about restraining orders,
always
force
has
violence,
an open
911 calls, arguments between the defendant and the alleged victim, and that the defendant was arrested and charged with assault and battery, a charge that was later dismissed. You may not take any of that evidence as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crime charged, nor may you consider any of that evidence as proof that the defendant has a criminal personality or bad character. But you may consider this evidence solely on the limited issues of motive, state of mind, and intent, and as to whether there was a hostile relationship between the defendant and the alleged victim. You may not consider the evidence for any other purpose. Now, you have heard testimony suggesting that the defendant may not have been present at the place and time when the offense charged in the complaint is alleged to have occurred. Such testimony is commonly referred to as alibi evidence. Now, I caution you not to give the word alibi any sinister connotation. It is only a shorthand phrase for a very important issue in this case. Did the defendant commit the crime as charged, or was she elsewhere at the time and therefore necessarily innocent? In considering this matter, please remember that the Commonwealth has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense charged. And, of course, that includes proving that the defendant was present at the scene and not somewhere else.
He doesn't follow me on Twitter, so I can't message him.
The defendant had no duty to call witnesses or produce any evidence on this or any other element of the crime. In this case, you've heard evidence suggesting that the defendant may have been away from her house when this offense was committed.
Yeah.
I guess
we'll have to decide whether you believe that evidence. Obviously, if you believe it, then the Commonwealth has failed to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and you must find her not guilty. But even if you disbelieve some or all that evidence, that doesn't mean that the defendant is automatically guilty. You still must find all that the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Now, at various times during this trial, you've heard references to prior testimony or proceedings. You may consider the substance of any prior testimony that was introduced at this trial, but you may not speculate about, discuss, consider, or otherwise draw any conclusions from the fact that there were prior court proceedings related to this case at which testimony was taken.
Do have to jump for
Now, before I
about
move on to
20
the elements
minutes.
of the
I'll
indicted
be
offense, I
back.
want to give you an instruction that I gave you at the beginning
Yeah,
of this
we'll
trial.
hopefully go on
Our system
break,
of
then
justice depends
I'll
on
put
judges
up
like
word
me
on
and jurors like
screen,
you
and
being
then
able
we'll
and
open
willing to
up
make
the
careful and fair
afternoon.
decisions.
Hopefully, if
All
Chris
people
sees
deserve
this
fair and
message
equal
or
treatment in our
anything,
system of
still
justice,
hit one of
regardless of
us
their
up,
race,
and
national
you can
origin,
come on
religion,
and have a
age,
talk with us. I would
ability,
love to
gender,
talk.
sexual
Absolutely.
orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic.
Yeah,
You have
I'll
agreed to be
get you
fair.
in
I'm sure that you want to be fair,
about
but
20
that's not
minutes.
always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we are not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. We judges have the same problem, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to any decisions. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden bias. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence cast doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as a different racial, ethnic, or gender identity group? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions, so don't be shy or hesitate to speak up. You should participate actively, in particular if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible, and that is your responsibility as jurors. Now on to the elements of the charged offense.
Oh my God, Lord.
The Commonwealth has charged the defendant with murder in the first degree under the theory of deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty. There are two different degrees of murder, murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree under the following theories: murder with deliberate premeditation and or murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. To find the defendant guilty on any of these theories of murder, you must be unanimous. That is, all the deliberating jurors must agree that the Commonwealth has met its burden of proving every required element of that theory beyond a reasonable doubt. You should check the appropriate box or boxes on the verdict slip as to each theory on which you agree unanimously. If you are unable to agree unanimously that the Commonwealth has met its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either of these theories of first degree murder, you shall consider whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of murder in second degree. If you are unable to agree unanimously that the Commonwealth has met its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of murder in the first or murder in the second degree, you shall consider whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the lesser offense of voluntary manslaughter. I will begin by instructing you on the elements and additional requirements to prove for each of these theories of murder in the first degree. I will next instruct you on murder in the second degree. I will then instruct you on voluntary manslaughter. I will then review the verdict slip with you. So I will first define the elements of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. To prove the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements. First, that the defendant caused the death of the alleged victim, Cara Rintala. Second, that the defendant intended to kill the alleged victim, that is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause the alleged victim's death. Third, the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation, that is, she decided to kill after a period of reflection. In addition to these elements, the Commonwealth must also prove that there were no mitigating circumstances. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of the alleged victim. A defendant's act is the cause of death, where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill the alleged victim. That is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause the alleged victim's death.
It's so long.
The third element is that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation. That is, she decided to kill after a period of reflection. Deliberate premeditation does not require any particular length of time of reflection.
Jillian, yeah, I go with that one. And remember, this is the fourth time they're trying her. 2 times she was found. They didn't find anything. It was a hung jury. At the third trial, she was convicted. It was overturned because of the paint drying expert wasn't an expert in drying paint. And again, we've been watching this for 10 days and no one on the panel, and I've seen very few, maybe 10% in the polls we have done, believe she is guilty. There's, in my opinion, absolutely so much reasonable doubt to you can find her guilty in this case. The murder victim had 2 lovers, simps something. One gave her a black card from MasterCard, which she ran up debt on. She was twice bankrupt before that. The other guy was a guy she worked with who was allowed to kiss her on the corner of the mouth and gave her 3 credit cards without telling his wife. He also gave her $250 to buy a dog, and the day of the murder, she was asking for $20 for a dog crate, even though she'd never bought the dog. So there's so many people who could have done this, and they just look at the wife. It's well, great success. I love when people don't think like me, because I can learn something too, and that's why I do this. It's to get a bit smarter, and maybe I'm biased. Is she hot? She's a lady in her early 50s or something like that. She looks kind of like a librarian.
Yeah.
So if well, I don't know if she have a gift and go you can help her out with, but she's a pretty lady, I would say that. Yeah, the corner kisser and black cards. It's it's not that kind of black card. It's some kind of a MasterCard.
A decision to kill may be formed over a period of days, hours, or even a few seconds. The key is the sequence of the thought process. First, the consideration whether to kill. Second, the decision to kill. And third, the killing arising from the decision. There's no deliberate premeditation where the action is taken so quickly that a defendant takes no time to reflect on the action and then decides to do it. Finally, the Commonwealth is also required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there are no mitigating circumstances. The law recognizes that in certain circumstances, which we refer to as mitigating circumstances, the crime is a lesser offense
to a
than
girl
it
who has a
would have been
gambling
in the
problem.
absence of a mitigating
Seems
circumstance.
like a bad idea.
A killing that would otherwise be murder in the first or second degree is reduced to the lesser offense of voluntary manslaughter if the defendant killed someone under mitigating circumstances. Not every circumstance you may think to be mitigating is recognized as mitigating under the law. In this case, the mitigating circumstances that you may consider are, first, heat of passion on a reasonable provocation, and second, heat of passion induced by sudden combat. To prove
I
the
don't
defendant guilty
believe
of
you
murder
know
in the first
the
degree with a deliberate
victim.
premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove
She
beyond a reasonable
hasn't
doubt
been
that there were no
breathing
mitigating
for
circumstances.
13 years.
I will instruct you on
but,
each of these mitigating
yeah.
circumstances in more detail later when I discuss voluntary manslaughter. Next, I will define the elements of
Leslie,
murder in the
you're
first degree
such a
with extreme
hard
atrocity or
guy.
cruelty.
You're starting
You
to
shall
sound
consider
like
this
Sal.
theory of murder in the first degree, regardless of whether or not you find that the Commonwealth has proved murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. To prove the defendant guilty of murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant caused the death of the alleged victim. Second, the defendant either intended to kill the alleged victim, or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to the alleged victim, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Third, the killing was committed with extreme atrocity or cruelty. In addition to these elements, the Commonwealth must also prove that there were no mitigating circumstances. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of the alleged victim. The defendant's act is the cause of death, where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill the alleged victim, or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to the alleged victim, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 sub-elements, which I shall call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of these 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong, the defendant intended to kill, is the same as the second element of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. The second and third prongs are different from any element of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to the alleged victim. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the alleged victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. The third element is that the killing was committed with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Extreme atrocity means an act that is extremely wicked or brutal, appalling, horrifying, or utterly revolting. Extreme cruelty means that the defendant caused the person's death by a method that surpassed the cruelty inherent in any taking of human life. you must determine whether the method or mode of a killing is so shocking as to amount to murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. The inquiry focuses on the defendant's actions in terms of the manner and means of inflicting death, and on the resulting effect on the victim. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of the deceased with extreme atrocity or cruelty, you must consider the following 3 factors. First, whether the defendant was indifferent to or took pleasure in the suffering of the alleged victim. Second, whether the defendant's method or means of killing the deceased was reasonably likely to substantially increase or prolong the conscious suffering of the alleged victim. Or third, whether the means used by the defendant were excessive and out of
They said
proportion
it
to
took
what
maximum
would
4
be
minutes.
needed to kill a person. In considering whether the means used by the defendant were excessive and out of proportion to what would be needed to kill a person, you may consider the extent of the injuries to the deceased, the number of blows delivered, the manner, degree, and severity of the force used, and the nature of the weapon, instrument, or method used. You cannot make a finding of extreme atrocity or cruelty unless it is based on one or more of the 3 factors I have just listed. In addition to these elements, the Commonwealth must prove that there were no mitigating circumstances.
Yep.
I've already mentioned that I will instruct you on mitigating circumstances later when I discuss voluntary manslaughter.
Later? How much?
Now, as to murder in the second degree, in order to prove murder in the second
That's the
degree,
reason
the
I'm
Commonwealth
thinking.
must prove the following elements. First, that the defendant caused the death of the alleged victim. Second, the defendant intended to kill the alleged victim, or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to the alleged victim, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In addition to these elements, the Commonwealth must also prove that there were no mitigating circumstances. If the Commonwealth proves all the required elements but fails to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there were no mitigating circumstances, you must find the defendant not guilty of murder, but you shall return a verdict of voluntary manslaughter. The requirements of proof for murder in the second degree are the same as for murder in the first degree with extreme atrocity or cruelty, but without the element that the killing was committed with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, as to voluntary manslaughter, to prove the defendant guilty of murder in the first or second degree, the Commonwealth is required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there were no mitigating circumstances that reduced the defendant's culpability. A mitigating circumstance is a circumstance that reduces the seriousness of the offense in the eyes of the law. A killing that would otherwise be murder in the first or second degree is reduced to the lesser offense of voluntary manslaughter, where the Commonwealth has failed to prove that there were no mitigating circumstances. Therefore, if the Commonwealth proves all the required elements of murder but fails to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there were no mitigating circumstances, you must not find the defendant guilty of murder, but you shall find the defendant guilty of voluntary manslaughter. I will now instruct you on each of these mitigating circumstances. First, heat of passion on reasonable provocation. Heat of passion includes the states of mind of passion, anger, fear, fright, and nervous excitement. Reasonable provocation is provocation by the person killed that would be likely to produce such a state of passion, anger, fear, fright, or nervous excitement in a reasonable person as would overwhelm her capacity for reflection or restraint, and did actually produce such a state of mind in the defendant. The provocation must be such that a reasonable person would have become incapable of reflection or restraint and would not have cooled off by the time of the killing, and that the defendant herself was so provoked it did not cool off at the time of the killing. In addition, there must be a causal connection between the provocation, the heat of passion, and the killing. The killing must occur after the provocation and before there is sufficient time for the emotion.
Oh, why can't I speed it up? It sounds like he's falling
the
asleep.
state of mind induced by the provocation rather than by a pre-existing intent to kill or grievously injure
Just
or
read a
an
bunch
intent to
of crap to
kill
somebody.
formed after the
Not
capacity for
understand.
reflection or restraint has returned.
Aye.
Reasonable provocation does not require physical
It's almost
contact,
as
but
slow as
physical
lifting.
contact, even a single blow, may amount to reasonable provocation. Whether the contact is sufficient will depend on whether a reasonable person under similar circumstances would have been provoked to act out of emotion rather than reason reflection, and on whether the defendant was in fact so provoked. The heat of passion must also be sudden.
I'll
That is,
put
the
up
killing must have occurred
poll
before
when,
a reasonable person
He's
have
done
regained control of her emotions,
reading.
and the defendant must have
His
acted in the heat of passion before she
jury
regained control of her emotions.
Instruction.
If the Commonwealth has not proved beyond a
And
reasonable doubt the absence of heat of passion on reasonable provocation, the Commonwealth has not proved that the defendant committed the crime of murder. Now, heat of passion induced by sudden combat. Sudden combat involves a sudden assault by the person killed and the defendant upon each other. In sudden combat, physical contact, even a single blow, may amount to reasonable provocation. Whether the contact is sufficient will
think
depend on
man
whether a
won
reasonable
and then
person
less
under similar
included.
circumstances
But
would have been provoked to act out of emotion rather than reason
He,
reflection,
he's
And
talking
and on
me
whether the
into
defendant
a
was in
stupid.
fact so provoked. The heat of passion induced by sudden combat must also be sudden. That is, the killing must have occurred before a reasonable person would have regained control of her emotions, and the defendant must have acted in the heat of passion without cooling off at the time of the killing. If the Commonwealth has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt the absence of heat of passion induced by sudden combat, the Commonwealth has not proved that the defendant committed the crime of murder. In summary, a killing that would otherwise be murder is reduced to the lesser offense of voluntary manslaughter if the defendant killed someone because of heat of passion, unreasonable provocation, or heat of passion induced by sudden combat. The Commonwealth has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not kill as a result of heat of passion, unreasonable provocation, or heat of passion induced by sudden combat. If the Commonwealth fails to meet this burden, the defendant is not guilty of murder, but you shall find the defendant guilty of voluntary manslaughter if the Commonwealth has proved the other required elements. Now, members of the jury, I have instructed you on the crimes of murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, and voluntary manslaughter. If you conclude unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, you have a duty to return a verdict of guilty of the highest crime up to and including the charged offense of murder in the first degree the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendant. If the Commonwealth does not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of any offense charge, you must find her not guilty. All right, so as I have told you earlier, in order to reach a valid verdict, each juror must agree. That is, the verdict in a criminal case,
I'd
whether
like to have
it
a
be guilty
sudden
or not
combat with
guilty,
this
must
judge
be
right now.
unanimous. What that means is that on this indictment, the jury does not have a verdict unless and until all 12 deliberating jurors agree. You do not have a guilty
Thank you,
verdict
Wall
unless
626. Brandon, you're a great cheerleader.
all 12 agree that it is guilty.
I
And
raised
by the
my
same
glass to you,
token,
sir.
you do not have a not guilty verdict unless all 12 agree that it is not guilty. In the jury room, you will have a verdict slip on which to record your verdict. Your foreperson will mark the verdict slip to indicate either that you have unanimously found the defendant not guilty or that you have unanimously found her guilty of murder in the first degree on the theory of deliberate premeditation and or extreme
Thank you so
atrocity
much.
or cruelty. You will note on the verdict slip
Thank
that
you
there
for
is also
supporting
a box for the theory of murder in the second degree. Murder committed with the intent
I really like
required for the commission of second degree
Oh,
murder.
that's bad.
To convict the defendant under this
I like
theory, you
that.
must be unanimous.
Getting
That is,
some
all
love.
12 of you must agree in order to find the defendant guilty under the theory of murder in the second degree. And finally,
brought
there
up,
is a box for
and
the
that's
theory
why
of
we're
voluntary
going at
manslaughter.
the
Again,
pace
to
of a
convict
snail.
the defendant under this theory, you must be unanimous. That is, all 12 of you must agree to find the defendant guilty under this theory. Now, the law permits only 12 people to deliberate in a criminal case, and there are more than 12 of you here. So shortly, we will, by random lot, reduce.
MLSM is Mexican law. He's from Michigan. No, it's Dave. He's a super cool guy. Go give his channel a little linky poo, a little likey poo. I don't even know if I have any wrenches. I have to. Can you get it for me? Thank you, Jamie. He also does a lot of great stuff, and he's a really good friend of mine. I'm sorry to say I got him drunk on a ferry. Not one of the magical things, but a boat. And it was an amazing stream for 90 minutes we did after that. We missed you there, Brandon. But it was a fun ride. I don't know whatever the LC debacle is. I'm not a drama trooper. I'm a monkey pushing buttons.
Lincoln Kane?
I don't know. I don't do drama. I do occasionally do shots.
I thought he just meant were you on there, but
I don't know. Yeah, I've been on there a couple of times, but I don't know which time. So that's facts not in evidence, but no, it was a fun trial. Where that's Nick. He was on the ferry too. He was so drunk he was sick for a week. No, he got some illness. Did you put in
yeah,
Dave's? Why
Yeah.
can't I see it?
I don't know. It's gonna go off the screen now because it's getting pushed up. Very up top now.
Shizzy's link tree. What? Did I mute you or something? Because I can't see it.
Are you on all?
Yeah, because it's in the StreamYard, so I get all from you, from me, and all from.
Yeah, I'm right between Sal and Farrell.
That's a sandwich you like to be in. There's nothing there. It's Brandon and Farrell. No, Dal is saying Brandon and Farrell. I'm here. That's the two I have there.
Farrell posted it again, so I'll just grab that one. Then.
This one, yeah. Go over there and show Dave some love. Mexican law show, one of the best law shows on the tubes. And he's a really cool guy. He got his own treehouse. It's okay, Brandon. We still love you. And remember to wear your mask and sanitize your hands. Maybe go by the doctor and get a little pricky poo in your arm.
Number to 12. We choose more than 12 originally so that the process may properly go on to a conclusion if someone should get sick or have some other emergency. If you're chosen as an alternate, you will be kept apart in another room from the deliberating jury. You may not discuss the case with anyone. The role of alternate surely will cause disappointment.
Yeah, and he's building his own
whoever
boat
is chosen at random,
so much
but it is a very important job. First, you have already helped us immensely because typically we cannot start a trial with just 12 jurors. And if we do lose a deliberating juror because of some personal emergency or sickness, I will send an alternate into the jury room to take that juror's place. Now, so important is the role of the alternate that if I need to replace a juror with an alternate
Thank you so
juror,
much,
I will
Jillian.
tell the new deliberating jury of 12 to start
I
again,
can
right from scratch,
vouch
as
for them. I
reconstituted,
like
no matter
them.
how long the deliberations have gone.
And
So if you're chosen as an alternate, please
Nicholas
do not
is
think
a
your
sweet,
contribution
but we
here is
don't
not valued,
hold it
as
against
it
him
is.
because he has long hair.
Now, if you're chosen to be the foreperson, keep in mind that that does not mean that your vote carries more weight. All deliberating jurors have the same status. There's no boss in the jury deliberation room.
Well,
so why
Brandon,
do we need a foreperson?
Now
Well,
you
there
know
are
what
two
you have to pay lefty.
purposes. The first is to act as your facilitator, to gather everyone around the deliberation table, to be sure that everyone has a full and fair opportunity to speak and to share his or her views, and to ensure that all of you are always deliberating together as a group as you work to reach your verdict in this case. If someone needs a break, say a bathroom break, you should suspend until you are all together. Everyone needs to hear everything. The second purpose of the foreperson is to act as your spokesperson here in open court. When you are ready to return your verdict, we will bring you back out as a group. I will ask you to remain standing. Our clerk will ask the foreperson on your behalf if you have reached a verdict. And if you have, we'll go through the process of having that verdict reported by the foreperson on your behalf and then recorded in this case. Now, let me just say a few words about your deliberations in the jury room. You have been permitted to take notes, and some of you have chosen to do so. You may, of course, refer to your notes, but you should give no more and no less weight to the views of a fellow juror just because that juror did or did not take notes. Set things up so that each and every one of you can fully and fairly express your opinion about the particular charge you are discussing. Deliberate all together, not two or three of you separate from the others. It is probably not a good idea to take a straw vote at the outset of your deliberations. If you do that, you might think that you are bound to adhere to that initial impression, and that is most definitely not the case. If you have a strong view about any aspect of this case, no one suggests that you surrender it. A unanimous verdict means the unanimous verdict of each juror independently agreeing. But you are required to deliberate together to see whether the views of other jurors affect your views of the matter. Bear in mind that you are not advocates for one side or the other. You are judges of the facts. Do not hesitate to reassess or re-examine your views on the facts and evidence in light of the views of your fellow jurors who have seen and heard exactly the same evidence that you have. If in the course of your deliberations you find it necessary to communicate with me for any reason, please do so by a writing signed by the foreperson. Please state only the question and do not disclose any preliminary votes or views of the jurors. The foreperson will deliver the written communication to one of the court officers who will see to it that it is delivered to me. That may take a few minutes or longer. If you wish to continue deliberating while you wait, that is up to you, or you can wait for my response. I will call in the lawyers and we will discuss the communication and their response to you, either by return note or I may bring you back and tell you in person. Remember, because I am only the judge of the law and you are the sole judges of the facts, I cannot answer any questions you may have as to what the evidence was or what the facts are. That is not my responsibility. It is yours and yours alone. Jurors, the pace and length of your deliberations is entirely up to you. Your deliberations are to be conducted in secret. You are not to disclose to anyone outside the jury room, not even to the court officers, how you stand numerically or otherwise on the matters before you. The foreperson will have a verdict slip when you are unanimous as to any one of the alternatives. The foreperson will check the appropriate box, sign and date the verdict slip, and inform the court officers who will bring you back into the courtroom
you just got
so that you can so that your verdict can be recorded.
I got back before you shut up, Judge.
I see counsel sidebar.
Talk to the court reporter. It'll be good. She understands all. She might be writing a book about it.
Get on it, God doggone it. Oh, my freaking fucking. No, I can't say fucking.
God, that guy would talk forever if he could.
Lena was the name of the Danish au pair. Nice Danish name, right? Lena is it's in Denmark, that would be kind of a middle class name. kind of from my age, people were called Lena.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't really do we send out au pairs? We get most of our au pair girls from not Thailand, but Malaysia and places like that. And then they all live near Copenhagen with all the rich people. But
That's because only the rich people can afford to put them in a really nice place, you know. So whenever Daddy comes around,
yeah, exactly. Oh, she was your babysitter. Yeah, but I know a lot of my friends or people I grew up with, if they didn't go to high school, many of them went to the US and worked for a Danish family and stayed there, helped with the kids to get some away from Denmark experience. And my own brother and sister have been to high school. I believe one was in New Jersey and the other one was in Illinois.
mm-hmm.
So yeah, you can get these really cheap, and that's why the rich people in Denmark has them as well. Well, back in the day, we didn't have much of the surprises, but Denmark was the first country to do.
I'm just going to repeat a couple of
gender
sentences. There's one
reassignment
word that
thing.
He's going to repeat
that
something.
I may not have
I'm going to
used
die
that I should have
before he's
used.
finished.
So this relates to
Oh no, let's go
mitigating
back.
circumstances. And
They don't
the
care.
portion I'm rereading is as follows. Not every circumstance
Nope.
Every circumstance you may think to be mitigating is recognized as mitigating under the law. In this case, the mitigating circumstances that you must consider are 1, heat of passion on a reasonable provocation, and 2, heat of passion induced by sudden combat.
What?
Okay.
What?
Okay, so that concludes my instructions on the law. So we are going to, at this
I did a
point,
good job, Brandon.
select a 4-person and also the alternates. We'll also need to swear in the court officers. No particular order.
My poll said 88%
Go
not
ahead
guilty and
announce the
11%
four-person.
guilty. So that's kind of like your poll.
Thank you. Juror number 42 and seat 15,
Yep.
the court has appointed you 4% of this jury. I shall now reduce the jury to 12 jurors. I random lot.
For that, we're going to use this state-of-the-art device.
Did he say that and not even crack a smile? Come on, Judge.
First alternate juror is juror number 17 in seat number 7.
Are you
You
going
may
to say?
step down and follow the court officers, please.
I'm going to say they need to block this out.
Second alternate juror.
Yeah, I take care of you, Farrell.
Is juror
You get
number
me into trouble all the
33 in
time.
seat 9.
Sparrow will do that.
I like that she gets me in
Likewise, step
trouble.
down and follow the court officers. Third alternate juror.
Shiz is eating.
Uh huh.
Juror number
Siri,
19 and seat 12.
Yeah, you probably will.
Alternate juror number 3, likewise step down.
That's funny,
Fourth
Rose.
alternate juror.
Called her a pirate, pillaging for booty.
Would be juror number 15 and seat 8.
You better have a ask Shizzy about that. He's the one with the cash app.
Please.
Court officers would please raise your right
Yeah.
hand.
I've got
Do you
cash
swear
app
that you will keep this jury in
and a
some convenient place
PayPal
until they shall
donation
leave?
page
You
too.
will not suffer any person to speak to them or speak to them to yourself unless by order of the
Well, I like
court
all
asked
these
or
people.
agreed. And do you further swear that those alternate jurors whose
Emily
names have been
Baker,
chosen shall be kept apart from the other
she's the one who
jurors,
had a little
subject
gray
to the
streak.
same
I
rules
like
and
women when they had a
regulations
little.
until the jury has agreed upon its verdict or has otherwise.
Oh, she had the purple hair.
Oh, that's the one with the glasses.
Yeah, Emily Baker has purple hair.
Who's the
Members
one
of
with
jury,
the has a gray streak? I really like that.
we will send you
Hello,
back to
everyone.
begin
Okay.
your deliberations. We need a few moments with the exhibits to get them in order.
No, I
Make
welcome
copies of these
each and every
instructions
one
for
who
you,
just
for those
drops by and
shortly,
looks,
for your
find out I'm
consideration.
kind of a weird guy and leaves again. That's for good. That's just as good. But I love everyone who wants to drop by, and I especially love Brandon because he's a fun guy to have in chat. He keeps it
He is.
interesting when this is so boring.
Exactly.
Natalie Wisco, that's the one.
Yes, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I should get purple hair. I used to have pink hair when I was younger.
Well, Natalie Wisco was one that was on Kyle Rittenhouse defense team.
Yeah, I've seen her on Rackets and Vices, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
She's also a really cool lady. Can we go on break now?
Need time to go through the exhibits?
I think we already did that while we were waiting
Okay.
for to finish the instructions. I know from the defendant's perspective, we are content with the exhibits.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is also content with the exhibits. The Commonwealth has produced a blank, clear, clean laptop for the jurors to be able to use for purposes of viewing the digital exhibits. I did give the laptop to.
Well,
Attorney
I'm with
Patricio earlier this
I'm
morning,
with
so
you,
she could
Baker.
look through the
I-
entire laptop
You know, you could hand me
I
1,000
understand
subs,
She is.
and it wouldn't mean a whole lot if
Also,
they
and
don't
again,
stick
as
around. If
Oh,
they
yeah.
just show up and sub and then
all of the digital
don't enjoy the
exhibits onto
content, and then a
desktop
month later they
themselves.
unsub, there's
And
no
for the
enjoyment
record, I'll
in that.
state that they
I'd
are
much rather have
exhibits
slow growth with people that want to
13,
be here
41,
and check out my content
47, 54,
than have
Yeah.
a million
63,
subs that never show back up
74,
again.
90,
Yeah, and I really
99.
appreciate
Again,
people
those
showing
are
up
the
and
either
people who
video or
wants to
audio
help us
recorded
with
exhibits, that's
these
not photographs
goals
or
on YouTube.
video.
But
Again, I understand that's why I
that
agreed that I wanted
monetization,
to put
too many
$1,000
people are chasing that instead of trying to build up a
I
channel
don't have
with
any problem with the laptop, Judge.
a lot of people trying to deliver. And I really like that Brandon goes around and helping people.
Yes.
But I've seen some of those who go buys their way to monetization, and they just because you don't get a lot of money from just running ads, and I don't do ads on live streams in trial. I think YouTube forces you to, but ads don't pay. But I really appreciate that Brandon would do that to us. So maybe someday someone should pay Brandon back because he's a nice guy, but he likes to get people in trouble.
Yes,
That's
he
a good
does.
cool thing.
But
And
he's
again,
also-
he
he's
doesn't
also
force
fun
you
in
to get
chat.
into trouble. You have to agree to get in trouble. We need
Right.
Valhalla to get in trouble.
Yes. No, I enjoy Brandon Lesko's
Well, thank you so much. Yeah,
Yeah.
I try to grow as much as possible, and I hope I
Yeah,
can.
if you write it down for me.
He doesn't want to hear them anymore. And I appreciate just the viewing hours as much as I can get right now. But have to we have to do something with Jamie's cash app. She's the one who needs all the monetos. She's the glue that binds this channel. But friends, family, countrymen, this was the entire trial presented. And I just did a quick poll about verdict when we believe there's a verdict, and 53% says see you tomorrow, 23% says 2 hours, and 11% says 2 to 4 or 4 to 6 hours. So I'm gonna put on words on the stream, and then I'm gonna go grab me some dinner because it's past 7 o'clock my time. Then I will come back and we'll see how long we go. I'll probably open the stream up if any of the creators who know me wants to come on and spend some time and just talk, have fun. And if a lot of people are coming, I'll probably send some of you back again. And I'm not going to do a full 10-person panel, but a few people to hang out with us and keep the afternoon entertaining, because this will probably be to me, I'll be back in an hour. Give me it's Wednesday, so give me the leftover tacos from Taco Tuesday, and then I'll be ready to go. But
I would also suggest, keeping the stuff happening in the background in case it I mean, not on the stream, but in the background in your ear.
Yeah,
I'll have it in. Come back early.
I'll have it in my ear if there's questions and stuff like that. But still, I would really, I hope if any of you, maybe Farrell or some of the lefty, yeah, we could let him on too. But just to come hang out, have some fun, make it a bit more interesting than these. How long were those jury instructions? It killed me. But
45 minutes.
there's always a cure for boredom, and that's words on stream. I know the ladies especially love this one. I'm gonna be off for about an hour, and then I'll put out a link to people if they want to join, and they can come on, and maybe I have a beer in the fridge or two, and I'll have a beer or two, and then she has to be the adult one if there's a verdict coming back.
Yeah.
Maybe Brandon and I can figure something out with Jamie's cash app. We never know. But I know you don't want to listen to me talk because Iris is really chomping at the bits. She wants a little bit of feeding the dogs, and then let's get to it. See you later. Oh, D is the fake letter.
Oh boy.
I just said D was the fake letter and I used it. This crew really has the skills.
I could put stuff in there but it doesn't show up. Like target would be one. Target.
Mhm.
Type it in.
It's always you're always missing one letter to make the words you have in your mind.
Target is in there. Target.
There's no two T's.
Target. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Rage.
Danny
Regret.
has rage. Regret.
Gyrate.
Gyrate. Hi, Miami. How's it going?
Fees. Scoff. SCOFF. S might not be.
Now that's a fake letter again. It's a stupid S.
Offer. R must be the fake one.
Oh, it's the S.
Well, offer. OFFER. Yeah, see.
Yeah, Danny
I
got
typed
that
it
one.
in there, it wouldn't take it.
Well, are you in my chat or in your own?
No, I'm doing it through StreamYard. Through
Yeah, but that goes to your channel.
it should go to both.
Oh. Yeah, because I can only see you writing it in your own.
Huh.
Yeah. Sometimes I see it in your own and then it doesn't show up over here. Because I'm always like, this. Because maybe that's why you're, yeah. Sometimes it's not
Okay.
working.
Weird.
That is kind of annoying though.
Should we do a little Daryl Brooks top 5 when we've done this, just to get the blood pressure up?
Is that what you want?
Just to have something to go.
Well,
Let's
don't get
do
the
some-
blood pressure too high, because then you'll just end up all over the walls and carpet and all over the panels and across the floor. And
Something
the
smells
blood
like
has
to turn off the
amazing
stove.
ways that
I'll be
it
right back.
goes everywhere.
Dave's
Looks
over
like there's
there.
an L in there. So, liar, LAIR, liar. Be in there.
So it's an L.
Yes.
And then there must be a girl here.
Lure, no, that's a E. Rail. Gale, Gaial. Gale.
Oh, that's both a fake and a hidden.
Ah, But Gail should be in there. Gaia. Gail. Gail. What's the woman's name? Girl, Rail. Gail. Gail. Yeah.
No one's listening to you.
I don't know.
Everyone's Grail
Really?
was in there.
Real.
It smells like I didn't turn my stove off. I'll be right back.
Okay. See Baker come running back through the house. House is on fire. Good job, Baker. That's such a funny name. Who you calling the Cootie Queen?
Oh my god, I know.
Oh my.
Do you think they're gonna come back quick?
I think they will. If they don't come back quick, I'll be surprised. Paltry. Paltrey. I think it's a P. What do you think? What do you think, Jamie? It's a P?
That's the hidden letter.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
Later. Later. Might be late. One.
Somebody try like Hardy.
L must be the fake letter. L has got to be the fake letter.
Hardy?
Tear. Tear. That was Tree. Tree. Try an F. Alter. No. Terry. Rattle. Could be another T. Rattle. Nope. Rat. Abate.
Oh, it's L.
Abate. Abate. Bait. Betray.
Going crazy with the bees.
Uh-huh. Barter.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been any number of them.
Yeah.
Booty. Keep your booty away from my face.
From my face. Yes, please. No.
No booty in my face.
No booty in your face.
No booty.
Well, so far, if my calculations are correct, they are closing in on 90 minutes. No questions so far.
Well, it's about lunchtime for them too. Just finished up lunch, got to go get their smokes. Then they have to come back and say, who's going to be the foreperson? Do you think we want to stick around till dinner? Maybe get a free dinner out of this?
Yeah, but still,
See if they
what's
have
in
any
it?
questions.
And so far, no questions.
I'd like to see a question come back. I mean, if I was there, just going over what I heard, I would be asking a question of, is that blood on the shelves?
Yeah, where we presented any evidence that it was blood when the luminol. Could it be anything else? And he would probably say the evidence is as it's presented. We can't blah blah blah.
You have to use your memory or whatever they say.
Yeah, your notes and this and whatever is in that thingy thing.
If someone told me that, I'd be like,
stopping by.
then it's not blood. Hey, Salty Dog, good to see you.
I hope someone wrote that down. I was like, yeah, but did they ever say blood? Like, yeah, they did. Well, he said it in his closing. Well, did they ever present you any evidence?
Yeah, that's a big question. Is it isn't as much as could it be, or is it? It's two completely different things. If it is or it isn't, or it is just indicative of could be something. And yeah, I want a fast not guilty as well, because it's the fourth time, and it's not okay. This lady has been going through this for 13 years with this kind of evidence, in my opinion.
Yeah, and like when I was reading like the reports when we were waiting for the jury to get selected, it took so long because they said it was really hard to place a jury with her. And I just wonder if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because they didn't really say if it was like a good thing, if like everybody knew about it in a good way or a bad way, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like crazy to think, does this whole town think she's guilty, or do they think she's innocent? Like what, because obviously the prosecutors aren't going to want a bunch of people that already believe she's innocent.
Yeah, but if this has been going on long enough, there's a possibility that some of their jurors were, children whenever this happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard.
When you take a 12-year-old girl, 10-year-old girl, 12-year-old boy, 13-year-old boy.
And now
they'll be well into their 20s by this time. They're eligible to be on a jury. And what have they heard at that point? Or some, someone that's a high school student.
And what's the local myth about this case?
Right.
Because everyone has heard about this one. So, but
You'd
again,
almost have to be a transplant coming from another state and never heard of any of it.
Yeah, especially in a small town. People will have heard about this one. But yeah, I don't know. I really hope it's a fast not guilty, because again they haven't proven anything in this one. And that's my biggest problem, because she's been going through this for 13 years. And that's just absolutely not fair.
Not at all.
But to fill the time, should we watch a little bit of the lovely Mr. Brooks?
Oh, Mr. Brooks? Oh my gosh.
It's a long time since I watched him. It's
he's gonna instantly play and be like,
oh my gosh,
how did I do this?
We could just pull up the best of Brooks. There you go.
Yeah, I pulled up this one, and we will remember to stop doing and commenting, so it's clearly fair use.
Oh my gosh, this will be good.
AC Stan, do you have a better suggestion?
Well, let's hear it. Yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah, what do you got?
We are just chilling and hanging out. I've sent out. I made an open link on the Discord. If anyone is a member at MLSN channel and in the Discord, and you have a camera and you don't show off your peen when you come on camera, you can come on and talk about something if you have an interesting story. But again, the no peen policy will be in effect.
Baker will yeet you
I don't
instantly.
even know where you guys put that at. Discord
In
announcements?
You put it in
it's StreamYard in the top.
StreamYard in the top.
I don't think
Okay.
he is a member of that. I might have to add you.
I mean, you don't have to. I was just looking because somebody had said something about that
Oh,
before, and I was like,
yeah,
I
what-
don't see anything there.
What's his name? The Ronnie. What's his name? Ronnie something the third. The one who
Ronnie
yeeted his kid and his wife and screamed as his
Oh.
kid when he was
Oh,
testifying.
yeah. Yes, yes.
Ronnie O'Neill was a crazy person. Yeah.
Ronnie O'Neill, yeah. I'm not sure how much of it is still on YouTube because he was loco.
Yeah, I
He
had
was
a hard time
super
finding him when I
Cocoa
wanted to
Puffs.
look at it.
Yeah, I watched this this one that was, I think it was in Judge McBurney's trial that he was doing, and apparently this son or relative went and deleted his mother, or the matriarch of the family or whatever, just because they didn't want to take care of him anymore. So horrible. And it was graphic. I mean, there was like pictures of, that I won't discuss here, but it was not enjoyable. I was like, I don't know if I want to stream some of this stuff, because it would have probably gotten my channel deleted, because I didn't realize what it was at first. And I was like, oh, that's like a full on nude body encased into a couch. That's not YouTube appropriate. Like, I'm glad I didn't stream that.
But I can see his closing.
Oh, okay. I see it now.
Oh, but if you pull up, yeah, like any of those, like if this opening or it was nuts. The opening, I think, was nuts.
Yeah.
But I can't find opening statement. That's a 2 years ago. Let's go with something that's a bit older. This is from Fox.
I like how you guys do that. That's pretty cool.
Better put subtitles on. Genitals. I did draw your peen. Chef Lepine.
Chef Lapine.
Evidence is going to
Here we go. Wait, what did I miss?
that we are under
Hey.
some of the most.
Oh, sorry.
Keep the peen up.
Sorry. But someone wanted the peen.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I'm kind of stupid.
No, you're not.
Watch it. Watch your ears.
Yeah, this is gonna be loud.
Getting up here to testify.
Mm-hmm.
Getting warmed up.
We need to trim those nails.
The evidence is going to show that we are under some of the most vicious.
Oh,
Fabricating fictitious government you ever seen.
Oh, awesome.
By the time it's all said and done, you will see who is the mass murderers
Don't look good there, buddy.
in Tampa Bay, the state of Florida. You will know why what occurred on March 18, 2018 occurred.
Too bad the audio is so bad.
Yeah.
And the evidence is going to show that law enforcement tampered with evidence to meet their such high burden of proof. Because originally, it wasn't enough. So we had to tamper with evidence.
Oh, they had to tamper with
Since
it.
there was such evidence already, but we still had to tamper with evidence. The evidence is going to show. My son did
Lorne
not
and Krim
commit
has
murder his father.
70% guilty.
The evidence is
Law
going
and-
to show.
Law and crime does.
He did not see
Lorne
me
and Krim.
shoot his mom.
I was reading the
Don't they usually
comments.
get that pretty
Evidence is
wrong?
going to show.
Mainly because they don't pay any
My
attention.
son said many things that are not true. The evidence is going to show that I called 911.
Hey, Christine, welcome.
Hey guys.
Hello.
We can see you. Oh, there you are. Welcome, welcome. We're just watching an opening statement from another trial.
Oh good. How are you guys doing today?
Doing
Oh, we're
great.
doing splendidly. How are you doing?
Oh, that's good. Okay. What's going on?
We're just waiting for the verdict. So we're watching Ronnie O'Neill III opening statement from 2 years ago. He's kind of crazy.
Okay.
So
If
I'm
you're
gonna-
if you're at work and you're listening through a speaker, you may not want to do that.
I'm
Is it
sorry,
get-
I'm
get-
at school. Are you guys doing this again? How long is this? I'm here until 3:30. Can I come back on 3:30?
if we're still going, we're still waiting for the verdict. So you will come back if we're still going. It's the same link,
Okay.
so you can just come back later if you want to.
Okay. Thank you guys.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
nice to see you.
You
See you,
too.
Christine.
Bye.
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 I didn't want
She's
her to
such
get
a
in
sweet lady.
trouble at work. Yeah, I just didn't
Oh,
want her to get in trouble at work. That would have been bad.
No.
He's a crazy person, yeah.
Yeah, he's pro something in a murder trial.
He's pro what do you call it? Pro porcupine? Pro porc.
Yeah, I don't know what this hairstyle is, but I want it.
You want a hairstyle like that?
Yeah, I think I could rock it.
That takes some time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I get my hair cut once every month, so I'm not sure I could do it. But it's all the kinds. It's long and it's short and it's long and it's spiky and it's all the things. But let's get back to this. I think he's the inspiration for Daryl Brooks. He's the OG pro se.
Oh, yeah.
During Kenyatta Barron's 911 call. But all of a sudden, it ends up after I called Kenyatta, after Kenyatta Barron's call was made. Now I'm calling 911. But originally, I called 911 without even knowing she called 911 during her call. But the evidence is going to show that your representatives and law enforcement, local law enforcement, wanted to make it seem like I'm some kind of menace to society.
With a haircut
I
like that.
ran
No, it's just your haircut.
Get out of there and knowing that authority was on the way to kill my own children.
Well,
I wonder why I would do something like that.
Yeah,
Yes, you're
your son who's going to testify
crazy.
against you.
I'm standing here competent as can be, representing myself today.
His own son is going to testify against him.
Yeah. I'm so competent. So I was told I was impotent, so I dressed impotent this morning.
The evidence is going to show.
I would hate to be in that
My son did
courtroom just like,
not witness me
just expecting he's going to do something.
to death.
Yeah. If I was
Going to show.
if I was a bailiff, I would be real
My
close to
neighbor,
him.
Khalil Brown, whom they are trying to keep out of this trial, witnessed me take 3 strikes. The evidence is going to show that law enforcement and this administration wanted to make me look like a menace to society.
You said that already.
So they added several mini strikes on that video and audio that you just heard.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
And they added several statements that I did not say.
Several.
Anything
Everybody's
that
sitting
I may have
away from
said,
him.
They exacerbated it
Oh, my.
and made me say it
Exasperated.
consecutively over and over like Allahu Akbar.
What? Did we just get another Waka?
No, a law to act by.
Oh,
Or twice. But they wanted to make me seem like a terrorist,
Well, you just acted like one.
and so you hear it 8 or 9 times, and you hear me calling Kenyatta Barron a bitch and a whore.
can't say that on YouTube.
What, a witch
Hey,
and a
Pixie.
boar?
Evidence is going to show.
You can say
Yeah,
a
I
witch
think-
and a boar.
I think opening and closing. I won't have the one with his kid testifying that his dad stabbed him. I won't show that one.
Yeah, no. That was rough.
But that call is
Old line red. This is Ronald O'Neill III, accused of stabulating his wife, his daughter, to not breathe anymore, and also stabbing his son. His son will testify against his dad in this case. He's a pro se litigant in a murder trial. It's always the best option.
all of a sudden missing from the T-Mobile records that we have acquired from T-Mobile. The 911 call that I made to 911 and the 911 call that you just heard cannot be proven that it was made, because after I called for an investigation of those 911 calls, all of a sudden they become missing from all evidence.
Or they were never there.
The evidence is going to show
They just heard it.
Yeah, but he just played it. So how is it missing from all
But you
evidence?
cannot find that on her call log, which we pulled from her actual phone.
Well, I thought the 911 calls don't show up. Like,
They
on
say
your...
she made a call at 11:43. There's no 911 call at 11:43 on her call log.
Yeah, but I thought they don't show up.
911 doesn't show up.
I called for an
I learned that from
investigation
Bradley
of the
Young.
original call.
Yeah, because if
That's
you
what
call
the evidence
your
is going
abusive
to show.
spouse into the police, it's not good if they can get into your phone.
Evidence is going to show.
Yeah.
I look alone. But I am backed by a mighty God.
Backed by a mighty God. Gotcha.
What? That's a good one to have on your.
Yeah, have him on your side.
Yeah, nothing's wrong if the big guy's with you.
Well, he
Look-
did the things he did because of religious reasons.
Yeah, he loved his children so much that he ventilated them.
He thought I think it was like he thought they were the devil or something. I don't know.
There's a
said
movie
they
about
weren't?
like that. There was. It had Matthew McConaughey in it.
Hey, Lexi. No, this guy isn't okay. It's a 2-year-old trial. We're just gonna play the opening statements while we wait for if anything happens in the other case, because we are kind of on chill mode. And this is Ronald O'Neill III. He got 3 life sentences, so he's not a good pro se litigant.
No.
Me too, Dave. Me too. I really want his haircut. But he has God on his side. And I don't know, but if I needed backup counsel, I'll pick God any day.
I can guarantee you that. Mark my words.
Mark his words.
Mark left, mark right.
Mark.
Mark.
That they say, I said, come out here, son, and help me kill this bitch.
Ooh.
But my neighbor, Khalil Brown, nor my neighbor, Mona Lisa Brothers Gray, or
Wow,
any of my children, Mia Thompson, or Gracie Diggs, or Mr. Gray, heard me say any of those things.
Were they there?
In fact, the evidence is going to show that Khalil Brown heard me say she killed me twice and then nothing else.
Okay.
The CRA is going to show. For some of you who don't know what that is, that's the criminal report affidavit that the law enforcement lead detective Thomas Dirks is the author of. The evidence will show that in that CRA,
I thought he said CIA.
don't come outside. Call 911 now. But you don't hear that on this audio for some reason. But you hear all these other things that I did not say.
There's the movie. I put it in private chat
That same CRA will
for you,
have
Jamie.
the statements of Khalil
Called
Brown
Frailty.
saying that he saw me
Oh, I've heard of
take
it.
3 strikes
It's awesome.
with that
Awesome movie.
shotgun.
I have to look it up.
Jamie's too young to watch that.
And nothing else.
She would love it. It's got some dark moments in it, but you have to watch it till the end.
The evidence is going to show that Mr. Harmon here says that big chunk missing out of her arm was a bird shot.
Bird shot.
It was
Jeez.
not a bird shot.
It was a buckshot.
And whatever kind of shot it was, if it was a slug shot or a bird shot, where's the missing pieces of her arm?
Vaporized.
Yeah, you get vaporized,
And it's
dude.
going to show you will not see any missing pieces of her arm in that closet where she was shot. You should see some evidence of.
Yeah, I seen this back when it came out, but I haven't seen it since. So yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out again. I remember liking it.
Oh,
What happened?
Uh-oh.
Missing pieces of her arm. The evidence is going to show you will not see any missing pieces of her arm in that closet where she was shot.
Audio
You
is
should
real
see
bad.
some evidence of
Stop it.
oh, jeez.
This is
Giving you a
annoying.
hard time.
Yeah, it won't play.
the missing pieces of her
Lower the
arm.
resolution.
Evidence is going to show you
Like,
you will
yeah.
not see any missing pieces of her arm in that closet where she was shot. You should see some evidence of
No, it dies here every time.
adding to the wall to make it look like I aimed at her head. That's what the evidence is going to show.
Is it?
It is. Totally.
I don't think he understands what he's doing here.
No.
Remember, I told you the evidence will not show you that my son witnessed me beat his mom to death.
Until he
Nor did he
witnesses
shoot his mom.
says he did.
Yeah.
In fact, he didn't witness much at all. And the evidence will show.
Well, his explanation is the evidence will show something. That's not the thing they accused him of.
Yeah, it'll show that he didn't do any of this.
Yeah.
What it'll
That's
show
his explanation.
is he didn't do any of this. I mean,
Yeah, but he has God on his side.
Yeah,
You
God
forgot.
was
Well,
behind him.
Yeah.
If you're listening to him, guys, he's saying they planted all this evidence. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the law enforcement planted all this evidence. They concocted this 911 call. They put words in his mouth.
They cut a chunk out of her arm
Yeah,
and then hid it.
I guess.
Maybe.
So
Well-
who did it? Yeah, I don't know.
I want the CIA to be involved in that. Maybe she had an alien in her arm, and to cover
Most
it up,
likely.
they killed them and then shot it out with invisible bullets.
Lexi,
I don't know.
said, but Jamie, he shot it emphatically, so it has to be true.
Of course. I mean,
Yeah, the cops planted evidence. They added things to the recordings.
I believe it, man.
Yeah, nothing was on the recordings. The evidence will show.
Yeah, I watched most of
No,
this.
if FBI is
Very guilty.
FBI is only national, isn't it? They can't an extraterrestrial by itself. That would be a foreign citizen. So that should be the CIA handling those.
Yes, especially demons.
Or aliens.
Yeah, FBI and CIA, they handle the demons.
That's it's SEAL Team 8 is the Vatican sanctioned anti-demon force.
Mhm.
Damn it! I thought it
The
was.
hair is glorious.
That was SEAL Team 666.
Yeah, SEAL Team 69.
That my son said my dad shot my mom is the correct statement.
Okay.
Okay.
If you want to cite statements, if he even said it,
If
If he said it,
because I can guarantee you the evidence is going to show you. We are under the most corrupt administration you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, so Trump did it.
I mean, it's bad, but not with what he did.
This all would have been Trump's fault. I got it.
A plea deal of some kind. If I knew I did something like this.
But see, to take a plea deal, you have to have something to offer.
People don't even go to trial when they know they killed somebody unjustly.
Yeah, they have to
Oh.
offer you a plea deal.
I'd like how he put unjustly. If they killed somebody unjustly.
Yeah.
I like his dad borrowed him his jacket. Life choices that led
There's
me
that
to
look
this
right there,
place.
just like, oh my God.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
She's really thinking, I could have been in corporate law, making a way more money than I'm doing now.
Guilty to the charges of premeditated murder, attempted murder, aggravated child abuse or battery, arson, resisting arrest without violence. And while I'm at that, the evidence is going to show that they tased me for no reason.
I'm sure they had a reason.
With that video, because they didn't want you to know the truth. And it might sound far-fetched.
Yep.
But I guarantee you, we're going to see who the liars are before it's all said and done. Mark my words. Because my family lives were taken.
And who did it then?
When my daughter was done, this is what the evidence will show. When my daughter was born, it was me who gave the command, the final command to keep her alive when she was on life support. When she was born, 2 pounds, 2 ounces, and couldn't breathe on her own, it was me who fought to keep her alive.
A good
But
freak.
all of a
What?
sudden, I just want to take her life for no reason.
Guy, no.
I'm evangelizing.
I'm asserting
Oh,
justifiable
look at him.
homicide because I acted in self-defense and moved to protect myself and my children.
Oh, self-defense.
Yeah.
Oh, now he's throwing in self-defense? I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's the wife. She did it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be showing with evidence several reasonable reasons to doubt the state's allegations against me.
Oh, Valstorm, he doesn't need a mic. Listen to him.
Evidence will show that the state cannot prove that I premeditatedly killed anyone because I didn't.
Did he take drama classes in school and thought, finally, I can use my drama?
Everything happened suddenly and spontaneous.
Well, God is on his side, so a little bit of both.
I responded out of pure instinct.
He responded out of pure instinct? Okay.
He's really mixing it all up here, isn't he?
Eliminating any kind of premeditated design.
Yeah, but how were they planning, dude?
Show that since the state plans.
Oh, Volstorm, that would fit you so well.
Me, if they can say that I killed my family unjustly.
unjust.
He keeps saying that. I
Yeah.
killed
But
them.
it's justified because he was protecting his kids from their mom.
Or deny me the right
She was possessed by the devil.
premeditatedly
Ah.
kill Kenyatta Barron if she killed my children.
I think his claim is his wife did this stuff to the kids, but it's kind of ruined when the son said, "But Dad, you stabbed me."
Yeah.
Multiple times.
The evidence will show she had a domestic history and was arrested for domestic violence that same year. She also was born premature, just like Trinivia.
I'm going to sustain the objection as to that particular argument regarding Miss Barron being born prematurely. All right, you may continue.
Oh God.
Well, did being born prematurely make you the devil, I guess?
I don't. Wallstrom, I don't know. I just saw it once on Ricada, and I always wanted to see the full statements because I only seen where he's standing there screaming, "The evidence will show," and I saw the headlines, and apparently
Florida.
he's screaming his closings as well.
He's in
What
Florida.
did you say?
I
It's
said he's
Florida.
in Florida. Yes,
Of
Florida.
course, it's Florida.
Yeah. This is a true Florida man right here.
Yeah, Iris is a mod because she found some damning pictures of me online. So.
She needs to be anyway. She's good at what she's good at.
I've got
posting
damning
stuff.
pictures of you online. See? Right here.
The kid, he wasn't that old, 5 or 6 or something like that.
Yeah.
I want to say he was 8, maybe, but let me.
Yeah, but
look
when
it up.
he did it, I think he wasn't he 6 years old when? I can't remember.
I don't know. Kid is a kid is a kid. 5, 6, 10, 14, 15. It doesn't matter. You don't do this to your own kids. Yeah,
No.
it's verdict watch right now.
And just to show we are not missing anything, we have a nice ceiling shot. So we're doing a little of the Ronnie O'Neill III just to hang out
Make our
and
souls
do
a little
something.
more. Just to
yeah.
break our souls a little more.
His daughter was 9 and his son was 8 at the time.
At the time of the murder. Okay.
Yes.
Then I got it wrong. I thought he was 8 when he testified.
Well, it just says 9-year-old and 8-year-old, and then she was 33.
I have nothing. Did you DM me or something? Because nothing has shown up so far. It might be caught somewhere on an electrical glitch. It needs to fly all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. So yeah.
Takes a while.
Well, some people are really good at the wrenching because I just get annoyed because I have to do another step to go to from top chat to live chat. So I'm not a good mod. Well, Chiri, as long as we can have you, we are happy.
Yes. If you're
Hopefully
happy, we're
no
happy.
one else is in your car while we're on your radio. Because this is a stupid guy.
I didn't even state the basis of his objection.
I ruled, Mr. O'Neill. Okay.
I understand, but I have to state the basis of my objections, right?
Well, that is correct, and I just assume what the objection is. So go ahead and state it for the record, Mr. Harmon. That's sustained.
The evidence will show that she threatened to kill me with a knife just a few weeks before the incident, and she was angry about my relationship with my other child's mom.
Ladies, I know you can't always pick a winner, but why is it always guys like this that have baby mamas all over town?
Been going back and forth and arguing on Facebook and by telephone that whole afternoon before.
Want the real answer?
It's always drug or money.
Evidence will show that me and my son was at my mom's house while I was putting brakes on my aunt's car. Me and my son spent the whole day at my mom and dad's house working on the car. When we came back home, I never knew she was arguing with my child's mom, my other child's mom, the whole day.
Chrissy, because it wakes up the jury, or because he's kind of stupid.
Evidence will show that my daughter was prematurely born. She was autistic.
Yeah. And again, he has God as his co-counsel.
With developmental delay and has a history of SLD.
Ronnie O'Neill III.
I'm surprised nobody's seen or heard of him because he was pretty popular
That he was present.
with the pro se stuff.
Pro per. Come on, get it right.
Pro per, sorry.
Making him unreliable when it comes to the actual facts.
Yes.
My son was stupid, so don't listen to him. That's always a good defense.
Yeah.
Has been diagnosed with PTSD as he should be because this is a very traumatic thing that he went through.
That hair is kind of like watching a car accident. You can't look away.
Also was
Because I'm special. So special.
Confusion and delirium.
Confusion. Delirium.
The evidence is going to show, the evidence and testimony will show that Ronnie Blair, formerly known as Ronnie O'Neill IV, may have been coached on what.
Hey, welcome back, Christine.
Maybe?
Christine.
Hold on. I will overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. O'Neill, again, jury, this is what both sides believe the evidence is going to show. All right? And again, you will be the ultimate determiner of what the facts are. You may proceed, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Your Honor. And these are also actual facts that Mr. Harmon left out when he told you about the report of his former psychologist. When he told you that he was adopted by his family members, which didn't work out as well, and he had to be placed with another family.
Wait, who's he talking about now?
Their family.
His son.
In that same report, it talked about how he may have been coached by family members.
It's a police officer who adopted his son.
Yes.
Yeah, he did after the fact, like after.
Yeah.
Adopted by a detective who formerly worked in this case.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't happen right away.
MG, you came back to a study in law. This is a pro se defendant in a double murder case, but he has God on his side. So the evidence will show he did not blow the arm off his wife, end his daughter, and stab his son. The evidence will show it's a cover-up by the state trying to frame him. He was self-defending himself against his demon-possessed wife.
He was trying to kill his family. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's he is the poster child for don't represent yourself.
And I have his poster.
Yeah. It's, that
Yes.
hair.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he set fire to the house as well. That's
Yeah.
a little thing.
Mhm.
Well, at least he didn't set his house on fire with his son.
No, but I'm just thinking, could you go near open fire with hair like that?
Probably not. It would just start a blaze.
Just
No,
say,
you could. It's gonna be pretty.
it's going to be a fast haircut.
Yeah, the kiddo was burned. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why the detective adopted him. Just he felt so much for this kid, the suffering and the brutal attack that he had to go through.
Yeah.
At the hands of this man right here, just tore this officer up, and he just could not see having this kid go into a foster system. He just
Because yeah, it was really good.
yeah.
Yeah, and he apparently was a bit slow and had learning disabilities, but then stacked on top all the PTSD, the depression, everything else. That kid, he's gonna need a lot of love.
Yeah, and the officer has like a huge family. I've seen pictures of it. I thought because I had to go look it up after I saw this. And he looks really happy. Got lots of brothers and sisters.
Oh, that's great. It's always
Yeah.
great when if they can come into a good family and be treated well, especially after a traumatic experience like this.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Whom he now lives with. And I don't have a problem with that because he needs care. But I do have a problem with Mr. Blair being involved in this case, being called as a witness, being the new father of my son, and now he's being called as a witness when he could possibly have been coached by his new father, who is law enforcement.
Jesus.
All right, and again,
Stop, brother.
Mr. O'Neill,
Oh, we lost
overrule the
Jamie.
objection. Again, this is what Mr. O'Neill is asserting the facts will be. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm.
The evidence will show and prove that very vital evidence was definitely tampered with, which was a strategic omission to cover up the facts of this case, making much more of the evidence unreliable. As I know for a fact, it was altered as well.
He's one of the early adopters of ChatGPT.
Yeah. Make a convincing, compelling story. Just yell, the evidence will show a lot of times.
The evidence is going to show that the 911 call of Kenyatta Barron is not compatible with what Khalil Brown saw and heard outside of my home.
Oh, okay. Took a while for it to catch up,
Evidence is going to show
but it's going to show.
when it's all said and done
Mm-hmm.
who put those excessive lacerations on Kenyatta Barron's face.
Who?
I can guarantee you that.
Okay.
Okay.
In this trial of the next one.
This trial or the next one. Okay.
Because like I said, I look alone, but I'm backed by mighty God.
Look alone, but I'm back by mighty God. Yes, sir.
My
And
God.
again,
And ultimately, it will
that's
show
how can you go against him?
that none of the sex witnesses
None of the sex
draw any
witnesses.
conclusion, especially because they didn't see anything that refutes my self-defense claim. And here,
And period.
and nor can the state do so beyond their very reasonable doubts that will be revealed. The very
Jeez.
reasonable doubt
Reason about reasonable doubt
by me.
revealed by me.
That's all I have.
Be right back.
All right, that was
Well,
really
that was interesting. It's he's such an idiot.
I know.
I'm sorry to say.
Oh yeah.
It's
I only found pieces of it online when I was trying to watch it, and
yeah.
it was like every witness. I was like, dude, what are you doing? It was just like Daryl Brooks, pretty much.
Yeah. And I don't think his closing is very long.
No,
So
right, if you can find it for sure. I don't even think I remember it very much. I remember that opening though.
can we find the full? Can't be right. It's only 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Yeah. It takes him an hour to examine his son.
Yeah,
I
so
just
Daryl Brooks is way worse.
it doesn't seem right that it's only 7 minutes. But let's see what they're saying here, because he's an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it's all of it. Hey, look who's here. Both Christine and Farrell.
Hi,
Hi.
Daryl.
Hey, Farrell.
Hi, Christine. Hi, Jamie. Hi, humans.
Hey, Farrell.
Hi, Baker.
Oh,
The
thank you.
Lord
Farrell.
is on my side.
You got the defendant to come on. Good job, Baker.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Prime interview, yeah.
Oh my God, he's such an idiot.
Are you listening to it real quick or something?
Farrell, what do you think in the other case? What will the jury find?
On the lesbians?
Yeah.
I didn't watch enough of it to I've seen what you guys have said about it, and I trust your opinion, so I'll go with they should find her not guilty.
You do?
I wouldn't do that. What do you say, Christine? Did you watch it?
Yeah, and I know it's more than I think she's guilty of it because
Well,
they did a poll already on it. I'm just saying generally.
yeah, I know that over at Lawn and Crim, they did a poll. We did polls on our two. We had the opposite reaction that about 80% said not guilty.
Yeah, but what do
So
you think, Christine?
Oh,
yeah,
me? Oh, I think she's guilty. I
okay.
think she's guilty, but
What makes you think she's guilty?
here we go again. No, I just think she's guilty. You know what she did about. Yeah. So yeah, I just think she's guilty for, you know. So,
What was it that you think showed her guilt?
oh, um, there was not enough the stuff with the DNA thing, the expert, you can say.
But she lived in that house. Her DNA is going to be everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I saw. I mean, I watched a little bit of it,
Okay.
but not the whole thing of it.
Oh, okay.
It was confusing me with all those pictures still, the pictures. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
That's I didn't watch enough to have my own opinion, but I heard Baker this morning say he felt like this was worse than what they did to Zach, and that says a lot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched all of this. I hadn't watched any of the previous trials, so I had no baseline to go by. But in seeing a lot of this, I was like, oh man, they're not showing enough evidence for me to make it conclusive.
Yeah.
You know,
And like, well, I was going to tell Pharaoh, I don't know if you were watching us, but in the closing, when he said the blood that she tried to clean up, we lost our shit because they never tested for blood. They never told us that was blood, but they sprayed that stuff and it was
luminol.
And they're claiming they just said it was blood. He's saying in his closing, the blood we found, the blood she cleaned up. She cleaned
but there's
up blood
so much stuff that lights that up.
Yeah, and they like that's what we were saying. We're like, oh, they had him say, oh, it lights up with cleaning supplies, with bleach, with this, blah 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 blah. But they never actually tested anything for blood. They never tested for blood. They never tested for DNA. And then it also just a lot like it makes no sense. Why is there a dead body sitting on the floor, but she's gonna go clean up blood in the corner of the basement?
Right. Because that's what you do. You curl up with it.
You just pick and choose. And then they say cleaned it up. And then they imply that those rags they found that she threw away at the McDonald's was to clean something up. But also they never tested the rags. So they didn't even tell you anything was on the rags. So it's like, they just show you these rags and like, hey.
And these are the rags that they brought from that scene back to this scene, the house scene.
But never tested them for anything, for paint, for blood, for anything. They just said, hey, look, we found these in this garbage can that we think she threw away.
That were on the top of on top of the garbage can.
Well, it was 28 hours later that they found them in this garbage can.
At a McDonald's, right?
At a McDonald's outside.
And
that is
the because
slowest McDonald's ever.
Yeah, the video is crap anyway. They have this faraway car that they're saying, hey, this is her car. Look at her getting out and putting stuff in the trash. But I didn't see that. I couldn't even see anything.
Yeah, because you had 3 different people look at that videotape, and if they would have, if nobody would have said anything of what was going on, it looked like she opened up the door and walked to the side of the car and did something in the side of the car, then closed it and went back into the front. That's what it looked like to me.
Didn't she have a baby she was changing or something like that? That's
they didn't like say she was changing the baby at all, like specifically, but yeah, she had the child with her.
It looked like the baby might, if like I have a niece and a nephew that whenever they spill something or anything of that sort, you might go back there to like get their drink because they dropped their pacifier, because they're screaming for a toy, because they're freaking out. Maybe you just want to give them some food so they'll be quiet, whatever it might be. You might, it's hard to tell why she went back there. And she may not even know why she went back to the kid, or she may have might have thrown something out that she had in the car, like a drink that spilled. It could be any number of things that she went there.
Trash bag. Rosemary made a good point in the closing, which I didn't even think of. They're like, if she did have a pull-up on to throw away a diaper of some sort, if they said she would, the baby's changing the baby, they never looked for any of that. They just pulled these rags out and that was it. And then that was all.
Right.
They didn't even like look in the trash for any other, because there could have been something else in there.
Was her closing good? I missed that. I saw part of the states, but
Yeah,
I missed hers. I'll have to go back and watch it.
Yeah, but MG points out a real good fact here that she should have objected to the cleaning up part because no evidence. The evidence didn't show any evidence of cleaning up, and they kept talking about this little corner of the basement she cleaned.
Yeah.
But everywhere around it there was blood, so it just don't make any sense, and that's my problem with the whole thing. But yeah, but we'll see what. It's 2 hours and 30 minutes now. They've been deliberating. So
What did your poll end up like for deliberation time?
Tomorrow.
That's I put tomorrow. I think they're.
I think there's probably going to be people on there that are going to have to talk about it.
Right. That's
Yeah.
I think that there's going to be some words had in the jury room. Man, I wish we could be in the jury room. Like, oh.
I know.
Yeah.
Because I'd like
Yeah.
to. Excuse me. Let me hear what you. I would be such
Hi,
a
Lefty.
I don't think anybody ever wants me on a jury ever because I'm.
I know.
I do it all the time.
No,
well, yeah, but yours
I'm
is
knocking
different.
on wood, but I have not been called since I was 18, and I
No,
was
but
dismissed immediately. So, but
I
I
had
mean,
jury duty. We have it for a month, but I never had to go in. You call in like
yeah, that's what it
twice a
was.
week, and
Like
I never had to go in.
Yeah, I never had to go in, and that was like it. For my whole
yeah,
life.
I was called in this Monday, and it's 2 days. So I'll be going back in Monday to finish the case. So and it's an interesting case as well, but I really like it because it's
I
kind of
love
like
it.
watching trials without having to talk. It's the same thing we do here online.
Could you?
Baker's sitting in there. He just pulls up his whiteboard.
I know, and I just think to myself, like, if I had to sit there the whole time and just listen and not react, oh my god, I don't know how I would do it. Because I'm just like, I'm definitely that person. I mean, I do it on here, but like, my face does not have no chill, and I'm like, what? Huh? Like, I do that a lot.
I will say that sometimes you're sitting there and you really have, because you have to be impartial.
Yeah.
And that's what I really want from this channel and from everyone watching trials, trying to be impartial. But if you're in a chat where everyone is saying guilty or not guilty, you will be impacted by it. But sometimes
Right.
you're sitting there and thinking, can you hear what you're saying? Because again, I think I have told this before with the suspect giving 4 different geographical locations for his whereabouts, with about a couple of 100 kilometers between the places he was. And luckily, he was arrested by the police at that time, so we knew where he was. But his testimony put him at 4 different places.
Mhm.
So it's fun sometimes. But our good friend Wilhammer Media has asked me to share a little something. So I thought I would do that. If I can just go back and stop. Everyone knows we have been talking a lot about Zachariah Anderson on this channel and all of the channels around us, because we saw the trial, felt he was wrongfully convicted, but Wilhammer has made a little promo that I would like to share with all of you.
Those tiny little moments throughout somebody's life, nobody accounts for those. But what they do a really good job of is making up all of these things that they want you to believe when they can label you as a monster. I'm innocent, Judge. Not guilty. I'm innocent.
Yay.
Aww.
Oh.
So, October the 2nd at Legal Vices, they will be going through this case again. And I would tell everyone to go watch it. That October the 2nd, that will be Monday, if I'm not mistaken.
October 2nd is a Monday, yes.
Yeah, that's on Monday. So when I'm finished in court, I will have to go back and see it. Hammer, do you have a time when it's happening? So we can tell the peoples. And amazing job, really, really nice job with this video.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yes. I love
I
the
will
pictures
put-
that he had in there.
yeah, I will put the link in the description so everyone can go. And if you are on X or whatever it's called now, you can share it there so we can raise some awareness. I know I have helped a bit to raise a bit of money. Nicholas has raised some money. He is going to do it again this Friday, and Vices
Yeah.
will cover this trial on Monday. Iris has put the link in the description, and if you want to share the video on X or wherever you go, you can do it here. That's the YouTube link to this this little teaser for it. So everyone should go and do that if they want to, because I think he was wrongfully convicted after following the trial. But the more awareness we can get for that trial, the better. I really think he was railroaded.
A lot of people think he was railroaded.
Yep. That's what I said the other night I was on a channel. I said, I've never seen so many attorneys be so on board with the same thing and for so long. Like, we've watched a lot of cases and thought there was a lot of bullcrappery, and you're kind of done with it in a week or a month there.
Yeah, I mean, everything appeared that he was, from what they were bringing initially, it was, me still being impartial to it. As they were starting to bring up the evidence, I was like, oh, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, but they could never prove any of it,
right?
Which is what just took it all away from me. I was like, saying, just like with this case, them saying, hey, we've got this, and we'll show you 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 this. And that's what I was expecting whenever,
Show me.
Whenever they came in, we're going to be showing you all of this evidence. There's blood everywhere. And we've got blood in his vehicle and blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, oh, damn, they're really going to bring it to this guy. And this is going to be a pretty short case. And then once you start seeing this evidence that they're bringing, this preponderance of evidence that shows absolutely nothing except that somebody was injured in this building. They've got no body. They've got some trying to say, I mean, if you've ever tried to pick up something that's dead weight, like somebody, I mean, if my wife is passed out, she's not very heavy, but dead weight. Yeah. I mean, that's a lot to try to move any which way. I mean, I can't resolve those two issues of trying to move somebody that's almost twice his size.
No, without leaving any marks on anything.
No marks, no evidence, and whenever they're talking about, well, they could have possibly rolled him up in this carpet that's missing. And then you see what the size of the carpet is, like, geez. I mean, if this guy would have had to been about 4'2" and about 100 pounds for him to even move him in a carpet. No evidence in the guy's car. I mean, oh, well, he was in the back of this van. No evidence there. No, nothing. I'm just like, I can't resolve you're guilty on this. I just can't see it.
That's that's one of the worst cases I've seen. There's still no verdict. Sorry, they've been gone for an hour and 40 minutes, 2 hours and 40 minutes now. So yeah, especially with a bad. I have a bad back, and if I'm supposed to pick up some guys like the guy is Nick's size, and Zach is like the height of David and not as heavy as Dave. So I don't understand how that would work with a bad back. So there's so many things in that case, and again, Schroeder, he's too old. He spent his time sitting there yelling old stories from back in the day when he started as a judge, watching other trials on his iPad, not at all paying attention to the prosecution, sitting there mouthing along with the evidence from this jail snitch.
Yeah.
Well, Iris, you were one of the ones who poked a few holes in our not guilty early on.
Mhm.
And someone could have been listening to the opening statement about blood everywhere and then seeing the luminol and thinking it must indicate a slaughterhouse. For that, because if they say all the things that lights up is blood, then you could have slaughtered pigs in that house.
Yeah.
But also, there was blood in the basement, people. So of course there's going to be blood. It's so, yeah. Hopefully they're working it out. I mean, yeah, there's probably people in there that heard those phone calls too, and were like, yeah, but, and they just want to like talk it out. So hopefully they get. I hope they get the right, because
no MS06. Still nothing. No questions. No nothing. I have it on my iPad so I can follow along. And if I math correctly, they are coming up on 2 hours. If I'm also mathing correctly, it has to be close to 4 o'clock. So they might, if they're going to be sent home early.
It's closer to 3 o'clock right now. It's 4 o'clock
It's
East Coast.
10 my
Central.
time. 10 my time, yeah. So it's 4 o'clock.
No, 3. It's 4 o'clock Eastern time. They're Central, so it'd be 3 o'clock.
Massachusetts.
Central.
Massachusetts is Eastern.
Oh, is it Eastern?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why won't this?
Yeah, but they probably went to lunch too in the middle of this, so it's probably not technically 2 hours. They probably only been like talking like an hour, if anything.
Yeah, if they took lunch, then yeah, you're right.
Yeah, then they spent an hour on lunch, but that's still an hour and 35 minutes. I had been going, yeah.
Well, you know that it took. I mean, even Daryl Brooks, it took him a couple hours, and that was a guilty.
Yeah, but they have to fill out 76 pages. So
yeah, but isn't there? Well, no, not all that.
Yes.
I love it that the Danish guy knows more about time zones in the US than an American.
It's because you've had to study.
You have to understand, I've done 2 different trials in the past. In the past, like 4 days, 3 different trials. Yeah.
Yeah, Boston Harbor is really close to the Great Lakes.
Yes, it's very close to the Great Lakes. No, I've been just following so many trials I can't keep track of where everything is.
I'm not giving Shizzy any shit about it either, because I'm terrible sometimes.
Oh, don't mind giving me shit about it. You guys are spot on though for giving me shit about it.
Well, the Central Time is what gets me sometimes, because I'm like, I don't know where it cuts off. Like I can't remember where times. And I'm like,
oh, I couldn't tell you.
Carol, what are you drinking?
Coke.
It's blue. Oh, oh, it's some soft. It's a reuse bottle.
It is. It's
Yeah,
just a
because
drink.
I thought
It's just a drink mix.
Salad, orange juice bottle.
I know. I should have one.
She's drinking Field of Greens.
Yeah.
yeah, she's gonna pull in those big sponsors before any of us
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet she
Not
would.
Give
not
me a
because she
sponsor
has
link. We'll do it.
Yeah, I would do a. I don't know if Field of Greens is any good, but hey, I'm your Huckleberry. I just don't want to do the
Right?
Raid Shadow Legend.
I'll tell everybody it's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, what are you paying me? I'll tell you anything.
I would like to be sponsored by these guys. No, I would like our local brewery, but
Oh, I'd
But-
love to be. Love to be sponsored by one particular company here in Georgia, and one particular beer. If they could get me the damn stuff, every time I look for it, I can't find it. So angry.
You guys. No, you want to be sponsored by Dr. Pepper, Baker.
Jamie needs to be
yeah,
sponsored by her lash lady.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You know, the lash accessories.
a can this size of Dr. Pepper is it's close to $2 in Denmark because it's a special import.
Yeah,
So I don't get it that often.
Oof. That's
yeah.
rough.
There's a brewery here in Georgia that, well, we got a lot of breweries here in Georgia, but there's one in particular that they have this one specific beer, because I hate IPAs. I hate lagers and all these light beers. I just like, ugh.
You listen up, Lefty.
Like, give me a beer that has some coffee in it.
Yeah, you can get like a 12-pack of Dr. Pepper for like
I like dark ales. I'm kidding. Whenever I say coffee, I like dark ales.
You Americans.
White Claw can sponsor me. I'll take it.
We don't have White Claws. We have a lot of those soda drinks.
You don't want them.
Yeah, no.
They taste like
No.
TV
Well,
static.
I want to have the ain't no law when you're on the claw experience.
I know, I love it.
You know why they call them White Claws? Because wine coolers was already taken.
No, wine coolers are totally different. And those are like,
Yeah,
oh my
they're
God.
not even close.
Same initials.
I
Same
saw
initials.
something today.
WC, White Claw, wine cooler. All
I
the
was
same.
thinking about grabbing a pack of wine coolers because they look delicious. I haven't had them since 16.
Right?
Back,
And that's about
back
all
in
that,
the
that's the only people that drink them are 16.
You're gonna pick up a bottle of Boone's Farm with me for chat faced?
I don't know. Yeah, we will. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to
But-
find.
I can remember back in it must have been even early mid 80s. We got the California coolers. They
remember
tried to
those.
get them into the Danish market, and I think they were here for one summer. Nobody brought it. It was kind of like a white wine tasting White Claw thing. It was so nasty. My mom bought it, and she didn't like it, so she let my sister and I drink it. We might have been 7 or 8 at the time.
Oh my God. Oh,
Jeez.
yeah, well, I did see that they still had the red, white, and blue smeared offs out, and I was like, oh,
Oh, I like those.
I do.
But only in a bottle.
Yeah, then the glass bottles, yeah. I was like,
Yeah, the cans are not good. They taste way different.
no, I like all
Yeah.
that. I don't really like any of that stuff. I just think it's funny. Like, I can only have so many. They're too sweet for me, but
Yeah.
just fun to like, oh, look, it's a wine cooler. Like, what do
See,
you know?
I like ales and porters. IPAs, I can't drink them.
I don't like porter. They're too thick. I have a funny story from our national TV station. They have of course, they are taxpayer funded, so they have a big orchestra. And one of the guys I played in the Navy with, he had been interning at this orchestra, and they had a very famous Italian composer come up and should do a concert with them. And he came in, and he was so excited to meet this famous guy and play with him and stuff like that. And everyone was on strike. and you pay a lot of money to have a composer like that come by. And he was, what's wrong? Yeah, they only had cold porters, so they didn't want to play it because they needed them room temperature because it hurt them too much when they had to drink it between whenever they had a break in the music. They would just sit and drink because they were so professional. They played it so many times they could drink while playing music and playing a full concert. So they went on strike to get hot porters delivered, and it's just like musicians. They're kind of weird.
Oh yeah.
Rock
I mean,
musicians, and you hear about all. Oh, I only want the red M&Ms and stuff like that. Yeah, classical musicians are just as weird.
yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a little local place I used to play at least 3 or 4 times a week because I was the only bass player around that would show up for anybody. They do these open mics and crap, and so I would show up and play bass with all these people, and they would just keep bringing me beers, one beer after the other, because I could at least get some Guinness there. So I would just sit there and drink Guinness all night long, and probably do 3, 4, 5 shots in between breaks, and then just play
We,
all night.
we had a kind of famous jazz band, and my dad, he was a big fan of them because they started out. Uh, it was guys who met in the military, and he. It was while he was in the military, so he always loved to see them when they came. We have a harbor in our city and harbor festivals every year, so they were always here. And he said, the older they got, the longer the solos lasted, because the minute one of them had a solo, the rest of them went behind stage, lit up a cigar, had a beer, and just sat back there. And the solo guy was looking over to see, oh, yeah, now they're done. Then the next one went on, played for the band played for maybe 2 minutes. Oh, a saxophone solo. Everyone was back drinking again. And he said, the older they got, the longer the breaks lasted, because in the beginning it was just one beer, then it was 2 beers and a cigar, and it's funny how some musicians, but they could play, and that's the good mark of a musician is being able to play even you can't watch see out your eyes because you're that drunk, but you can still play your instrument. That's a good musician.
Absolutely. It just becomes second nature. I mean, it wouldn't be abnormal for me to play a 4 hour, 5 hour show, and by the end of the night I've probably finished off. I don't just way too much alcohol where I and luckily I live like on the same street as this place, so I would just walk home or stagger home, more like it.
Right.
But it did not matter how drunk I was. I would still be I was just spot on the whole time. Of course, my ears would be ringing by the end of the night because I think I would lose my earplugs by then. But and alcohol does weird things to your ears whenever it's that late. But never missed a lick on it. Just
we
practice.
have a marching band that I played in when I was younger, and we were not known for being the best musicians, but we were always rock solid because, as we said, if you're here at night, you're here at day. So if you want to stay up all night drinking, you better play the hell out of it the next day. So and that was what made it fun, because playing in a marching band and going in an old bus to France or something like that, you hate your life. But stack up the middle aisle filled with boxes of beer and a couple of bottles of liquor, you can sleep anywhere. And that's why you play music, because just like being in the military, you get some amazing stories.
Yeah, there was many nights that I used a 40 for a pillow.
Have you ever used cigarette butts for hearing protection?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
can't find your earplugs, you just squeeze a cigarette butt, put it in your ears.
Mm-hmm. Damn well works. It's better than blowing out your eardrums.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because as the night goes on, everybody just tends to get louder, and that amp right back there, that right there, you never have to mic that thing up. It is so damn loud. I would plug that thing in, crank it up, and these guys would be sitting there, turning up their amps, and I'm still sitting on 3, and the whole building's just going.
Nice.
Yeah, that's but it's fun to do all these kind of things when you're young.
Yeah.
Did you have any instructors at the range who put in old shells to act cool?
They would tell you, if you needed to, but I mean, I had hearing protection whenever we were at the range, so I never had to worry about that. That was something I always made sure of.
We had some instructors, they did it just to show how cool they were.
Yeah.
I hated it because it's loud as hell shooting a gun.
Yes.
And I was, before we switched over to 5.56, so we were on the old 7.65. That made some noise going down range.
Oh yeah, it does.
And I used to be on the light machine gun as well, so I was sure to put in everything I could, because a few rounds of that and you can't hear anything but ringing.
Yeah, it's like the retrieval vehicle that I worked on had a 50 cal on it, and so we went out to the range where they were firing all the Chaparral missiles, and they had a competition between all the different retrieval vehicles that had the 50 cals on it, and so they had all the water bottles lined up, and they had them set up in lanes, and they were just like, here's a box of 50 cal, and it said, make sure you get all the bottles. Whoever gets them first wins. Yeah, you go through that box of shells really quick. There's like go. It's like, damn, that thing's empty, because you're only hearing like every third shot. Oh, these things are loud as hell.
But they were crappy as well, wasn't they? They were always malfunctioning.
You had safety on there, so you had to press both of them, because you couldn't press just one. You actually had to press both to get it to fire, and it would just, they would jam up like the M60. I mean, those things would jam up too.
Yeah.
You get that little clip coming off of there, that little piece of metal, and it'll jump up in there, and it'll snag shit up. You just got to learn how to clear it really quick.
We had the old, let's call it German saw. We called it something else named after a painter. And if you didn't rack the feeder belt, it would do nothing. And we were out one time, we were doing, I don't know why the Navy band had to do patrol duty, but we had to do it for a week, and we hated it because we just wanted to be in our beds and order food.
Well, it's good to march. You got to get the feet moving.
We marched a lot. We did tattoos and stuff like that. But we had to go out in the forest and lay there for almost an hour. That wasn't fun. But there's a small piece insert in the end of where the barrel hits, and if it's not there, it can't recycle. And I had lost it somewhere when I changed the barrel. I didn't know what happened, so I had and I was the MG guy, so I was opening the attack when I started, and I could only single shot, so I was boom, boom. My instructor was yelling at me, and I had to go through the forest and find this little piece of metal around that's 50-60 inches in diameter, and that's not fun. But then
see, when I went through basic, we had the M16. Of course, then they changed it over to the M4 or some crap like that. So the M16s that we had, some of them came from like the end of Vietnam. Those things were horrible. It's like because whenever I was doing the qualification, it was my third shot jammed up. It's just 2 bullets right in the chamber.
Yeah.
So you lost 2 shots right there. Like
I
was, and they only give you 2 clips or 2 magazines. 20 round magazines.
Relax. It's old soldiers talk. We will go there
That's
somewhere.
awesome.
I'm almost a year in. Just wait when we talk about what we did on R&R.
Oh yeah.
We're just
We had the old FAL, and that was a really crappy gun. Mine, whenever I shot with it, did I do maybe 3 to 5 shots, and it would build up a surf where the bullet has to, so it couldn't retract. So every time we came home from range, I just gave it to the weapon mechs, and they had to clean it for me. So I never cleaned my rifle. That's a good part. But for the ladies who is not interested in old war stories, let's go back and hear his closing arguments.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no, we are not. No, we are not. I heard something and thought it was just an echo. There is movement in court. There is movement in court.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Oh.
Why is this not the one? Because
You have to hit play.
oh.
Did you have pause the whole time?
No.
They're done for the day.
It's just done for the day. Well,
so we were right on the poll.
Well, you can listen to it. It just says Jerry being sent home.
Spoilers.
Sorry. I was
Yeah,
reading. Gonna tell you, but
I could hear it, but because Christine has moved around, I thought maybe it was just an echo.
I'm sorry.
No, Christine, no, it wasn't you. Christine,
you.
it wasn't you. It was
wasn't
because
you,
I
it was
had my iPad next to me, turned way down low, so I thought the sound I heard was from you, from an echo, but it was from the court.
yeah, pull it up though.
Come on, God damn it. Well, then I'll be in bed before midnight again. I like that.
I love that.
I have to go out and buy some paint tomorrow and paint the wall where I'm going to do my baking studio.
iPad down low.
Carol, should I have a mint green wall or a seafoam green wall?
Seafoam green. I like seafoam green. It's in my bag right now.
Yeah, but isn't it just too much 1970s bathroom?
Well, I just have a seafoam green accent wall.
It's because I have my living room and kitchen that's just a dividing wall, and it's white right now, so I want some just to put a little color in there. But
yeah, you can do like an
Yes,
accent
you need
wall.
a sea foam green.
Yeah.
oh, see, yeah.
You
Let's get to it.
why don't you double click on the live down there? It'll go right to the live. Oh, you just want to find right where? Okay, I got
Got
it.
to hear what he's talking about.
For today, we can bring in the jury.
Every time I see that mask, you know what it makes me think of, Jamie.
No.
The one in Discord? Yeah. Oh boy.
He swept. Jamie keeps seeing that image.
You're so. Why do you gotta plant that in our heads?
Well, see, now anytime you see someone wearing a mask, you'll just have that image. That's what's behind that mask.
For our eyes, please. Sure, enter.
Oh, great. We get someone's butt.
Oh.
I like big butts and I cannot lie. Not a fellow, just this thigh. What a little bit of thing. I get strong.
Down in front.
Oh, there's a color called frozen rosemary. I should have that one.
Frozen
There you go.
Floor mat.
Not like a mat they just put in front of there.
No, that was their. They probably put that up because the jury was coming in.
Going to send you home for the day. before I do so, I'm going to give you the same instructions that I've been giving you all along, including not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other. Obviously, you've been discussing the case, but that has been as a part of your deliberation or during the course of your deliberations. But once those deliberations end for the day, the instruction goes back into effect that you shouldn't discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. So along with that, I instruct you, as always, to refrain from any form of outside research or investigation concerning this case, avoid contact with any of the participants in this case, and avoid all media accounts concerning this case. Otherwise, have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I felt like he was going to do that. I just figure when it's verdict, he would keep them there a lot longer than usual.
Yeah, and have he talked to them about, could you possibly go longer today and maybe get done with it?
Yeah, and you should, sometimes they'll have that conversation, but you won't see it on the screen or TV. He'll send a message back to them just to ask if they're close to coming to a verdict, if they need more time, if they want to continue.
Back here at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Get some sleep tonight.
Have a good night.
So,
Thank you, Scott.
you're welcome.
Well, maybe your other poll will be right too.
Yeah. Tomorrow. But I was thinking about something like, and I don't know if something green like that, but I don't know if it's going to be too cold when you have it in
For
with,
what? Your wall behind you?
no, yeah, it's for my baking wall.
Oh,
where
okay.
I'm making my, but I don't know if that's too cold a color.
See, like the third one up is what I've, yeah, that one right there. No, down one more. That one right there is the color that I did. The side of some cabinets. If you've got something dark, it almost won't show up. Like if you've got dark wood and light wood.
No, everything is white. That's why I want an accent, because my kitchen is white, this wall is white, and then leading into my living room, that's also white. So it's to try and make a dynamic, but still it's a north facing window, and it's a long narrow room, so it's kind of dark in the bottom. But again, if I'm going to light it up to stream down there, this probably won't show with harsh lighting on it.
Yeah, it may not.
So,
one thing you can also do is once you if you do use a color like that, set up your a camera and sort of get a viewing of what it would look like through a camera screen, because a lot of times you'll put a color up there and for your eye it looks one way.
I like that.
What is that?
Once you see it with a camera, it's something
kind of
completely
minty.
different.
Yeah, go back to the one you just did.
I think you should do something that pops more if you're going to make it an accent wall.
Yeah.
Not something that's going to blend like that.
See, I'm more into the grays and blues anyway, personally.
I do like.
I like blues,
gray.
but this room is blue.
I know.
It's French ceramic blue.
Ooh, look at those pretty blues.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm the worst person to ask because I like.
Yeah, see, that's too bright of a blue for
Crazy
me. That just makes me think of like Miami and.
Oof.
It gets a little bit too pastel something. This turned into a decoration stream.
Well, you've got all the ladies on here. I should leave.
Yeah, that's
my opinion doesn't matter.
You should go red or yellow. They're the food colors. They stimulate the appetite.
Well,
I think
do you think
red
we're
is
here to
just
red and yellow.
Stimulate. Are we here to stimulate you or your appetite?
Well, if he's gonna do a baking stream,
And you want your appetite stimulated.
I mean, he does other stuff for the other stuff, but
and he stimulates that too, right?
Yep.
Sorry, Jamie.
Hey,
Ladies, ladies, ladies.
Baker knows what
We're
he's
here
He's
to
not dumb.
pick out the colors that will stimulate you while watching me work these magic
You guys
arms.
look at his face and you think this innocent little foreign man. No, he knows what he's doing.
Innocent little foreign man, sure.
Yeah, no.
Maybe
I
a phallic.
thought you said innocent little forearms.
Innocent little forearm. Yeah.
It's the big old. Maybe go something crazy.
Right,
No.
see? We watched you on Lincoln Kane last night.
Yeah, he
There was no innocence detected.
I didn't say anything. I like a
That's
pea green back at 9. Yes, green is my favorite. I like green and blue, but green, isn't it just too cold?
Not Plum.
Ross?
Not for
No.
not for Baker.
Yeah.
No.
Don't they have like where you could take a picture of your space and put it in there so you could paint the wall with it?
How long have you been following my channel
How do you want to paint the wall?
with
like,
a brush?
don't they have where you can
Yeah, you can do it on your
pop it
phone.
into the software
Yeah.
and it'll show you the different colors just like it is
I
with
don't
this fake
think I
room?
can do. I can only do like this and see what they. But again, every color you have to go a shade darker because it looks like this. But the screen.
Send me a picture of your room and I will show you the colors in it.
It's just a white wall.
Well, yeah, but it's going to look different in every room.
Yeah.
In a white room with dark curtains.
Yeah, but still, I haven't set up the lighting yet, so it will change everything. But I like the maybe some. Did you say red or? But how
red
red?
or gold?
But how red?
I don't know.
Those are more PG.
I mean,
Yeah, that
And
there's
you
a lot of
gotta
yellow.
Those
in
are,
most
those
of
are
them.
purpley reds.
What you need is red, like there you go.
Rawr.
Oof.
That's
yes.
That's not
Yeah,
red.
That's still that's too much like Miami Spice's toenails. Like go for the red of the color of Farrell's shirt.
Lipstick red.
Right. Go for the red like her shirt. That color red.
Her shirt.
Yes. See, I'm pointing up. Look, pointing up.
Yep. Yeah, but I was looking at the picture down below, so not vibrant enough.
Oh no.
Yeah, like a brothel.
Yeah.
Pepto-Bismol pink?
Yeah, no.
Well, this turned into a lot of things it shouldn't be. But we'll be back again tomorrow. Tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow, it's only
a day away.
Yeah, it's not a day away because it's 10:30
For
here.
you, it's not. For you, it's not a day away.
Yeah, well, it's technically it is. It's 10:30 here.
Well, technically, I've got to go for a walk with my wife and go spend some time with her.
Aren't you precious?
Yeah, better bring your phone, or we know what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, MLS. No, we just finished. I didn't see you. We just finished, so I was actually trying to find somewhere to send people. I think. Let's see who is doing something we could redirect people to.
He's talking about. Is he
Who?
almost done?
What?
Is Mo still going?
Lefty, you should hate
Sal's going at
less.
4:30. It's supposed to go at 4:30.
Sal and you are going.
Yeah.
I think they're going now, yeah. Do you want me to pop that one in there?
Yeah. And good logic is talking about.
Yeah, they're going. You, Sal, and Mo are all on there.
Okay.
Yeah. Smink a link in the chats. Lefty, you wish you sung like me. But if you say if we will hear you sing, it would be.
He sings on his channel once in a while.
Yeah.
just
You can't hear it over the keyboard.
yeah.
So yeah, everyone, if you want to go visit Sal, Mo, and EU, go say hello. And Christine, thank you so much for showing up for one of my streams. And
Oh, you're welcome. I hope I
hopeful
can come. Hope I can join again with you guys.
another
so.
time when we have an open panel, you're always welcome to join in.
Okay. Okay.
So have fun and enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay. You too. Bye, you guys.
Bye.
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 And Miss Farrell, thank you for joining.
Farrell.
What?
Make her big. Make her big.
No.
No, it's not that kind of stream.
Oh, you don't do
So-
it for her, but you blast me all the time.
Grift yourself. She's too fast.
Yes,
Just
I can be found there.
No one takes this seriously. Hey, hi everybody.
Jamie
Yeah.
has lashes.
Yeah, I got to get going. So let's.
Jamie has a last
Oh,
appointment
yeah.
today. I was really hoping we could get back and Brandon could help us with that, but he went over and got Dave in trouble, I believe. So
I heard Dave trying to.
Lefty, this one is for you.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Or like this. I always forget. Something.
Lefty for you.
It depends on the woman.
Oh, okay. That. Yeah. See, my finger doesn't work like it's supposed to.
It's close to the Zachariah Anderson, and everyone have so much
Thanks
fun.
for that, Baker.
Yes, thank you for letting us know how it works,
Yeah,
guys.
you people go out, have fun, come back tomorrow, and remember, love everyone in this stream. Christine, Farrell, Shizzy, all of them have channels. Go visit them. Go visit some other creator. Tell them Jamie has a last day, and it's going to be a special day for all of us. See you again tomorrow.
Are you gonna come on MG and show us?
Me?
Yeah.
That's at 10:45. She's not up that late.
Jesus, yeah. If I can hang that long.
Sometimes she is.
Sometimes I am, but usually it's because I'm in my pajamas and I'm in bed, like on my phone, and that's like the last place I want to be on
I
camera.
said what I said, Lefty.
What, you don't want to be in bed on camera?
No,
Or you don't want to be on camera in bed?
I don't want to be on. Okay. Oh.
Have fun. Go annoy Lefty if he goes live or something. And the rest of you, come back tomorrow. Have fun with us again. See you all.